someone is waiting outside for the sessions to start, this is the time. I request everyone to please come inside and take their seats. Welcome back to Skill Kerala Global Summit 2025, one of the biggest of its kind. Let's kick off the day with a thought-provoking panel. Leveraging Kerala's IT sector, building a world-class tech talent pool. I invite on stage the moderator, Richard Anthony, India Operations Director, Global Delivery Services. I also invite the panel members, Sriram Sambashivarao IAS, Ms. Madhuri D. Madhavan Pillai, she might be a bit delayed, Mr. Pradeep P. Nair, Ms. Sarita P.A., Mr. Sunil Balakrishnan. I request the moderator, Mr. Richard Anthony, to please introduce the panelists. I request the gentleman and lady to please come on stage and kickstart this session. Welcome, everyone. The panel discussion will go on for 45 minutes. I will give a warning at 40 minutes, telling you that you have 5 minutes left. Then we have 10 minutes for question answer session, and then we conclude the session. So that is 45 minutes of panel discussion, 10 minutes of question answer session. Thank you, everyone.
And so that we can also see you and you can hear us better. So if you can just come up in the front, please. Thank you. So let's start, and I hope to keep this engaging. We have an eminent list of panels. There are 2 chairs empty, and we are hoping that they would soon come. Just held up with the traffic in Kochi and coming through, and hope to see them soon. Our topic today is leveraging Kerala's IT sector, building a world-class tech talent pool. So thank you, panelists, and I can see my colleagues from the industry on the dais with me. We have Sunil Balakrishnan, who is the Chief Values Officer and Global Head at UST Global, where he champions organization culture and delivery excellence. He is known for his visionary leadership in embedding ethical values and innovation across global teams. With decades of experience in IT services, Sunil has been instrumental in setting up UST Global's strategic direction and client engagement models. He actively promotes talent development and community outreach initiatives. His work reflects a deep commitment to building a purpose-driven organization. So let's give a big hand for our friend Sunil. Next next to him is Sarita. Sarita is our Vice President and Platform Engineering Leader at Cognizant. She leads she heads the Kochi Center and drives product strategies for modern platforms. She brings an extensive experience in engineering transformation and agile delivery methods. Sarita is known for her leadership in building scalable technology platforms and fostering innovation. She plays a key role in Cognizant's strategic initiatives across cloud, data, and digital engineering. Her work reflects a deep commitment to empowering teams and delivering client-centric solutions. So let's give a big hand for Sarita here. Next to her is Pradeep P. Nair. Pradeep is the center head for Wipro in Kochi. He has been a long-time veteran here. He oversees the operations and strategic growth initiatives in the region. He is responsible for driving excellence in delivery, talent development, and client engagement. With a strong focus on regional partnerships, Pradeep has contributed to expanding Wipro's footprint in Kerala. He is recognized for his leadership in fostering innovation and operational efficiency. His effort has helped position Kochi as a key hub in Wipro's global delivery network. So let's give a good big hand for Pradeep too. We do not have our IT Secretary Sri Ram Sambhavisa Rao. He will be joining us shortly, I presume, as well as Madhuri, who is the program director for IBM Software India here in Kochi. So just to give context of why we are here and what we want to um, listen to our expert panel here as to what is their opinion about talent and how to leverage world class talent pool here. Kerala's thriving IT economy is anchored by robust infrastructure, and we all agree that it has a very skilled human capital. We have policies that support us in building a strong foundation to develop a globally competitive talent pool. In this session, we will explore how Kerala can further strengthen its tech talent pipeline through advanced skilling programs. How are the industries focused on leveraging and promoting this? The academia collaborations that the industry harnesses on. Startup enablement is definitely a big topic in Kerala, and the global employment pathways as we look at our global workforce all across India. So this discussion is highlighting or aiming to highlight the scalable models to position Kerala as a destination for both tech and tech excellence and innovation leadership. So without further ado, I will turn to my panel members and ask them a few questions. And I hope I've told them I will not be hard on them. I'll try to make this conversation very mutually benefiting to you as an audience. What I want to also do is in the last 10 minutes, I do want to invite if any of the audience would have a question for either of us to dive deep into any of the topics that you have in this area. If you can pick up your mics, I'll go first with I'll go first with Saritha. Sarita, you were working outside Kerala for a long time and then moved back. And as you have said this, to build a pipeline, what do you think are some of your thoughts on talent pipeline strategy for the state? What is required as a general mind shift that we have to do in the IT industry? Is there anything from a talent pool, from an academia perspective that we have to improve? What has been your experience? And you can also share with us your journey because we would be very interested to learn your journey about how you have set up the operations here.
Thank you. And no, first of all, thanks for the question. And I think from a talent perspective, what we see is that Kerala has a great talent pool, but we all know that Keralites works great outside. When I worked outside India and in India, in other states, I've seen and interacted with a lot of Kerala leaders who has performed or continue to perform very well and excellent in the organizations, leading them a pathway to success. Now, coming to Kerala, through at the time of Corona, shifting back to the home state was a dream, but was not thought that I will be reaching here and finally settling here. That was even a surprise to me. But I think many a time we have a lot of pre-notions about our state. But when we settle back, then we realize that hey, it looks and works almost similar to wherever you stay. It has everything, all the amenities and all the things which you work in any other states, any other global locations. Coming to the Kerala's cultural and the talent pool, I think what is really required is a cultural mindset shift. And why that mindset shift is required? Because we are producing graduates, the volume of graduates, and this volume of graduates are produced for working predominantly looking at the services industry. Now we need to think that moving into the world of agentification, the moving from the world of software development lifecycle to the world of agentic development lifecycle, which we call it as SDLC to ADLC, there needs to be a great shift in the way we think cultural, the mindset aspect of it. Our graduates or our students should be taught or nurtured more about creativity, entrepreneurship, innovation, rather than just completing the graduation and scoring the marks. And next is basically we need to think about our curriculum also. The curriculum is getting needs to be shifted, coming AI on the top, because organizations are moving into AI first organization or AI native organizations. When we do this shift in the AI, what really needs is the understanding of how it all work together. So there may not be really just producing a lot of computer engineers, but we need to have AI bolt on top of all the other skills. AI on top of medicine, AI on top of pharmaceutical, AI on top of electrical electronics design, AI on top of specialized computer science innovators. All the fields should have the bolt on skills coming in. Yes, along with the mindset shift, we also should have the skill and academia shift to nurture our talent accordingly. If we don't do that, we will not be doing a transformational shift. We'll be only doing a transition, not a transformation towards that.
Thank you. And I think you rightly said what we do not want to do is a transition shift. We do want to do a transformational shift. And looking at what Sarita just said, right? It is all ecosystem partners together. It is industry, academia has to play a big role, as well as the mindset shift in the policies that we have as we churn out graduates. How do graduates compete in the global competitive landscape? My next question is to Pradeep. We will catch on with the same line of what Sarita just talked about. You've been in the state for a very long time. You have built this up, grounds up, right, and seen the growth that has come up. What are your thoughts about the gaps between academia and industry, right? And how do we just not make graduates in the state employable, but also globally competitive? How do we do that? What is your thoughts about it?
It's a fundamental question. Thanks for asking that. So we are going to embrace the AI as a technology, but there are certain fundamental aspects need to be looked at, and it's also a paradox that a state like Kerala, which boasts highest standards of education, we are talking about gaps. Right? It starts from like for maybe fundamental aspect of the curriculum. Though Sarita talked about catching up with the AI world, even there are curriculum is not able to be or trying hard to be contemporary. Contemporary in sense in terms of frameworks, tools, the way they approach, the technology aspects, and also it's very much theory oriented. While one can argue the foundation theories are very important, but in the changing world, more practical sense need to be put to make people ready for the professional. That's, first thing is to address is the curriculum part. Second part, the industry interactions are still limited in pockets. And most prominently, you see that at the time of campus placements and not extending beyond that. So there need to be like more continued engagement with industry and academic, including more seminars, more specialists going to colleges, especially leveraging the alumni, kind of talks, which is not happening. The third one is, still there are gaps in the infrastructure and invest on the faculty and infrastructure, including access to learning platforms. And lastly, we can see even in Kerala, if you look at the different institutes or colleges, there is a socio-economic disparity between different set of institutions and which becomes prominent. If you can see the placement statistics, you can see that how varied that shift is, which is another graph. So now looking at what we can do to bridge the gaps, I think I feel that we have flavors of everything. It's a question of binding them. Talking about like embedding more industry into is the primary thing to do. Have more internships, more connect with the industry, have more collaborations in doing industry-ready projects in college. Things like that is the first step. Second one is to get a more focus on an experimental learning, which is happening currently with a lot of colleges having fab labs and much access, but it need to be like taken to the next level. It should become more of a mandatory thing. Third one is to like upgrade the infrastructure. For example, embrace more of the AI and the digital learning platforms, make it part of the curriculum so that the up to date and updation of that happens more prominently. And soft skill development, like this has been a talk over several ages, how the soft skills communication of the talent pool from state is not on par with the rest of the states, and what we need to do at a grassroots or fundamental level, bring them up. So there need to be more focused efforts of soft skill development. And lastly, we have a lot of good frameworks, which are skill development frameworks. We have digital platforms available. For example, state-driven institutes like ASAP Kerala and other digital workforce management. They have good frameworks, which is not, I believe, not fully utilized by the academics as well as the people who takes the students, like this recruitment aspect. They're not fully explored or exploited to that extent. For example, there is a platform called Mueller. I don't know how many of the colleges and teams really make use of that. So there need to be more drive to socialize these kind of platforms into the curriculum. And lastly, there need to be a mindset of entrepreneurship to be brought in the college itself, to have their own systems in the campus itself to do projects which are more relevant, more up to date to the industry. There are a lot of things which Kerala Startup Mission is doing in terms of Fab Labs and the startup ecosystem, which can probably be better explored with every college or every institute, by which relevant projects and relevant experience can be extended. So in summary, what is required is more of a framework and more focused efforts rather than trying to do anything grounds up. If you are able to link the curriculum, link the experimental learning, improve the soft skills, and also you explore the existing digital platforms, I think we should be in a better position.
Thank you. Thank you. And some of the key nuggets that you spoke about is, you know, how do you generally change the curriculum to be more adaptive towards what the industry needs today, right? And the industry is moving fast, and I generally feel while our students are moving faster, the academia content is a lot more slower. I may get beaten up for this, but I'll still say it. The academia content is culturally very static. While certain improvements have been done, but I think we have to do a phenomenal shift in using academia as a platform for nurturing the talent. My question next is to Sunil. Sunil, catching on from what Pradeep just said, is, as companies are invested in Kerala, right, and look and to tap at the talent pool, um, there is a value or a culture in every organization that is developed, which is harnessed upon the community pool, which is coming up from the academia or from people who want to come and work in Kerala. What are your general thoughts about, first at the graduate level, we talk about internship, we talk about developing the interns, and then intern to hire are some of our processes. What are your thoughts about the next level, how to attract even senior talent back to Kerala? What does an organization need to do to create a platform, along with if there are any policy changes that are required from the government to enhance that. Any thoughts on that?
Thank you. Before I start, do we have anybody from academia here, especially from engineering colleges?
So anybody
Quite,
from academia, you can put your hands up.
we have quite
Okay,
a
we have
few.
quite a few.
So I want to take an anticipatory bail if I sound a little blunt on some of the things about our current education system. So I will start from there, the internship part, Richie. Um, One of the things that we notice is like typically in Kerala engineering colleges, probably you can correct me if I am wrong. What I see is that most of the students come for internship during the break after the fourth semester. And that's the time, by that time, what they have learned is pretty much your engineering mathematics and the basics, and not really the core subjects are very limited at that point of time. So for companies like any of us, any of these IT services or GCC companies, giving them an opportunity for internship does not really add a lot of value. Typically, they come for 1 month or maximum 2 months, and that is typically the time which they take for getting acclimatized to the industry and really not able to contribute much. So I will leave that there. But what from industry perspective, what I will look or like what I will focus more is like towards the final year where there is a longer term project which they are doing probably 4 to 6 months. But again, I think like in most of the colleges, we have one or two theory papers during that semester due to which like they are not really able to spend a lot of time with the industry. So considering these two things together, what I would suggest is like to make sure that we are getting the best out of this. Uh, the internship possibly like academia should work with the industry, not to send a lot of students to the industry. For example, we are a 10,000 people company in Kerala. I mean, like all the people around me are like a much bigger headcount here. But if you really look at these 10,000 people, like looking at their bandwidth and looking at that level of mentorship that required, probably like a 500 or 1,000 people can take an intern during this time at any given point. And like with that, we have 160 engineering colleges in Kerala is my, I mean, roughly like plus or minus. And even if you consider 500 students per college, we are looking at probably 80,000 students there, right? So now if these 80,000 students, do they have opportunities to do internship in Kerala? And I mean, I will take like, even if it is like a 40 or 30% of them are computer IT related fields, do we have the bandwidth in industry to do that? Absolutely not. So I would suggest rather than focusing on getting these students to industry to get them trained, and in many cases, this is like they just get a certificate without doing. Again, sorry, like if I am ruffling some feathers here, but there are companies which I know of which probably take a payment, make sure like there is a certificate given after 30 days with no learning, and so that is not really what they want. There's just a tick mark in their resume or in their final mark sheet, but beyond that, it doesn't add value to students, doesn't add value to the company. So what I would suggest is like if academia can think of getting into a stronger partnership with the industry, with companies, have somebody going there during this time, like because from this people who are ready to go there, mentor and like have a group of students together. Like we can provide like some kind of projects which adds value, which is probably not somebody who can do it as an individual. So that is probably going to add more value. And having said that, probably the final year project, if we can really give them some time, continuous time of 4 or 6 months, rather than having one or two theory papers and like the people students expected to be continuing in the college for the entire duration. If they can be with the industry for 4 months, again, I don't think like industry can take all 30 or 40,000 students, but at least the cream of them, industry can absorb, industry can train them, do some valuable projects, because like we have a lot of work. I mean, many of the customer projects, like from most of us in IT services industry, we cannot provide that kind of projects to students because of the confidentiality agreements with the customer. But then we have a lot of work which we do, research and innovation, whole lot of things which our students probably will be more inclined to doing, and we are ready to provide that. But then we need some dedicated time. Anything less than 4 months is not just going to work in my. That is a minimum time. 1 month getting used to this, like understanding the problem, understanding the domain, and at least 3 4 contribute. So that is what I would suggest on this. Again, if you ask me, does the government has a role to play? Not from a policy, like I don't know, like, and I don't expect government to pay for the internship because industry, that is our responsibility to make sure the students are employable. So I am pretty sure like most of the industry, most of the companies will be more than happy to pay them for that. But at the same time, we need probably a platform, like some kind of a gig platform where we can post some of the projects which we want to do, and so that like some of the colleges can bid for that, get a set of students that, and like get some output which is valued and which is like really making some difference to the industry. So that's on the academia side. Again, I can go on talking about it because I'm deeply involved with that. But again, like Rich's second part of the question about the
Sorry to
senior.
interrupt. Sorry to interrupt. We welcome Ms. Madhuri D. Madhavampillai, Program Director, Engineering Leader, AI-powered Business Analytics, IBM India Software Labs. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Sunil, I'll let you continue and close your topic before I introduce Madhuri.
I will finish it in a couple of minutes. Because again, after my education, completing my post graduation from QSAT, I started working in Chennai and Bangalore and other countries. Before, when I got the first opportunity to work in Kerala, I jumped at that and came back at the beginning of 2000. But the point is that for a, do we have enough opportunities to bring? And more importantly, at this point, at that time, we did not have. At this time, we have all the tier one companies, a number of tier two, and a whole lot of tier three and startup companies in Kerala. So there are opportunities. Now, roughly, I think like if you take the tier one, some of the tier one destinations like Bangalore, Hyderabad, Pune, etc., we have probably 20% of the workforce there could be from Kerala. But why are we not able to attract them to come back here? Like earlier Seda was talking about coming here because of COVID, but like, do we really have reasons or like or branding or like how do we push them to come back? Because we can always talk about colleges and filling the bottom of the pyramid, but that is not sufficient for us to execute projects or expand in Kerala. We need mid and senior level talent. So the point is like, how do we attract those talent to get back? I'm not saying like only Malayalis need to be come back. That is not the point. But at least like if we can get a larger number of Keralites coming back home and contributing to the local economy, local industry, that will be, that is where I would say like there is a little bit of a push or help required from the government reaching out and getting to those companies, getting to the Kerala diaspora. I mean, not always, but even, yeah, and overseas. There can be a lot of things.
Thank you, Sunil, for that bold thoughts that came up. And I think both as industry, academia, we both need to tighten our shoes to see what's the next generation of level of talent. I will this moment to introduce Madhuri. Um, Madhuri, thank you for making time to come. I know traffic in Kochi can be sometimes unpredictable, but you made it a commitment to come here and join us on the stage. Thank you so much. Just to introduce Madhuri Madan Pillai is a program director and engineering leader at IBM India Software, specializing in AI-powered business analytics. She leads a high-impact engineering team focused on developing intelligent solutions for enterprise clients. With a strong background in software architecture and data sciences, Madhuri drives innovation in AI and analytics platform. She is a passionate advocate for women in technology and mentors emerging leaders in the industry. Her contribution have significantly advanced IBM's capability in cognitive computing. Welcome, Madhuri.
Thank you so much, and I apologize for the delay. I respect others' time. But today was a different story. So thank you for that great
Thank
warm
you.
welcome. Thank
Thank
you.
you. And just before I pose a question to Madhuri as she is sitting and relaxing now, I think she's got a few moments to catch a breath. Just in continuation, Madhuri, our topic today is how to reach to the next level in Kerala with IT. So at the backdrop, we have some statistics that we have put. So we are where we are today. The ambition is to multiply multifold in Kerala. How do you attract talent? How do you attract industries? We have tech startups here in Kerala. We have startup jobs. Funding is not so bad, but the investors do come when more companies are in that. Space is existing. So, what are some of your thoughts to what Sunil said? Is how do we look at engaging the academia in a much more better way. And what my question to you is, to your technology skills, right? Deep tech talent, product platform, or data analytics and AI. I know IBM has started a COE, Center of Excellence, for the same. What are your thoughts about the talent that exists in the state for those specific skills into data analytics, and where are the gaps, both from the academia as well as from the industry standpoint, to bring this diaspora of people, maybe in Kerala or outside Kerala, back to Kerala?
Okay, fantastic. So I was listening to Mr. Sunil on the, how we can get those reverse migration, right, in a productive way, especially in the senior talent and those things, and to the question as well. So, little bit of journey from my side, maybe for a minute, right? I right after my MCA uh, studies last semester, I got into Technopark Trivandrum, one of the first companies in Technopark, and then in after 2 years, in 2004, I moved to Bangalore, primarily because I didn't see that opportunities here, to be very frank with you, right? Or rather, right, how the ecosystem is looking at industry, I didn't find that kind of great motivation also, like to innovate, and the ecosystem was definitely different. Now, after these 18 years, I'm with IBM for last 21 years. I joined as a developer, and that is the journey I have in IBM. So I joined in Bangalore. So after this 18 years, 19 years in Bangalore, working in the same organization, coming back to Kerala, nobody forced me actually to come back as well, right? But definitely IBM started, they wanted to have a senior leaders here. IBM was the number one reason, but nobody forced. When I came back with my family, right? I went to Bangalore for my husband's opportunity. Now he came with along with me to Kerala to support me. See, I when I came back, I see a very drastic change in the ecosystem, right? I'm very proud to serve back in my roots, actually speaking, to give back. And right from the start, I'm talking about 2022. 2021, I picked this role, and 2022 is where we have the infrastructure, everything ready. So right from the start, I got the opportunity to visit all the vice chancellors in the academia side of things, right? And we had different deliberations, meetings, and all, right? I mean, the warmth and the welcoming from the academia side of things, the entire mindset got changed. No, let's see what is it that we can do together, right? How can we collaborate for our students? Because fundamentally, all our goal is becoming like converging to one thing. Like, how can we retain the talent here? We are having lot of brain drain from this country and the state, actually speaking. How can we work together? So when we started, we did not have the 6 months internship. I'm just mixing it up, all the kind of questions which we just interrupt me when if I take more time. So please. We did not have a concept in Kerala to have dedicated 6 months of internship, right? The government was very supportive. We worked with the government, made sure that not just IBM, I am sure that many organizations are behind that, but I can definitely say that we were one of the strong catalysts to make that happen. We have a dedicated 6 months, actually speaking now. Why do we need this dedicated? Is it audible? Okay. So dedicated 6 months is that, at least in IBM, we are not taking interns and giving them some um, um, what is that, non-significant projects and things like that. We are straight away deploying them into our critical missions itself, right? So that seriousness and the dedicated time from these students required, and also like we don't want them to like get overloaded with their academia topics and all. So academia was very cooperative. Good that we are having lot of autonomous, internships and all, right? To build that strong pipeline. Definitely that is happening. I have seen that myself for last few years. strongly. Maybe like I visited some 15, 20 engineering colleges in last, maybe like most of my weekends. It's a passion from my side as well, talking to the engineering students and understand the, where they are standing, right? Evangelize some of the free platforms which they can build their skills. For example, IBM is having IBM Skills Build platform. Likewise, different other organizations are also having the same. So they can use that free of cost to talk about some of the skill set which Mr. Richard has just spoke about, right? The latest and greatest which is required. See, AI thing, Gen AI and all, it's not a hype. We all need to get ourselves trained for that, right? That is the journey altogether. So what all skills which we just spoke about, it is very much required. I'm seeing those gaps like academia and all, still we need to improve from that curriculum completion mode to industry readiness, right? So we have N subjects there. Scoring marks is not just definitely not enough, not at all enough, right? So hands-on experience is required. To me, maybe like from the second semester onwards, they have to start at least doing some hands-on. That has to be the thing, not just waiting for the last semester. And last few years, when I do hiring, I'm seeing a tremendous change in the resume, right? Because kudos to the Kerala startup ecosystem. We have a, I mean, very, very vibrant startup ecosystem, which students are also leveraging. I can see n number of projects being handled in the resume, and it's not just for tick mark. Let us not do anything to get the tick mark. Let us all work together to do that thing together, along with the academia, and to enhance the skill set. Did I answer?
Yes,
Did
yes,
I cover
Madhuri.
the thing?
Thank you
Okay.
so much.
Thank you.
And in the keeping time in mind, I'll do a quick fire with you all now, and I'll ask you the same question. Now, if you have to pick up one or two talent that we need to focus on to create in Kerala as a niche, right, for further growth and things to come, what are some of the domains that you think are more important to be focused on? What are the typical tech skills that we need our generation to come to focus on, because things are changing very fast? Your
I'll
thoughts
start.
first.
Okay. So I always believe in the hybrid mode, right? It's not just one technology which is going to help us like excel, right? Not just survive. Maybe like AI, it is very early to, even say what is it that AI is going to do to us and all. But definitely AI is one of those, cybersecurity thing, upcoming quantum computing somewhere down the line is going to shift things, right? Cloud, hybrid cloud related skills, and most importantly, I would say the logical reasoning, creativity, all the kind of life skills, right? That is definitely going to be a differentiator as well.
Sunil?
Thank you.
Madhuri has taken all the points. There is not
I
really
want to
any
I
lot
want to
of.
make sure the audience hears it over and over again, because that's what's gonna
Yeah, but
help
I
us.
would I actually reiterate what Madhuri mentioned. Though AI is in the nascent stages, that is going to be a huge disruptor. So all the technologies Madhuri mentioned about cyber is going to stay, because as much as like we are improving on cyber, the crime side or the other side of cyber is also increasing. So really, like there will be a lot of opportunities in the cyber area. That is one thing I am sure, other than AI and of course data and cloud and all of those things. But one additional thing I want to add is like, with a lot of these things coming up, like now, probably your technology skills on coding is going to be less significant in the coming years. Like, going to be more of your domain knowledge. So, how do you marry the technology and domain? Like, for example, together in engineering, or I don't know whether it's going to be engineering plus MBA kind of a course, you have to find like work some part of technology, fundamental technology said, but at the same time, the banking and financial services or retail or logistics or supply chain, and that also comes together, because otherwise, like we will not be able to count. Because 80% of the coding will be already like at this point, we are seeing that is being taken by the AI, but only like for the 20% we would don't need a lot of this. But then for understanding like what the business problem is, we need domain, and that is what I think we need to focus as much as we focus on technology.
Thank you, Sunil. Sarita?
Yeah. I'll go into the two parts. The first part, which we need to focus, is from the Kerala point of view, what is upcoming and evolving. We are seeing two GCCs getting opened every week. We are seeing 450K jobs get created in 2025 by the GCCs. So we need to focus on GCCs in Kerala so that we get more job opportunities in Kerala. For that, we need to identify which GCCs we should target, whether we should target health tech, whether we should target fintech, and whether we should also look at how we can get into the foreign language aspect of Kerala. We have a close connect to the Gulf countries. We have a close connect to the German languages and other languages. Why don't we utilize and do the clubbing of these things and attract the GCCs to Kerala, which is and at the current stage, because GCCs are moving from the cost center to a value play, which is basically utilizing the COEs more and more. That means we can focus on the GCCs on one side. On the other side, on the skilling, when we move into the AI native organizations, yes, there is a shift in the volume, but we need to see how we can bring the skills on the other side. When we look at ADLC or agentic development life cycle, what we see is that in software development, we see deterministic models, and we are moving away into the deterministic with probabilistic models. That means our children or our graduates should understand this kind of development life cycle very well and should be able to link, as he mentioned, how to bring the knowledge and add it to the software and bring into the agent into the life cycle faster. And if we can have these spot-on approaches on all of this, I think our talent will become readily deployable. And as Madhuri said, more and more industry ready. And that is what we required to make Kerala coming into the next thing. Finally, to add one more point, we need to have that cohesive approach. And we need to do the institutionalizing of everything together under one umbrella, whether our policies, whether our skills, curriculum, academia, industry, all of them should come into a cohesive model. And then we should have that way of institutionalizing so that what we missed out the journey earlier from our technopark learnings, we should not do that and we should learn from that lesson and move forward in next journey.
Thank you. So, Pradeep, before I bring you on, I'll give you a prompter. Madhuri talked about logical reasoning, um, analytical thinking, and all those soft skills that today we take it for granted. What are your thoughts on adding to what Sunil, Sarita, and Madhuri said? What do we need to do? Or what do somebody need to do? Whether it's the student himself, whether it's the academia, or whether it's the industry, and how important it.
Yeah, we talked about the soft skill development, which is basically a core problem to address, maybe from school onwards to graduate level, and maybe there should be a very focused attempt to make to kind of give students a better exposure to soft skill development, which is lacking more extra. It should be a part of this course itself to have some structured approach to that. The second aspect is to put a little more seriousness into the internship or projects which they are doing, because that will help them to like sharpen their professional approach, how to adhere to timelines, how to approach a
Sorry to
problem
interrupt.
statement.
Last 5 minutes on discussion.
Yeah. So in summary, I think little more tightening the framework, putting if it meets like adding credit points to some of these aspects that can be thought of from a curriculum point of view. But I just want to summarize this by from a or holistic perspective. Like Sunil mentioned, we don't. I don't think government need to make any rules for this. It is a framework where there is better collaboration, better cohesion, and more accountability. To the parties involved, which can make it happen. Like Madhuri just mentioned, the kind of positive approach the colleges have drawn now. I think reciprocating the same thing is reciprocated by the industry as well. So there need to be a meeting point of the whole thing where everything gels well. We can look further to do much more than the strategy which are mentioned here, which is a way to go.
True, true. And we do want to see the statistics grow in the next couple of years. So another fire round before we turn it over to the audience. Kerala, I had written 5 years from now. Hearing you, I'm changing it. Kerala, 2 years from now. What is the one thing that we need to do that should make us double or at least triple from where we are? What is the one thing that we need to do? whether it's from the government, whether it's from the industry or academia.
I believe in co-creation. I won't just pick just one. Like co-create, collaborate for our betterment.
Very good. Co-create, collaborate. So everybody is a responsible partner.
Um, on that aspect, I would actually expect a little bit more proactive approach from the government to, for example, if you are looking at doubling the industry size in Kerala in the next 2 or 4 years, is what we really need is to create an ecosystem where we bring together, let's say, like the likes of CBRE, jail, etc., like who understands where the requirement for real estate is coming to, like probably companies like ANSR or Zinnover, like who actually bring in those GCCs over to India. So we really need to create and like also connect with the Indian diaspora outside who are decision makers and stakeholders in creating this GCC. So if you bring all these stakeholders together with a push for getting more work, more companies to Kerala, I think that is going to double. So I don't feel like the current, going with the internal growth or organic growth within the existing companies, we can double it, but we really need a lot more companies to come, and that is where we need to create the ecosystem.
So
That's what
government
the government
support
needs.
and analysts penetration into where we are.
Yeah, I think I agree with Sunil. Need to have a good partner ecosystem. When I say partner ecosystem, all the three parties should be there. That is government, industry, and academia. If possible, like we have research parks in IITM, if we can have city level research parks where all the colleges can collaborate together and the students can do innovations there, and no, the problem of internship, all of that will go. Industries can have uh, their innovation centers there, and students can go their internships there. Academia can do their pass or fail courses there, and thereby there will have a kind of synergy where all will be in win-win scenario.
I have a question. Only 5 minutes they are told is let. So we
We
want to ask
have-
questions also.
we have 1 minute and then we have till 11, right, madam?
They told just now
We
they
have
announced
1
5
minute
minutes.
and 22 seconds left, but now 1 minute and 30 seconds left, please.
Okay, so thank you.
Yeah, good morning. Madam was talking on the multiple GCCs opening just few minutes back. As state like Kerala, what should be the regulatory compliance to be taken into consideration within the framework, internal framework, cross-border framework, differentiating? She was talking about A, differentiating A in place or without A in place.
If you could just tell your name and
I'm
introduce
Dr.
yourself.
Omar Salim, representing our territory in the EU for PI.
Thank you. Anybody from the audience? Sorry, from the panel.
My question is, she was talking, just I had, I came late. She was talking on the GCC, multiple GCCs opening up. State like Kerala, we have our own limitations in terms of industry, all those things. What are the regulatory compliance capturing the policies to be taken into consideration such a way that we can recommend to the center, the state decision makers at the helm, such an effective and engaging proposition is happening?
I think the question should be answered by the policymakers, but from industry
No, regulatory
perspective,
compliance also, industry perspective. Yeah, that's fine.
yeah. So from the industry perspective, I think one, we're talking about the domain and the skill availability angle, which is there. Second, what we are seeing increasingly in the GCC side is the COEs, right? They are more coming from the value play. Can we establish AI, ML? Can you provide the skill angle? So if the states like us can provide offices, co-working spaces, regulated co-working spaces, where the smaller, medium GCCs can open faster, right, and provide them a kind of a turnkey opening in a faster way, and support ecosystem where the talent can come easier. And if we see that tier 2 cities can have better talent retention, the attrition is much lesser. So if the state can provide a faster way of deployable talent to the GCCs, because GCCs don't have that kind of exposure and they go with niche players now, which is like other people who help them out in setting the things. So if state can play such roles in helping the GCCs, I think that will be great.
One other point which we see is that GCC typically come and ask for build, operate, and transfer model because they don't want to directly hire talent. They want a place
Bot
where
or boot?
bot, BOT, right? So if there is any policy which can help in somebody picking the talent and grooming it and transferring at a later point of time from a labor or employment point of view, maybe something that could look at.
I'll also add one more point that now we see from boat to bot, OTT. That means build, operate, transformation, and then transfer. So that's the new model coming
Great,
into
great,
it.
makes sense, fantastic.
And just to add one point, 30 seconds. It's really not about policies because policies are for us to implement. So if, irrespective, I have not read any Kerala government policies, but we have been operating here for 25 years. But the point is like, if we have the ease of doing business here, just like from the top, we get like probably the support which we get from Technopark CEO or Infopark CEO or from the IT secretary, where we can really call them directly if we have a problem. If that mindset percolates down to all the levels, policies do not matter. It is about the mindset change at all levels, which makes sure like, so everybody starts thinking about how we can facilitate the growth of industry in Kerala. That's one major differentiator or like what really will drive the growth in Kerala, in my view.
Thank you.
Just maybe 20 seconds on that. I think they all covered beautifully. And I'm in the Confederation of Indian Industry as well. So I hear so much of these discussions
I'm a
happening.
regular speaker.
Okay, okay. So I'm the convener for the digitization in Kerala State Council. So all the things which they mentioned and very much relevant for that. I think if the North Star metric is build and sell products from Kerala, I think we can, align so many things around that and, can do more things for the betterment. I think they all covered. I just wanted to add. A can be a differentiator. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I may turn the question to you, sir, what do you expect that we as industry can represent back to government to make that a reality? You can.
Country like India, to make it on a pragmatic proposition, we will have to facilitate or entertain cross-border knowledge resource sharing, such that the skill mismatch, today is a global skill, the skill mismatch is fixed based on the exchange of knowledge resources, which we are lacking. We think we are developing country. India is a huge this economy, everything is fine. May see AI, 85, it is there. When did it come to India?
Yes.
I am playing with some of, I am printing electronics, but still now nobody knows. Our premier institute doesn't know. Now we are creating policies at the central level. Billions are imported. That exchange of knowledge resource is happening. This can be fixed.
Thank you.
CIA,
Good.
CIA, in fact, CIA, FICCI, all are into that.
Thank you. Thank you. Good point. I think, are we done with time or do you have one last question?
Yep, we have 4 minutes left.
We have 4 minutes left. Any other questions from the audience, please?
Morning, guest. My name is Shanawaz. I am from academia. See, I've been working on a medical project for UG graduates for the last couple of years. It's a personal project. So basically, it's all about how you upskill healthcare professionals, consultants and doctors. So basically they also need to adapt to artificial intelligence, clinical data support systems, which IBM is a global leader, peer review system in radiology, all those things. I'm basically from IT background, but I extensively worked on this project for the last couple of years. I have demonstrated that at Government Medical College Mancheri, Amala Medical College, and last week I had a discussion with Dr. Andrews, principal, Jubilee Medical College. They are very impressed with the work, but I lack my infrastructure or support. I would like to discuss with some of you to take this forward. That's all.
Okay. Thank you. Gentleman at the back with the hands raised.
Can we please have a mic?
Can we share the mic at the back?
Yeah, I'm from International Labor Organization. I'd like to throw this question because I just listened since yesterday. The statistics that Kerala has the high literacy rate and qualifications. Now, my question is, what from the perspective of the industry would be the policy recommendations to address the mismatch between the graduates, even though that they are very high educational attainment, but when they go to the industry, most of them are underemployed. I think I would like just to
Yeah.
throw that from the perspective of industry. What are the policy recommendations to amend the framework to match the educational system with the demand of the market? Thank you.
Any policy recommendation that we have to fix the gap between employability, student academia versus industry readiness? Any policy put?
So one of the gap which we see predominantly talked about the soft skills, the communication, right? We all spoke at length about the technology, and students are quite interested in technology, so they usually learn. But the one thing which affects the employability is the communication and the language skills. If we can have a policy of having in our professional colleges a language course and a sort of communication evaluation system, which with some of the leading premier institutes in India is doing it. So if we can have a mechanics on that, I think a whole lot of employability change will take place. And also the some kind of, because of the language, our native language from which we come from, we have the accent aspect. So the accent neutralizations associated with it also takes place. I think it will be a great boost for the employability.
So basically, to have soft skills, not necessarily for a language, but to make them globally communicatable to the global community.
So
Anything?
maybe I can add as well. So I mean, she covered
Sorry,
the.
ma'am, sorry. We have one last question. Someone has been waiting for that
Yes,
one
yes,
last question. Sorry.
We can talk
yes,
offline.
yes.
We can talk.
I'm Professor Santosh Kumar from Cochin University of Science and Technology. First, thanks to all panelists for the excellent insights given to the audience. So I would like to have a clarification on the internship for my students. Yes, my students means the students of Cochin University of Science and Technology. Let me share some of the difficulties faced by my department. My department is offering vocational education on undergraduate program on data analytics and a master program on software application development. What we do is, normally being a public university, we have certain limitations both in terms of infrastructure and also in terms of some other aspects. What normally we do, we will entrust the responsibility for having internship to find organization for their internship. We will entrust the students to do that. And all the programs in my department, it is having the last semester is throughout yearly earmarked for doing internship. But the students are coming up with internship which are not of the expected level,
Sir, you will have to cut short the
Sunil
question.
sir
I'm sorry.
as Sunil sir mentioned. So what how can we have a disconnect on this this disconnect issue be resolved? How to find organizations for having internships?
And so we can also connect back after the forum, because we do have a lot of inputs both
Thank
sides.
you, sir. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, all the panelists. Thank you so much for that amazing session. Now, we would like to give our token of appreciation to all of you. I request the moderator, Mr. Richard Anthony, to please give away the mementos to the panelists. Please, sir. I also request Ms. Sarita PA to please give the memento to our moderator for that amazing session. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. Can we also have a group picture, please? All of you together in a group picture. Yes, in the center. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That was an amazing session, a thought-provoking discussion. Thank you for that. We move on to the next panel discussion. I invite on stage Mr. Arun Cherian, Mr. Gautam Shankar, Dr. Joseph Benavin, and the moderator, Mr. C. Padmakumar, Special Officer, Kerala Medical Technology Consortium. I request the moderator, Mr. C. Padmakumar, to please introduce the guest. I invite everyone on stage. Thank you. And this is about Heal with Tech, building med tech talent. Let's have a beautiful panel discussion. Yet one more. We will have a 45 minutes discussion. There will be a warning at 40 minutes that you have 5 minutes left. After that 45 minutes, we can have a 10 minutes question answer session. So that is 45 minutes of discussion and 10 minutes for question answer session. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, one of the last questions that was asked by a gentleman sitting in the front row, I think he was addressing it to the wrong panel. This is the correct panel, and I'm sure that our panelists here will be able to give you an answer. Let me first introduce our panelists. We have a very interesting team of panelists here. They include a doctor and two engineers. And this is very significant because the medical device industry in the country is currently at a very nascent level. It practically doesn't exist. We account for something like 1% of the global production. Our products are not really very well respected across the world. Quality is not great, with honorable exceptions. So we have to ask ourselves, why is this so? In spite of the fact that we have the talent, we have the research infrastructure, we have the technology. So there is something missing. I think we'll be able to address these issues today. But first, let me start by introducing our distinguished panel. First and foremost, I'd like to introduce Dr. Joseph Benavin, a medical graduate who is specialized in hospital and health systems management, a highly accomplished healthcare professional with over 30 years of experience in hospital management. He serves as the managing director, Lourdes Hospital, Taliparamba, and executive trustee of the Lourdes Education Institutions. Beyond his personal interests, Dr. Benavin has also made significant contributions to various professional and social organizations. He has distinguished himself as secretary and president of the IMA Kerala State Chapter and holds important portfolios at the national level. A major contribution of his was setting up the largest biomedical waste management system in the country, which I think many of you would have heard about, IMAGE. He's also the recipient of numerous awards, including IMA Doctor of the Year Award in 2015 and the IMA Leadership Award. One other seminal contribution that Dr. Benavin has made, which is not very well known, is his untiring efforts to make IEDCs, that's Innovation and Entrepreneurship Development Centers in medical institutions in the state, a reality. And I'm very glad to say that it now is a reality. So a warm welcome to you, Dr. Benavin, and thank you for being here. I'd like to now introduce Gautam Shankar, whom I know a little bit personally too. He's a biomedical engineer from Model Engineering College. He's done his MBA from the University of Liverpool. He has extensive work experience in medical devices, in regenerative medicine, in electronics. His career started with Penpal, where he was in the R&D division, manufacturing medical devices for blood component separation. Moved to a Japanese company in regenerative medicine. He spent 6 years with Kimball Electronics, an EMS company. Then with Everna, building test automation for medical and pharma manufacturing. And currently, he has started a new venture, and I'm sure he will have something to say about that uh, during his address to us. Our third panelist, Arun Cherian, is the founder of a very interesting and innovative organization called Rise Bionics. It's an assistive technology company based in Bangalore. Arun is a robotics graduate from Columbia University. He advanced his research at UC Berkeley, studying how people and animals move, developing new kinds of prosthetics and exoskeletons. He left his PhD at Purdue to focus on his mission of creating affordable, high quality prosthetics for people in countries like India, where access to such devices is still largely unmet. And as a scale up fellow at MIT's D Lab, he's also a consultant for organizations like the International Committee of the Red Cross. He has collaborations with the National Rehabilitation Council of India, and he remains committed to making life changing technology accessible to all. So, in today's panel discussion, what we're going to look at is basically what kind of jobs and what kind of skills are needed in the broad medical technology and healthcare sector. So we have representatives of both these sectors. I mentioned early on in my address that it's interesting and very significant that we have both engineers and a doctor sitting here. Why is this so? For the medical device industry to succeed, it has been shown globally that you need to actually work in clusters. And the cluster, the best examples of which are in the United States, actually works when engineers and doctors work very closely together. Unfortunately, in our country, they don't work together at all. And which is, I think the results speak for themselves. It's not surprising why we have such a small industry and why we have such a small global share. So I'm going to start by asking the question first to Dr. Benavan. Dr. Benavan, do you think, speaking from your vantage point and specifically for the healthcare industry, is there a jobs problem? One. Two, we keep hearing that there is a skills problem. Now, personally, I'm not sure whether that is true or this has just been invented by companies who don't want to give jobs to people. But I will defer to your views. So, would you please comment on these two things?
Yeah, with regard to the job problem, see, basically doctors are trained to be clinicians, and the only tool that they think about and they work on is the stethoscope. So if you're looking at the industry at large, the penetration of doctors into the industry, I would say it's very minuscule, because student and young doctors as such, they are not sensitized and they are not aware of the opportunities that the industry provides them. And also they are not pretty aware of what contribution they can make to whether it's the medtech or the health tech industry. And regarding you said, asked about the job fact, obviously we're moving into a stage where we have, Kerala and the country as such is producing a lot more doctors, because as per WHO recommendations, you need one doctor for every 1,000 population, and Kerala has already come to around sub 500, which obviously means we have surplus doctors here. Jobs are an issue, and the Indian Medical Association also has taken it up very seriously. And you would be surprised if I say we have a special committee that's been formed at the national level to look into job opportunities and career opportunities for young doctors. So this is what it is. And as far as the skill sets of doctors are concerned, vis-a-vis the industry is, I would say it's almost zero. Because, you know, if you have an industry which is medtech, obviously the missing link here is the doctor, the clinician, the presence of a clinician. Because even now when engineers come up with projects, actually the initiation, probably all of you, Arun would have thought of this within himself as a robotic engineer. And then he would have approached doctors. Doctors, obviously you need doctors to validate it, because ultimately they are the end users of the product. And they, if a doctor certifies that a product is not good, that's the end of it. So even when engineers go in, they need to have the validation of doctors and the role of doctors. So how best can we get doctors into the whole ecosystem is what we need to discuss, and how we, all of us should put our brains together so that there is that interdisciplinary collaboration that's going on. It's not just between doctors and engineers alone, but also we need to have management consultants as well. And the Indian Medical Association, I'll come into it later. The Indian Medical Association has done a lot of work in this, and I'm happy to say that at least in Kerala we are seeing good results, which I would narrate when the subsequent questions.
Thank you, Dr. Benavan. Gautam, I'd like to go to you. And you have been sort of straddling electronics and medical device industries. So the same question, is there a jobs problem? Meaning, are there enough jobs in these industries? Second question, if there are sufficient jobs, do we have people who have the necessary skills, or is there a gap there?
So the way I would like to address this is to ask if, I mean, instead of calling it a jobs problem, see what's the job opportunity, and why I'm taking that angle. I'll come to that. Now, as you mentioned in your startup when you were starting off, India is a very small part of the global medical devices industry today, 1 to 2% globally. And that is growing at a CAGR of 15-16% annually, which means that in the next few years, significantly more number of jobs would be created. So are we ready for that? I think should be the more relevant question than whether there are jobs today. And so from that perspective, there are a lot more jobs coming in the medtech and medical device space for sure. There's no doubt about that. I think China and India are the only countries that are growing at 15-16% CAGR in terms of output. And we are significantly lower than China, much significantly lower than China. So I see that opportunity coming up, and I think we should be getting prepared for that. So that's one part. Do we have the skills? I think that is a slightly more complex problem, because if I look only at the number of engineers that are graduating, we probably have larger numbers than anywhere else in the world. So we have, I don't know, 80K, 100K. If I add the mechanical electrical engineers in the mix, 80 to 100K engineers.
Does that include China also?
No, India alone.
Meaning, how do we compare with
So
China?
with China, we are very similar in terms of the number of engineers that are graduating. With respect to US, Germany, France, which are the other large medical device players, we are way higher. So if you look at, so that in that sense, it's not the number of engineers that is there, but I think it is the quality of engineers. And when I say engineers, I mean quality of all the jobs. And when I say quality, I am thinking about industry readiness, certain specialization to be able to get right into the job, things like that. So while the numbers are there, I think we lack the industry readiness of the graduates who are coming in. And it's also complicated by things like talent retention, brain drain, things like that, because some of the top talent just goes out. So how much of it is remaining in India, I don't have those numbers, but I'm guessing that we don't have the best talent retained. So just a few thought points, but I think we can discuss.
Yeah, thanks, Gautam. I'll come to you, Arun. Again, it's exactly the same question. However, I think we're looking at a slightly different aspect of it, meaning you're a mechanical engineer. I know that mechanical engineering seems to be out of fashion. We're all IT people these days, but you still need physical products, and we do need mechanical engineers. So, talking about it from the point of view of mechanical engineering jobs, number one. Two, you are now in a very interesting field, assistive technology, which is, I think, absolutely at its nascent stage. It is even more so than medical devices, especially in this country, and even I would venture to say probably globally. So we think that there are enormous opportunities. We don't really know. Do you think there is a shortage of jobs in these areas, or the other way around? And again, skills. Do we have the right kind of skill?
It's a big question. And addressing the first question about jobs, my answer is yes and no. Yes, there is plenty of jobs, but it is nowhere near the quantum a country like India ought to be at. Meaning, there ought to be many more jobs that a nation like India should be able to create to cater to the population. In terms of skills, I can talk for myself. I struggle to hire so much so that I find it easier hire diploma or technical technicians that have critical thinking, first principles thought process, and then build them. Many of them are there because in today's day and in time, it is very difficult to train somebody for the challenges or the job requirement for tomorrow. They need to learn on the go. They need to learn, eat with the democratization of knowledge, the internet. They need to be able to read papers, understand what is cutting edge, and bring that to the very short. I don't think India is anywhere near having the skill set required for cutting edge innovation. There is a long way we can go. And it's not about having deep domain identification or skill development, be it we just need to give them an opportunity to be exposed to the various domains, let them build their own skill sets, and then they'll be able to solve problems that are out there in the domain.
So maybe I misunderstood, but I am seeing a little bit of a contradiction here between what Gautam said and what you're saying. So he was saying that there are plenty of engineers, but maybe not the right kind of skills. And if I heard you right, Arun, you said that you're not finding the engineers so much so that you even have to go and find diploma holders to do the job.
Because engineers are overrated. Yeah.
Okay.
We're saying the same thing. Yeah.
All right.
Saying the same thing.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. I want to, get in a little bit deeper and quickly get each of your assessments. Maybe we can start with you, Gautam, and then come this way. We are talking about jobs, skills, etc. And I have always been uncomfortable with this discussion because there doesn't seem to be enough reference to data. So what is actually the size of the problem? Can anybody tell us, look, you need a million engineers in this country, or I don't know what those numbers are. Is it 10 million engineers and we are 50% short? So I know that data is hard to come by in India, but if you do have any kind of data, either for India or for the state, or even if you could talk about maybe your own experience with a company. That would be very helpful. Somehow, if we can get a sense of what is actually the size of the problem.
Yeah. So I did some research, so I can share some data on. So let's take. So first of all, the size of the industry, because that is we have to compare what in terms of skills against the size of the industry, the number of jobs, right? In the US, for the size of the industry that they have, which is, I think, 20 times what we have here, the number of manufacturing jobs is about 100,000 people, roughly. In China, which is, I think, a little bit more manufacturing oriented, this size is 300 to 400,000. So that makes me think that as we go up that chain of R&D and research and all that, obviously the numbers come down a little bit. But in the manufacturing sector, if we were to grow similarly, then there is a lot of jobs are there to be created.
Here you're talking about medical devices?
I'm talking only about medical devices.
Not electronics as a broader.
Well, there'll be some electronics which comes into
But
medical
that's part
device
of this.
space. Yes, but I'm talking about data which is relating to medical device and medtech only. I'm not the larger. I mean that the larger number would be very large. Say for instance, I have been to Foxconn facilities in China, where a single factory employs 500,000 people. Yeah. So then, if you look at those kind of numbers, I mean, this I'm talking medtech. And from the data that I could get, which doesn't seem totally accurate, because some numbers that we discussed, I think yours are slightly on the higher side, but in India, this number is closer to like 20K or something like that in terms of the jobs that the industry has today.
20,000.
Yeah. That number could be wrong because some of this data is not entirely reliable. I think the numbers from US and China are more reliable.
Would you say, okay, let's say that there are these 20,000 jobs. Are there more applicants for these jobs or less?
In contrast, if we look at the engineers, and I mean, we create 80,000, 90,000, 100,000 engineers every year. So there's a huge gap between the jobs that are available versus engineers that we have.
So many more engineers than jobs.
Is what it is. But to Arun's point, will all these engineers be qualified for these jobs? That's a question.
Understood. Dr. Benaman, if we look at doctors, and if you have any data on, let's say, Kerala or India, whichever it is, what is the situation? How many doctors do we have? How many do we produce every year? And what do you think is the shortage, if any?
See, in terms of the number of doctors, India as such produces around 125,000 doctors as of today. And the central government, the Modi government is, it's got a plan to add another 75,000 output every year, which means within the next 3-4 years, we will have 2 lakh doctors coming out of the various medical colleges across the country. So why they do this is, why they keep increasing the number of doctors is because, healthcare is essentially something that every human being will need to have access to. So we have, we see an urban-rural divide, a disparity between the distribution within urban areas and the rural areas. So the government goes by the rural areas thinking that India lives in the villages. So even though we have a lot of doctors, surplus of doctors in the urban areas, the rural areas are underserved. And that's exactly the reason why, we keep on producing more doctors. See, now since we're talking about the industry part here, what I personally feel is India produces a lot more doctors than is actually needed for the delivery of healthcare. So if we could channelize a major chunk of them into medtech and other related industries, the industry also will boom. It will be an added support to the engineers who have the capability to develop. So that channelization of doctors is essential at this point in time, but especially I personally believe that we have surplus of doctors. Like I said, in Kerala, even though the WHO recommendation is 1,000, we are at around 500 plus, and the numbers are increasing because we have a lot more foreign medical graduates also coming into the country, and then they also take up clinician jobs. So clinician jobs are good, doctors are going to find it difficult. So it's important that when there is a medtech industry and the government is very ambitious about the medtech and the technology part of healthcare, it's important that we channelize them and provide them with a platform where they are sensitized to it, and they also realize that that's equally important, because from a doctor's point of view, it's always the patient. So while you deliver healthcare, the technology that goes into healthcare delivery is even more important, because like people always say, if you practice as a clinician, you are practicing. That is, you are just doing what you are supposed to do and you keep on doing it. But when you bring in technology and you bring in innovation, you can improve the healthcare delivery that's already being given. So we need to find a mechanism where we bridge this gap, and then we try to get doctors onto where the industry needs them.
So I'm going to take a slightly different tack now. My understanding is that we have excess supply of both doctors and engineers. As far as the medical device industry is concerned, the situation is not all that bad. There are jobs. It's growing at 15% per annum, as you said, Gautam, which means there is a market for talent. However, there seems to be another issue, which is we don't seem to have the right kind of skills to even fill the existing jobs. So, in this context, I know that it is, common for us to keep advising the government about what it should be doing. But can we, among ourselves, stop for a minute and say, what can we do without any help from the government? Say, from industry standpoint, Arun, what could industry actually do to try and bridge this gap, the skills gap?
Again, it is a first principles approach wherein we just create exposure, opportunities for exposure, internships, where be it from school or even college, people get first-hand exposure on the challenges out in the world, be it shadowing a doctor, be it shadowing engineers, so that they get a sense of the challenges, and then they start working on problems at a small scale, and then they start building in particular skill set that gives them very niche competence. So it is, and given how the world is progressing, technology is progressing, it is becoming hyper niche, that once you have core competence, be it of mechanical engineering or electrical computer science, MBBS, it is the requirement of the employee or the cadet to then develop a plethora of skills that give them niche expertise. Give them opportunities, internships, be it in hospitals, be it in companies, be let them find out problems that they can identify for themselves or that the seniors are working on. And then that is the birth mechanism for key innovative products, solutions. Today, we can't afford to make replicas that the West are creating or bare minimum replicas of what the West is creating. It is our burden to create effective, efficient solutions that the market, like India, puts out.
So, thanks for that, Arun. And I want to go straight to Gautam before I come to you, Dr. Paranan. I've heard this criticism from many people in industry that our apprenticeship or lack of it, our failure to help students in school and college actually do things with their hands, seriously incapacitates them when they come into the job market. So first thing, do you think that is a problem? Two, uh, the one profession where I see a complete difference between this, sort of almost, what shall I say, Brahminical aversion to doing anything with your hands seems to be the medical profession, where undoubtedly Indian doctors are very good at what they do as clinicians. And I think that has a lot to do with the house surgency, that where you're actually doing something. So, what do you think? Is my assessment right? Do you agree with it?
I absolutely agree. Barring some of the really good institutions in India, so I think that we should differentiate between that. So, some of the top institutions uh, have programs where students actually get involved with industry and internship and so on. But the much larger population of colleges and schools and universities, this is not taken seriously. And that is a problem we face when we are trying to get people, extremely difficult to get them. I was, and you asked what the industry does. I mean, I would say what we do. I mean, obviously, we cannot be charity organizations, right? We have to do business. But what we do is we are taking in engineers who are not ready for the job. And we are spending considerable amount of time in training them and educating them um, and giving them those hands-on on the best in technology, best in world-class manufacturing, whatever it is, right? So we are helping build that. But when they come to us, I mean, like I said, unless I go to the really top tier institutions, 9 out of 10 cases, we have to put in that time and effort in building it.
Dr. Benaman, I think this would be a good, point at which to dwell on um, what doctors lack. Not in terms of their essentially what they're doing in India, which is clinical practice, but I think you'll agree that not enough doctors in India are engaged in research or in any kind of, medical device development. So the IEDCs, something which you have been championing, I think is a step in that direction. So could you tell us about the efforts of IMA and various other stakeholders, and what is this IEDC? What does it represent for medical institutions in Kerala?
See, innovation, entrepreneurship, development centers. See, it's a Kerala Startup Mission initiative. One thing, when IMA looked into it, we suddenly realized all streams of education, starting from whether it's the arts colleges, the engineering colleges, they have these IEDCs set up in their educational institutions where students, while they start off their education itself, they are sensitized. They have multiple programs of sensitization. So they get that analytical mind and they start thinking. They become inquisitive about the whole thing. It's part of their training as they move through. They have got coordinators who work on it, and very closely they connect with industry also. But as far as the healthcare is concerned, we are only focusing on one industry, that is the healthcare industry. And essentially, a medical student, when you join MBBS, it's a skill-based. MBBS medicine is a skill-based program because right from the second year onwards, you are interacting with the patient, and that explains the competency that a doctor has when they clear their MBBS and their house surgency of 1 year pure practical thing, which engineers do lack. So what we felt was at the Indian Medical Association, because technology is coming into the healthcare arena in a big way, with artificial intelligence coming in, we felt that doctors also have to move in. So we tried doing multiple sessions there, but then it was not working because it's not part of their curriculum and there is no system for it. So to develop a system, the Indian Medical Association started on a campaign with the support of Kerala Medical Technology Consortium and the Kerala Startup Mission to have IEDCs formally set up in medical colleges. So when we went about this campaign, what we realized was there was a lot of hesitancy from the government institutions because unless and until the government comes out with an order, they are not able to do it. Whereas the private institutions, the private medical colleges, some of them had absorbed it, but on a large scale, it's like, sporadic. You have one there, you have one there. But we wanted it to be a system in place where doctors have IEDCs. So this campaign was going on, and I'm happy to say 2 months back, the government of Kerala has come out with an order where innovation, entrepreneurship, development centers should be set up in medical colleges. Then that's just one part of it. So what we did was after that, as you always know, doctors can only come up with an idea. They can only identify a problem. The design part, the development part, obviously they need to collaborate with engineers, for which the Indian Medical Association, we wanted to have nodal engineering institutions which would support. So we decided on the cluster formation, wherein we had discussions with NIT Calicut, which is a premier engineering institution. We spoke to IIT Palakkad. We had some kind of a discussion with CUSAT also, and we intend to form 4 clusters across the state, so that 33 medical colleges are divided between these 3 engineering colleges, so that the bridge is built between engineering students and medical students, so that medical students also get a lot more opportunity to move into the technology and the innovation part, and also they get guidance. At the same time, we also had discussions with the Indian Institute of Management, Kozhikode, to see if business concepts can only come from management institutions, the best business concepts, so that we have a cluster where we have medical graduates, we have engineering graduates, and also MBA business graduates coming in, so that the entire link. And at the same time, we are also trying to connect to the industry as well. Like Arun's got an industry, obviously we should give doctors an opportunity to come there and have an internship. But our course is so structured, like doctors, we work for our medical students, they work for 18 hours on the floor of the hospital. So how they find time to do all this is also a moot question. So once we have it in place, I think things will work out. And we've already had discussions with the Kerala University of Health Sciences to include a module into the MBBS curriculum on innovation and entrepreneurship. So this is the way that we're trying to get doctors into the medtech or doctors into research and into, give them that inquisitive to ignite that spark of innovation in them. That is one set of IEDCs, so they have something there, then the cluster formations, and then the syllabus itself. So this is what the Indian Medical Association has been working on. And probably within the next 1 year, we should have it in place, well laid out. And then we will bring in the industry, because when we have these structures in place and when the industry feels that doctors have the time, that medicos have the time to spare to interact with them, I'm sure a lot more industries will come into the medical institutions. And then we have a holistic approach to where medtech should be. And then obviously we will achieve whatever targets we have set in place.
Can I ask, Dr. Joseph, this is phenomenal. Can you comment on the grant or the funding structure? Because many students from colleges have approached me saying that I had an idea, but they didn't have the money to pay for the essential raw materials, be it for the prototypes. Can you comment on the funding structure for ideas?
See, if you have good ideas, as far as Kerala is concerned, because we have a very robust startup ecosystem, the Kerala Startup Mission, they have grants of 2 lakhs, they have grants of 10 lakhs. For idea alone, they have grants of 2 lakhs. Even without IEDCs, when we went around medical colleges trying to spread the concept, we came across so many students who had this ideation grant of 2 lakhs from the Startup Mission. So grant would never be an issue. If you have a good idea that can be validated and can be scaled up, money will come in.
Thank you, Dr. Benavan. I think this is an extremely important development as far as Kerala and the country itself are concerned. This innovative idea to introduce IEDCs in medical institutions, I'm not sure if this exists in any other state. And I'm not sure that we actually understand the significance of this development. it is also necessary for the government to publicize this, very important step, because this is actually a foundational step as far as the medical device industry is concerned. So thank you, Dr. Benavan and IMA, for everything that the organization has done under your leadership. I want to now come to some specifics, and let's talk a little bit about the future. So when we talk about whether it is assistive technology, electronics, biomedical engineering, or healthcare as a whole, these are not industries of the past. These are actually industries of the future. I think we are only going to see growth. So how do you see this growth? Number one. Two, what kind of jobs are there which are generally not so well known? I know of some jobs that most people don't have any clue about in these sectors. But as experts in the field, I'll start with you, Gautam. Can you think of the kinds of jobs that are opening up now and are likely to be out there in the future? And any numbers that you can give us, like in terms of numbers of jobs, plus any idea about the salaries.
So in terms of, so when I think about this, I have a couple of points that come to mind. One is in general, interdisciplinary. So interdisciplinary could be within engineering, interdisciplinary. Dr. Benan talked about the medical plus engineering. I'm sure there are other, non-medical, non-engineering kind of things which become interdisciplinary. So,
sorry to interrupt. 5 minutes left on discussion.
Okay, so I think interdisciplinary jobs is a huge area. Since there's only 5 minutes left, shall I pass on? I don't have exact numbers, but at least in the biomedical engineering by nature is interdisciplinary. And anybody interested in coming into this medical device, medical medtech space, giving some attention to that interdisciplinary nature would be extremely useful. So I'll just stop with that.
Dr. Benavan?
The opportunities for medical graduates outside of the healthcare delivery is tremendous, especially, healthcare, any equipment you take within 1 year, it becomes redundant. That is the pace at which technology, embraces the healthcare system. So doctors, if they move into it, especially with artificial intelligence coming in a big way, it's affecting every point of care. So I personally feel that, doctors will have a lot more opportunities in biotechnology, biomedical engineering, even if it's in IT with artificial intelligence into software development. The pharma industry is a huge untouched industry as far as the medical and in general in India as such. So there are a lot of opportunities. The only thing is we need to skill our generation, see doctors also as an integral part of the medtech industry and try to take them. We are moving forward, but we got to take them there because doctors will be the slowest to move because, they are not, for them, it's not needed. It's something very alien to them. So, but we can get there and then, then things are going to look very different.
Arun? I would add to what Dr. Joseph and Gautam had mentioned. As Gautam mentioned about interdisciplinary, I would say it's far more than interdisciplinary where the future is quite undefined. Like I would argue maybe until 2 years ago, we didn't know what prompt engineering is. I would argue maybe until 5 years ago, we wouldn't know that one could make a career on YouTube. So I future is very dynamic. People need to find and build deep skill sets, insights, be it in curriculums or forums that they read online. They should be able to be it specific platforms, be it specific tools. It is far increasing the pace of adaptation. So yes, be it with AI, one needs to develop deep domain expertise.
So sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to specifically touch on one topic which Arun brought up. It is the AI revolution that's going on. It's a type of interdisciplinary maybe, but it's a huge thing.
Opportunities, job opportunities.
It's a huge opportunity. It's already here. It's not a thing of the past. It's and we are not prepared. At least the engineers, people who come to to our interviews, they are not prepared. They don't know what's happening. At most, they know Chat GPT, but that is nothing. I mean, that's not even scratching the surface, right?
Yeah.
And that for doctors or for engineers or for anybody is a huge skill set to have. So just wanted to touch on that point before I.
Thank you. So since we are almost out of time, one quick round. Any last?
We are done.
Any recommendations that each of you have for the government of Kerala?
I think, sir, only 1 minute left.
We have 5 minutes after that, isn't it?
No, you have 1 minute left.
Oh, altogether.
And then 10 minutes for question answers.
And then is the question answer. After that is the question. Yeah, please. Arun, would you like to go?
So I would talk about vastly increasing exposures and internship programs so that people have an understanding of what's out there and deep insightful problems that they can attack. I would strongly encourage the government to fast track clinical trials because the rate of innovation, I firsthand experienced it. By the time I got approval for the clinical trial, we were 9 generations ahead in terms of development. So improving the fast tracking clinical trials and also increasing the risk capital. When research happens, some are going to go wrong, some are going to be duds, but nevertheless, there has to be access to capital under regulation so that we can truly create innovative solutions.
Dr. Bannerman?
Sorry to interrupt. The time's up. Kindly wind up, please.
Okay. So, a question session now. Over to the audience.
Yes, sir. Question answer session now, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning. Yeah, this is such a effective panel on interdisciplinary proposition. Sir, to Mr. Shankar, using the electronic intelligence, now in biomedical and the conventional electronics, you are using hard materials. If given the provision for medical devices and diagnosis, which is a huge part of an ecosystem for any country, given the provision of the know-how of smart materials to replace the hard materials, where every European Union, all world is about Israel, US, our country is lacking. And you being Mr. Arun being a mechanical, given the provision for you to manufacture the hardware of it, everything will be given by the cross-border proposition. How effectively you can set up a platform capturing the Mr. Dr. Joseph's entrepreneur expertise. All of you are passionpreneur, technopreneur, entrepreneur. We people will give the input. How well we can formulate a framework on that? How well? Because AI in medical science or device is not perfect. Outcome is you cannot, for example, if I make an antibiotic, the precision of an antibiotic, if you use on a usability, utility front, if you use AI, the outcome is not perfect. Then what will happen? So AI has much, it does go above if it captures the hardware intelligence. So it has to complement with hardware intelligence, then only the perfection medical science comes. Nobody is addressing that. So can I know if these two provisions are given to these technocrats in the electronics and mechanical field, how well you will support us for the central government to revise the plan on policy for this medical device diagnostic industry 5.0 proposition?
I didn't. So, are you asking how we can?
No,
what
now
would,
you
what
are.
would be
You
the
are
platform?
all of you. I'm asking, please come.
Proposal for a platform.
Not
for
proposal. We will be giving. You cannot propose because you are using hard materials. I'm telling we are giving smart materials for you to revive and replace the conventional medical devices and for diagnostic purpose. And he is a mechanical engineer. We will be giving the know-how for him to give the equipment for you to use that. Can you frame a platform for the upcoming entrepreneurs, startups, where the government of India is focusing to bring in a cross-border level this knowledge intelligence to the country? Can you provide a platform? I'm asking only of the platform. Being an entrepreneur, because you are from the medical science, but you are all entrepreneurs. That's why.
Okay, so can we provide a platform?
We will be giving the know-how.
Yeah.
Again, I'm telling you, are using hard materials in electronic device. Am I right?
So, sir, I don't understand exactly what you mean by hard materials.
Hard material means for any electronic device, when we replace the conventional resistors, capacitors, conductors in the printable form, that means smart material.
Flexible electronics you're talking about. Okay.
So flexible will be replacing the conventional. There is no electronic waste. No, we can claim carbon footprint, and entire United Nations Green Initiative will support you. So India is lacking that knowledge intelligence. Now we are open. Already we missed the semiconductor bus. This government don't want to miss. Medical diagnostic and a huge, humongous requirement, humongous proposition. Such a huge interest in these flexible electronics.
Yeah, absolutely.
The control is with the European Union.
So flexible electronics is
printable electronics, flexible electronics, printed intelligence, like that. All that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think flexible electronics, printable electronics, etc., is already available in some at some stage in India.
No, sir, full stage is 100% available, not in our country. We are bringing to the country. Monopolies with the European Union, Israel, US, etc. Not the US, European Union.
Okay.
All of you right now, 3 or 4 of you are using your mobile is a flexible electronics only display. Display is flexible electronics.
Yeah. So that's why I
suggest,
said,
Gautam, that maybe we can take this offline because we have. Very
Please,
few minutes,
what is your
few more
suggestion on that,
questions.
Mr. Shankar? What is just because you are.
we can definitely use we are already looking at using the latest technologies
Yes,
in
that
the
is what I
platforms that we build. We are not, we are looking at front edge of technology, the latest edge of technology in terms of whether it is electronics, in terms of whether it is materials. Arun has some proprietary patented kind of materials that he builds himself. Electronics, we use the latest. Semiconductors, we may have missed the bus in terms of manufacturing, but not in terms of design. I think we have been very much there.
Design is there, but still not 100%. We are not perfect in design of semi. Fab Lab design is the huge, humongous cost.
I mean,
we are bringing down the cost now.
Totally agree. We have to improve on that.
I think I may have to intervene, sir, because other people also may have some questions.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful panel. Couple of practical things that I have encountered as an engineering college principal. One is, and Padmura sir knows, there are student teams which will come up with good ideas which they'll complete as part of a project. But then the conventional wisdom of recruitment and placement sets in, and they're not very sure how far the project can go as a product. So can we think of incubators as recruiters, where they'll be at least assured a stipend when they step in? Can IEDCs start serving like that so that the family won't put much pressure on them and engineers will feel this is a safer area to come in? The second part is, I have personally been part of developing low-cost medical electronics, but then testing, we have absolutely no clue where to go. Ethics committee is something we have never heard of in engineering college. So we start off with that. So I think, what are the steps that we need to take in these two areas? Thank you.
One quick response to that, Arun. As far as the the ethics committee, clinical trials, etc., you have only one stop. Come to us, KMTC. Now, regarding the other point, perhaps Gautam can respond.
So, sir, you're absolutely right. I didn't get a chance on 3 recommendations but I'll take this chance. You're absolutely right that the testing and validation of medical devices or even other devices, we don't have the facilities, especially in Kerala. I mean, there are facilities elsewhere in India, but in Kerala, that is very, very, I mean, it's there, but the scale is too small. So I've been saying this, I think, before also in other panels. This is something we really have to do something about. I also feel that streamlining the regulatory systems and standardization are also very critical, because many times we end up making substandard products and they we get away with it. And I mean, you had earlier quoted to me one of those things, you know, you have to aim high, cannot aim low and then be satisfied with it. So I totally agree with you, sir. And on the third point about, so for me as a company, I am looking for students who have entrepreneurial skills and problem solving. I think when we talk about engineering skills, the biggest skill probably is problem solving. So people who have problem solving skills are probably entrepreneurs in some way, and we are happy to look at them from a recruitment standpoint.
So just as an aside, Gautam, this is the person I was talking about. This is Trinity College of Engineering. Might suggested you visit.
Connect with you, sir.
So I think we may be out of time, or do we have time for more questions?
We are actually out of time, but if there is anybody else who wants to ask one question, we have space for one more question. If there is anyone, yes. Can we please give him a mic? That will be the last question.
Hi, good morning all. My question is that, as healthcare goes digital, what balance we should strike between, the personal data goes for innovation for a betterment, but how will we protect the individual privacy?
How will how will we protect data privacy? That's the question, right? So I think there is already act which has been passed by the government of India, the DPDP Act, and I feel that should take care of things. If you're asking what is the industry's perspective,
No, totally, the time it is going to the digital, the data is using for the innovation.
correct.
So how will we protect the individual privacy? Because these all data are going for many places.
True. No. So that's why I said the overarching legislation which governs the use of data, including health data, is the DPDP Act. So I don't think we need to worry about the data privacy. The problem is how to use the data. In fact, innovation is being seriously affected today because nobody seems to be sure in government how to use data. I think the privacy is not the problem.
Healthcare, when data is shared, the identity of the patient or whoever is concealed. Only the data goes. You don't conceal the name of the patient or the identity of the patient, because what you need is a disease condition, or you need just see what is there. If it's a pathological thing or an MRI scan, you just need to know what framed the diagnosis.
So on that note, I think we will wind up the session. Thank you all for being a wonderful audience, and thank you to each of our panelists for having been such a wonderful panel. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Ms. Adra C. Nair to please go on stage and give mementos to our panelists as a token of our love and appreciation. Adra C. Nair, TCE K-Disc. Please, ma'am. Can we pose for a group picture, please? All of you together, please. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, moderator. Thank you so much. Now we have another panel discussion, Beyond Earth, Skilling for Space and Aviation Frontiers. I invite on stage Dr. Satya Chakrabarti, founder, CEO, CTO, the E-Plane Co. Mr. Kevin Abraham, Executive Lead, Mission Design, Agnikul Cosmos. And I also invite the moderator, Mr. Vishesh Rajaram, Managing Partner, Special Invest. I request the moderator to please give an introduction on panelists. I request all these gentlemen to please come on stage. This will be a 1 hour panel discussion with 45 minutes for the discussion and 10 minutes for question answer. After 40 minutes, there will be a warning. I'm sorry, I will have to interrupt and say that 40 minutes are over and you have only 5 minutes left. And then we have discussion for another 5 minutes. And after that, we can have question answer sessions. Thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Satya. Thanks, Kevin. Thanks for coming in here today. I'd like to start off with maybe if you can give a brief introduction of yourselves and what got you to come to the sector of space and aviation, so that the audience gets a little bit of background about who you are and what you do.
Yeah, I'm Satya Chakravarti, basically a professor of aerospace engineering at IIT Madras. And I was doing combustion, and it seemed like the world was turning electric. And I was basically exploring what's going to happen in aviation with electrification. And we found that eVTOLs is actually the first step towards electrification of aviation. And there was a plum market to go after, particularly in the Indian context of congested roads and so on. So that's the reason why I thought I was solving that problem.
And Kevin, maybe you can also talk about what Agnikul does and your own background.
So I'm from Agnikul. We basically build launch vehicles for small satellites. And myself, I've been part of Agnikul for the last 5 years, building structures and systems for space systems as such.
Thank you. Dr. Satya, we'll start with you. So at E-Plane, you're building an electric plane that is supposed to vertically take off with passengers, go to a particular place, drop and come back. To a large extent, you're building an industry ground up as against replicating an existing industry. So when you think of a business like this, in the context of skills, in the context of newer technologies, how does an organization like yourself think about skilling, think about training, think about these new areas?
Yeah, so there are a few things that are different about what we do to develop an eVTOL when compared to what a typical industry would go through, existing industry. Part of it is technical, part of it is more organizational, and the skilling part has background, I mean, as an underpinning on both. So one, eVTOLs is actually a completely new bird. I mean, the cliched phrases is it's a completely different animal, but in this case, the animal turns out to be a bird. It takes off vertically, but flies forward like a plane. So neither can I actually go to a helicopter expert to learn from how helicopters work, nor can I go to a fixed wing expert and ask him how the fixed wing plane works. We have a bit of both. The question is how much bit is really the question. So am I actually packing all of what a helicopter would want, and am I packing all of what a plane would want? In which case, how is it possible for me to make use of the fact that I have a full-fledged helicopter with me when I'm flying like a plane, and how can I utilize the helicopter aspect of it? And similarly, the vice versa. When I'm now taking off and landing, if I'm having a helicopter worth of power or capability, how am I, is a fixed wing actually coming as a hindrance, or is that a way by which I can utilize it, and so on? So we have to think from starting from a typical mission that this aircraft will fly. on how are we going to capture the essence of both to work together, and then start going backwards to designing each of these aspects, keeping in mind that there is something that is at the back that we can fall back on, but at the same time, you won't actually keep it as a more of a safety feature, as a redundancy, or if I'm actually trying to do that, then am I going to incur too much weight of the aircraft, and therefore the aircraft cost also will increase, ultimately the BOM cost, or how do we make this affordable? Um, these are all questions where a typical helicopter thinking has to be unlearned, and you have to relearn how to do an eVTOL, and vice versa. The fixed wing learnings will have to be unlearned, and you have to relearn how the eVTOL learning has to be done. That's got nothing to do with the fact that it's electric to begin with. And that's a completely different story, right? So how do I make batteries for these? What are the kind of redundancies in the batteries that I have to have? How do I deal with things like a potential thermal runaway? If there is a thermal runaway that happens in an electric car, you have the possibility of pulling out of the road and to the curb and parking and running out of there. You can't do that in midair with this. So what are the precautions that you have to take about this, and what are the fallback options you have to have? So the kind of standards that we have to live with, and the kind of standards that we have to set beyond what we have to just live with are tremendous. And the last part, last but one, I would say, the second last part is we can't use motors that actually go with electric vehicles on the ground. We need to have much, much higher power density motors. And unless we have those kinds of motors, we will not be able to solve the problem. And that's something that we have to work on. And the last part is something that's kind of mind-boggling, which is the level of autonomy that we have to develop on this flight with a sensor stack of radars, lidars, and cameras, and a sensor fusion algorithms that we have to develop, the AI that we have to slap on detection of obstacles and avoidance. How does that get connected to the flight controller? How does it inform the flight controller to take decisions on the fly? And how do these things inform the pilot, and how does the human machine interface work? Those things. These are not usually done in regular aviation, because we're talking about flying over congested spaces with buildings around and all of those things. We have to figure out all of this. And when compared to conventional aviation, where flight distances are typically fairly long, we talk about many more takeoffs and landings. Life of aircraft is typically based on the number of takeoffs and landings that you go through. In that sense, we have to actually account for a lot more lifing when compared to what a normal aircraft goes through. All of this simply means that even the best expert around in the world will have to reskill himself or herself, let alone the person fresh out of college. So the person fresh out of college actually has a much better opportunity, because he or she doesn't have to unlearn much, right? And when I say much, I think that's a question that I'll probably defer to for another question on what do they learn in colleges, and that they may have to unlearn, right? And so on. But it's a hugely unlearning and relearning experience for us. And it's a very interesting situation to be, because that positions us at the cutting edge of technology in the world and all that. All of that stuff is the tech. But I also talked about the org. Now, remember, all of these things are actually being done in a startup environment, right? I'm not a Boeing, I'm not a whatever you want to call it, like a Reliance or any of the established aerospace players. Reliance is not aerospace established, but no, a big company basically, right? Which has money to throw around, get the skill sets that they can command at the disposal. They have some pedigree doing flying objects and all that stuff. We don't have any of that, right? So we do this in an extremely resource constrained environment, and we have to figure out how to learn fast in a much more frugal manner. So it's very important that we spend our efforts on subscale prototypes, for example, succeed in showing their flights, learn from them in a much cheaper manner and quickly, and then get to the full scale flights. And those are things where, again, the subscale bird is very different from a full scale bird in multiple ways. You can't, everything doesn't exactly scale down. So if you had a full-fledged aerospace expert, they may not really have the way to think about how a subscale prototype has to be developed and that too quickly and all those things. So, and there is mainly because of the cost and time factor, which may not be the case in a, for example, if I were to hire people from HAL, right, where relatively speaking, they have infinite resources and time. That we don't have, we can't afford that. So these are two major constraints, the tech as well as the cost, within which we have to think about the kind of skill sets that we have to acquire and human resources, which those skill sets that we have to acquire. And that's a two huge boundary conditions. They're like two walls through which we have to navigate. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Dr. Satya. Kevin, I'm going to come to you. If you can talk about Agnicool, and of course, a lot of us know that Agnicool 3D prints the rocket engine, so and thereby is able to make the rockets much faster. Now, when you take an old industry like that of the rocket industry or the rocket business, and you're bringing in newer technologies or newer manufacturing concepts, how does one think about new areas of skilling, and how has Agnicool gone about thinking through that?
So I think
Maybe you can give us
yeah.
a little more background about Agnicool as well, so the audience sort of understands.
Yeah. So when we started out at IIT Madras, I think the idea of building a private launch vehicle in India was pretty remote, and this was well before InSpace was set up, and like there was a formal way to establish, connection with ISRO. It was all pretty much, you had to find the connections, make the right test cases, have a way into all these ISRO places to, get at least some framework to be, your template for building something like that. However, now that InSpace has also come in, and we've been able to look at a lot of these options now, with our last launch last year, which was basically for proving some of these systems that we had to develop for the first time, uh, because we could not find an equivalent in the market off the shelf. So to some extent, there is the entire unlearning which we have to go as an industry, but there is also the fact that you have limited time to achieve all the goals that you set out for. So cost and time, I think, was a big question which we tried to answer, and eventually I think that's where we want to get to, where we want to be able to use systems that we develop at our end to meet our needs, and then be able to build on that framework going forward. And that does need a lot of doing things from scratch, and burning your fingers with hardware, figuring out what works and what doesn't, and then taking the next step based on that.
Thank you. Dr. Satya, your company is very unique, where you're making a electric plane and someone has to then run a service on the electric plane. And therefore, the level of training that the pilot needs to have on a traditional plane may be different from that of the electric plane. And you're building things that has to last time, 10, 15, 20 years. So how do you think about training on product usage or traditional planes versus eVTOLs? And how does an organization like yours think about that? I know some of this is 12, 18 months forward, but I'm sure you're already thinking about it.
They are a here and now problem for us. We have to see these things coming, and we have to adapt ourselves, positioning ourselves for that. So I'll come back to the 12 to 18 months a little bit further down my answer. But I want to actually come back to the start of your question, which is we are not unique as such. In fact, rockets are unique. I will just spend one sentence on that. So when Agnicool made their last rocket that actually flew successfully, what I discovered being part of the co-founding team there was, it was one thing to be able to make a rocket, and a completely another thing to actually learn how to launch it, right? And a rocket company is the one that unquestionably gets to be a service company while it's actually a product company, right? So there is absolutely no rocket company in the world that makes a rocket and then hopes to sell it to somebody who will want to launch it, right? Every rocket company has the burden of having to offer launch as a service rather than just build a rocket and keep it in the shelves as an inventory to sell. Um, that said, planes are in that sense a bit more commonplace. And let's say, for example, a really stupid example is let's say you are a soap company, right? You are making soap for other people to use, right? So you're not offering a service of actually trying to bathe people. Uh, uh, so similarly, I think lots of products get made for other people to use. So we have to actually put the user. So there is the customer, then there is a user, right? They are two different guys, and we have to worry about both of them. In the case of plane, for example, the people who are riding are the customers. In fact, the actual customer is the one that is operating the plane, right? Then we have to worry about the customer's customer. And we also actually have to worry about the user who is the pilot that you're asking questions about. Uh, so I did talk about the autonomy stack, right? Coming back to answering the question. Our subscale prototypes obviously were autonomous because they're unmanned. And are unmanned and remotely piloted. These go fairly long distances. Therefore, we will have to actually get them to be completely autonomous. Takeoff to landing, we have demonstrated a completely hands-off flying by the remote pilot. The pilot is just watching what's happening. In that sense, it's not very different from a rocket. A rocket is probably the first unmanned, spacecraft, right? Forget about whether it's spacecraft or aircraft. It does fly through air, go to space. So an aerospace vehicle, and that kind of technology exists for aircraft too, the autopilot that we have to adopt. And we do that in our aerial vehicles anyway. By regulation and by public acceptance, unfortunately, we need to have a human pilot sitting there, right? But it's probably fortunate because he or she could probably apply their minds to edge cases, right, where the autopilot may not have thought through things or situations and so on, and they have to take control and all of those things. So the quick answer is we don't want to depend on the pilot, right? So which essentially means that it becomes that much easier to train the pilot with a simulator. First of all, the simulator actually does lots of edge cases to train the pilot. The vertical takeoff and landing is where a human pilot load would be the maximum if they were to navigate and pilot by themselves. And that is actually completely automated, right? So the pilot simply holds the stick to inform the aircraft to go up or down or pitch up, roll or to the right or left, and yaw. These are the only basic commands at his or her disposal. How that translates to how those 6 vertical rotors distribute their load among themselves to yield to the pilot's command is automated, right? The pilot does not have to apply their mind to every rotor's RPMs and balance things and all those things, right? That's just not an authority that's given to the pilot at all, right? So that means that the pilot simply has exactly the same stick that they would use as a fixed wing aircraft. And the same controls actually then switch over to a fixed wing mode. And in that as well, there is a lever for you to go forward, go faster or slower. Um, and then there are these pitch down, pitch up, these controls, exactly the same controls. So in that sense, we are always conscious of pilot load and pilot's focus, right? Is a pilot going to get distracted getting things done? If something can be done with one hand, do we need two hands, right? And all of these little things actually do matter to us as we speak now, because we are expecting that we will actually have our manned flights in the next 6 to 8 months instead of the 12 to 18 months that you talked about, right? And we have our experimental test pilots already on roles informing us on how the pilot controls should be done, how the displays should be done, and all those things, keeping in mind the pilot loads into account. Yeah. So all these things are all part of the course.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. I've actually been wanting to ask both of you this question, and it actually relates to Agnikul, right? And in May of last year, when Agnikul launched the first rocket and launched it successfully, it later revealed that the vehicle director, right, and the mission director were two young women, one of age 28 and the other was of age 30, right? And for a common man such as me, it was very hard to fathom that a 28 and a 30-year-old people were leading charge of one of India's most important missions. Of course, there's great pride to reflect on to saying that young minds are delivering, but I'm sure there was a lot of organization building, backing, um, and a framework that allowed them to operate and deliver. What happened behind the scenes there? And I know you're privy because you're also co-founder at Agnikul.
Not only that, I was actually hiring them to. Yeah. So I'll pick up on this answer immediately and then let Kevin answer the more detailed answer that he has the vantage point to give. And I will also pull in Kevin himself as an example of the young minds that you talked about, right? Except that he's a male, right? So we celebrate women, but men are really important in this. Right. So the question is about young people. Now, elsewhere we have heard that it takes about 10,000 hours of practice to become an expert in anything. The question is, who is putting those 10,000 hours? And have they actually put the 10,000 hours in a dedicated manner instead of being like a part-time consultant? No matter whether they have put like several tens of thousands of hours in their past careers on something else, right? So what choice do we have? We have the young ones who can actually dedicate themselves for the next several years in their career to build a plane, build a rocket ground up, versus somebody that we can hire who is ex-ISRO. Because in India, if you look at space expertise, it comes primarily from ex-ISRO pedigree. So ISRO puts a 2-year moratorium on people to jump into something similar after their retirement. Many times they have enjoyed extensions into their careers. So by the time you're looking at one such expert, he may be about 65 plus with kids in the US or UAE, and he has to actually live, 3 to 6 months over there to take care of his grandkids and all that stuff. These are very practical problems, right? So in relying on somebody who actually is at the other side of his life, and you're better off actually relying on somebody who is in this side of the life, and let them just immerse themselves day and night, eat and sleep with the rocket in mind, right? It's kind of like tapas that they do, right? A Uma or a Saranya or a Kevin, right? This is their. I mean, to just say bread and butter is a very very simple thing. This is their breath, right? They actually breathe every day the same thing for the last 5 years, 10 years, 6 years, say, right? From 2018, 2019 time frame to 2024. That's actually phenomenal. And you sit across the table with a set of Agnikul people, and you could be one of the best rocket scientists in the world. You will see that these guys actually have answers to pretty much all questions that you have. We can then discuss whether the answers are right or wrong. The fact that they actually have answers itself is amazing, right? Kevin.
I think specifically for those two individuals, I think there was no specific platform that they had to like approach. Like the entire vehicle was the like so I was saying, it was the bread and butter. Like you have to live and breathe the rocket as you go through the day. Uh, but I would also say that there's a certain mindset that needs to evolve over time, which once identified becomes easier to you know build and like build around actually. So with certain kind of people you do see that spark or like your skill set that you can try to build on, and I think we've been very fortunate to have them around to at least have that focus when all the other things happen in the way they do. I mean, hardware is difficult generally, not even in special cases, but like generally, I would imagine, not I don't have to imagine, but hardware is definitely difficult. But to be able to sustain that and to build that into a meaningful product, that I think takes a little bit of dedication, which I would imagine is something that you cannot shy away from once you get to that place. So it's not whether they were ready to be mission directors or vehicle directors when they became that. It's that they grew into the role and they continued that progress as and when the time was right. Like when we did the launch in May 30th, yeah, I can say that they were eligible, the most eligible people in the room to be called the mission director and the vehicle director. And that's not because they were ready for it 3 years before, or if they had the pedigree before, you know, before they were even assigned that responsibility. It's something that they had to learn and accept and, you know, grow as the vehicle grew. So yeah.
I think the fundamental operative word here that Kevin articulated is sense of ownership, right? So a complex system or a product like a rocket or an aircraft is a multidisciplinary thing, right? And many times we now have multiple departments, electrical or mechanical, this, that, and all those things. And then there are heads of these that do their part pretty well and so on. But the moment it actually is a little bit outside of their area of expertise, they could throw up their hands and say, no problem, right? And if the vehicle underperforms because somebody else didn't do their job as well, everybody suffers. But these guys will say, hey, that guy didn't do it. And you can point fingers. But that's not how a vehicle director or a mission director works, right? They essentially develop a sense of ownership for the full vehicle, for the full mission, regardless of who is doing their part, and bring all of them together to rally behind them. That sense of ownership, of course, everybody, lots of people actually build, and then comes the question, who is the first among the equals?
Thank you. Thanks for adding in on that. Professor, I'm going to come back to you. I think we have in the audience potentially younger people as well. And with all that you're seeing in the world of drones and aerospace in India and also space, what are some of the new opportunities or new skills or new avenues that, let's say, didn't exist 15 years ago, that younger generation can look for, and or those that are training for skills should start thinking about as requirements that would exponentially grow in the, you know, in the forward looking 5 to 10 years?
Yeah. I think I have a fairly good answer formulated to this question based on what I have seen in the past through to extrapolate to what happens next. Right. I have been in this aerospace scene in India for the last 3 decades or 4. When I started my aerospace engineering in the late 80s, at the time, the primary opportunities that we had was HAL, NAL, DRDO, ISRO. That's it, right? Doesn't, and then these guys were actually making planes, rockets, and missiles and satellites. These are the 4 things. Things have not largely changed in terms of those, but we've now added drones to the mix, right? And we now have new kind of planes called eVTOLs that are emerging. But fundamentally, we are now looking at about, instead of 4 products, it becomes 6 products. But question is, who are doing these? So when I came back to join IIT Madras in the late 90s, the situation not changed a lot. It's just that ISRO had got better. They were having a successful PSLV. They had just become bigger, and similarly, other organizations were growing. The missile program was well into its 15th year or whatever, and so on. But the next decade, the early 2000s, is when we started having MNCs come into India. And by the end of that decade, pretty much, I mean, I've had a ringside view of what a GE or a Pratt & Whitney or a Rolls-Royce would do in India. Rolls-Royce came a little later, but all of these guys effectively, and then Boeing, Airbus, Textron, Bell Helicopters, pretty much anybody worth their salt in the world, if they did not have their R&D happen in India, they are down. Right, so India actually has such a large aerospace R&D force that's feeding to the rest of the world. This happened 20 years back. The next decade in the 20 teens, this actually enlarged to manufacturing. So much so that today we are actually making full-fledged planes, right? Ballistic missiles, intercontinental ballistic missiles, launch vehicles. Everything is actually being done in India, not just for the government, but also for the MNCs. Airbus is making its planes here. Boeing is making its planes here. Lots of other smaller plane companies are making their planes here. And GE is making engine parts here, and so on. So we are now pretty much at par with the rest of the world on all of aerospace manufacturing. That's the next layer that happened. The 2020s is when we are now beginning to see the maturation of the startups, whether it's an Agnikul or an E-plane or a Galaxy or any of these things which are making planes, rockets, satellites, and several drone companies, and so on. The next decade, we will actually see these companies actually become, go IPO, and get a unicorn status sometime soon, sooner than like maybe later this decade, early next decade, whenever that happens. But for a aerospace company, unicorn is actually the baseline, right? Unless you're like at least a decacorn, you're not worth your salt in the world, in the global market, right? And we have to march towards that. So we expect that the next decade and the next decade, we will become global MNCs out of India. So this, right, and then we flip the coin and say when MNCs were actually coming in to India in the last 20 years, we will go out into the world and prevail against the rest of the world and so on. This is the way I see the roadmap emerging. Young people who are coming out of college have to actually bet on which is the growth market, which are the growing companies, right? Which are the stagnant ones, which part of the world they want to be in. That's up to them, right? India is a free country. It's been exporting a lot of talent, right? And people are actually ending up in the wrong side of the world increasingly, right? And then that has to stop. And then people have to realize, dudes, this is the place to be in, right? As Kevin has chosen to do.
So, Kevin, if I had asked that question, I mean, there's an announcement that there's going to be a India space station in time to come. We're sending people to the moon soon enough. And of course, you're in the rockets business, and there are going to be many others avenues for us to, continue to propel as a space power. What opportunities, what skills, what gaps, what could young minds take away from here to look out for in the 5-10 years to come?
I think the broad picture is very clear. We want to be building hardware in India for India. And with that focus, I think if there are a lot more opportunities that people grab on and hold on and like persevere through for hardware, there's a lot more that they can get as an outcome in the, because the ecosystem has changed a lot from the last couple of decades to now, where there's a lot more support for hardware to really flourish. I think with that focus, if there's a lot more people directing their energies towards that development, uh, very much becoming, I think, the bedrock on which all these companies like ours will also benefit. That is where I think, the next 5-10 years should be. And definitely seeing the hints of that already with a lot of people applying it to us straight out of college, with that focus on like, yes, I want to build hardware, and yes, I don't see it purely as a measure. Like, it's not a job, like it's not like a service related job. Like, there is actual product development and hardware development that's happening in the country. And yes, there are people interested in doing that right from when they join college, which was not the case, at least when I did college. And I'm not sure that was the case when sir was in college. So it's that change which I think a lot more people will keep riding on, and I want that to really go forward.
I want to sort of box this very, very in sharp focus. Just yesterday at E-Plane, we had our half-yearly team outing, and we started off with a spectacular air show of the drones that we have put together. And our pilot team was so dedicated, they made this thing happen. But the side show was actually a lot more interesting. There were at least about some 2 or 3 young guys who are probably 2 years out of college now, been in airplane so long. They were just, pointing out, stretching their hands, pointing out to this, saying, "That's my design flying." You don't get that opportunity in most places.
Truly magnificent. Dr. Satya, I have to ask this other question to you. You, outside of E-plane and Agnikul, you also teach at IIT Madras. You're a professor, a renowned professor from IIT Madras. You're also center director at NCCRD. And IIT Madras has almost been magical for the sort of technologies, the startups that have come out in the last 15 years. What has that institution done differently, or what has it capitalized on in the last 2 decades that allowed it to come to where it is? Maybe it's more than 2 decades, but I was curious to put that question out for you.
Yeah, I think there has been some kind of foundational work that's happened, but it's also happened in quite a few other IITs, but we have not seen the transformation so stark and amazing as well in others as IIT Madras. So we need to see what exemplifies it. When I joined back at IIT Madras, it was primarily an undergraduate teaching institution where they were beginning to lay some emphasis on research. But through the next decade, which is this is in the late 90s, through the next decade, the emphasis on research was a lot more. And people were expected to do research, have PhD students, publish papers, go to conferences. These were metricized, and then it became like a game to play, right? You can game the system with the metrics and get more papers published. Subsequently, two things started happening. One is we started asking questions on impact. Okay, fine, we are now comfortable publishing papers as like the next core activity than just teaching. How do we focus on impact publications and impact research and all that stuff? And how do we get on boards of journals, program directors of conferences? We want to be there in the global arena. That's one path. The second path was that how is it possible for us to actually do translational research on lab to market stories? So the next decade then had a huge entrepreneurial emphasis. So you can see that the first decade, for example, we had NPTEL come out. So the whole idea of actually doing research in any typical university of an international caliber is to be able to bring the findings of that research distilled back to the classroom, right? By means of offering electives in those areas, how we synthesize a semester-long course content out of the research that has been done, not just by us, but also other researchers around the world in that particular subject and all that stuff, right? So a lot more electives get offered for students to take where we impart what we have learned on our research over the previous 10-year period into a long course. But then the next question is, what are we doing with it? Can we actually get into translational research? Can we get into startups? So the first decade was we knew for NPTEL, right? We were and we are still are the single largest online courseware in the world, right? With like literally thousands of courses on video, right? I myself have put out like a 55 hours of lectures on combustion that has been picked up by other universities as class lectures so that they will operate flip classrooms and so on, right? So we have that kind of a branding that's happened just by sheer hard work that we have done. So the subsequent decade, then last decade, is when we pushed hard on the startups. So one part, there are two things here that are kind of like a baseline. One is IIT Madras particularly, and in the IIT system in general, in Indian academia, broader thing, we have a fierce academic freedom. That means nobody really asks you why you're doing what you're doing. So long as it's legal, right? You're not doing something illegal, right? Something technical, something professional. So long as you're engaged in something professional, it could be teaching, it could be research, it could be product development, it could be technology development, it could be commercialization, whatever it is, or running short-term courses, right? And so on. Multiple activities can fit into this broad theme of professional work. So long as you're actually involved in some professional work, nobody really questions why you're doing what you're doing, right? And that builds a lot of peer pressure. So if somebody is actually running with a ball on something and making a mark for himself, other people are like, how am I going to actually tell myself apart, right? What's my North Star? So this kind of builds a peer pressure in the system, a positive peer pressure, because the fallback option is you still get your salary if you didn't do anything bad more than the basic, work that we have to do. So you have a beautiful safety net, but everybody is raring to go because everybody else is raring to go, and so on. So that's a beautiful peer pressure that has been built in IIT Madras. That's where we are actually beginning to see results. We are kind of like shooting out stars every other day and all that stuff. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you.
And the second part is, for some reason, we are very nerdy. I don't know why. Right. So for whatever reason, I think pretty much all our startups are not the SaaS kind or the software, whatever, the e-commerce kind and all that stuff. I think that also is peer pressure. We are seen as cool only if you are doing some element of hardware, some element of deep tech, and so on, if not the deepest tech, right? So yours truly, that speaking to you, is the one that is deepest in the pit on, doing deep tech. But there are lots of other guys. At least they need to develop like one sensor that they have to actually, say that I'm doing some IoT, right? They can't just simply say IoT where they aggregate a bunch of sensors from elsewhere and put them together and just write a software for it and so on, right? But even then, it's more like sensor-driven software. It's still deep tech, right? Even if it is a software level. Yeah. So that's the other strand. I've not really figured out why we have not got into the distraction of e-commerce and all of those things. I think it's just maybe Chennai curd rice. I don't know.
I have a concluding question to both of you, and Kevin, maybe it's a lot easier compared to Dr. Satya. If you're, yeah, we will. Yeah. If you were to look at yourself as a 20-year-old in the mirror, what are one or two things you're going to give yourself as advice, given the distance you've covered?
Sorry to interrupt. 5 minutes left on the session. Thank you.
Thank you.
As a 20-year-old, I'm
That
pretty
may
sure.
not be too far from where you are today, but still.
True.
You're 20 something already.
So I'm not really sure if I have a lot of advice, but I would say whatever bets you keep with hardware, I think you have the right space to do it. I think right space, right time. Keep, stay with that. Like, I think stick with that for now.
Professor, you have a lot of 20-year-old students who spend time with you and PhDs as well.
I see. For a long time now, I've actually decided I won't advise anybody. I mean, free advice is not valued in the first place, right? I think things are there for us to see in plain sight. Where is the growth? Where is the stagnation? Where is the decline in around the world? So one problem I've always found is that the 20-somethings in India and a few other parts of the world that I've been to have this assumption that they are probably missing out on something if they are not pursuing something outside of the country, right? That's a third world mindset, right? So if you look at what one of those sayings of Abdul Kalam, right? If you want to be a first world, you have to act like you're first world. Only then you will actually become first world. So on the contrary, you look at an American kid, right? By default, they assume that whatever is happening in America is actually the best. So they will not even think about going abroad. And that's a bad assumption too. We can actually question that assumption easily, very easily. Like there are guys who are now calling it out, saying that America is actually not good in most things, not just one or two. Like most, you take anything, there are guys who are better than them, right? China, for example, is now far outpaced American tech and all that stuff, right? But an American kid does not know that, right? He or she actually makes that assumption. Similarly, an Indian kid makes an assumption that we are not good. Guys, wake up and smell the coffee, both sides, right? Wake up and smell the coffee. Just look at what's happening around the world and then see where you belong and what is there happening right under your feet. and make the right decision for yourselves, for heaven's sakes. Just because we are a free country, right? We are not asking for every male to sign up to the military for 2 years in their life, right? Like Singapore does, China does, right? Just because we are a free country, don't take that freedom for granted and don't abuse the freedom for yourself, for heaven's sakes. Yeah, pay attention to your own future, which, in my view, actually is right here.
Terrific. Thank you both. We're going to open up for Q&A.
Fantastic. Yeah, thanks for the session. First of all, let me thank you from Dr. Satya, for mentioning the name of His Excellency late Abdul Kalam, the visionary who visioned for a futuristic India. Having said this, given the fact you were mentioning about IIT also. In IIT, innovations, disruptive technology, electronic intelligence, which I want to bring into the aviation side. The electronic, I have discussed with Mr. Reddy. I forgot whether he's still there on the. In aviation, how can you address the skilling of electronic intelligence such that it acts as a catalyst for the weight gain, for the hectic weight in this point? When it is because it's in the floating space, the things are going on the floating space. How will you address the skilling of electronic intelligence? If we are ready to provide the ecosystem for that, how well you can address the skilling of electronic intelligence in aviation front?
Yeah, I assume I got your question right. There's a bit of echo, so it's not so easy to quite understand, right? So, but let me answer the question the way I understand it. Historically, at least till the 90s, aviation and aerospace was kind of like going to spawn pretty much everything. Just to give you an example, the moon rocket that took astronauts to the moon in the 60s was the precursor to the PC that came down to the rest of the world and then became the laptop and then the mobile phone and all that stuff over the several decades that came later, right? Of course, a few other things had to come alongside, like batteries for pocket electronics that people can carry around and all those things. And so aerospace, and similarly, for example, the internet is actually a defense effort that started happening, and now we can't even think of a world without internet and all that. So aerospace actually has been the one that spreads a lot of tech. Automobile world used to actually borrow heavily from aerospace. Head-up displays and all those things are still not very commonplace in cars. You have to actually ask the car companies, why are they not learning from aerospace people and putting out what aerospace guys do routinely for the benefit of you and me driving a car, right? They are not still doing it as enough. But look at what we do at eVTOL, right? At E-plane. We are fundamentally a plane manufacturer, plane designer and manufacturer. But we have a full-fledged battery development effort with just a handful of people that entire companies are putting out batteries that are inferior than what we do, simply because we have to fly. We have motors that are better than the motors that are in the cars that you are driving, right? We are having a complete autonomy stack for a pilotless vehicle as much as what you would need for a driverless car. So each of these elements are completely separate companies outside in the world that we have to pack ourselves. We have a complete composite division that makes planes, right? So the point essentially is these things will spread to the electrical and electronics realm.
Sir, I want to add one point. My point is the material science part of the electronic intelligence. Material science part means in the space aerospace, how we can bring down smart materials, use smart usability, utility front, how we can effectively use smart materials instead of hard. The weight part of that.
Excuse me, sir, would you be able to answer him personally afterwards? Because there are others waiting to ask the questions. So would you be kind enough to talk to him after the session? Would you be able to do that after the session, sir? Thank you so much. Sir, you wanted to ask something? Please.
Yeah. The question is, startup in this particular area of aviation. There are established brands or companies that are proven with their products from around the world, which can very easily beat this kind of a product development that you are doing. Um, it can be Airbus or Boeing or any other company. So how do you look at those established brands from abroad? That is one question. Secondly, adding to that, will you be selling it off, after developing a product? Making it a foreign company. That's it.
I'm assuming I'm supposed to take the question. Is that fair? Okay. Uh, so I would suggest, if you have not read the book The Innovator's Dilemma by Clayton Christensen, I would strongly recommend that you actually go through that book. It tells you how established players fall, right? So if you think about the largest kingdoms in the world, like for example, a Vijayanagar Empire or a Chola Empire in this part of the country, and similarly Mauryan, whatever you want to call about it, they've all actually been around for about 300, 500 years, right? Typical time frames. What is the duration of like a typical company, a large company, established player that you're talking about? Typically about 100 to 150 years, right? After that, they actually see a downfall. Why? Because we have startups coming up, right? Startups actually do what's called as disruptive tech, and the established players cannot afford to do the disruptive tech at all, simply because their marketplace is very different, the scales are very different. It's not that they don't want to, they just can't afford to, and that's actually the downfall of them. So you read that book, you will know why companies grow and decay, and new companies come, edge them out, and all that stuff. This is actually the sutra of corporate world, right? Over like several centuries. And I won't really even bother about whether a established player can do this or cannot do this. That's their problem, right? If an established player cannot do it, a startup will come and do it. And then they will become the established player until they have their field day for the next several tens of decades, and then they fall down and all that stuff. That's how it is.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all the panelists. I request Mr. J.M. Siad, Media Manager, KDISC, to please give away the mementos to the panelists as a token of our love and appreciation. It was a wonderful discussion.
Excuse me, ma'am. I just have one question, if that's okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, my apologies. So myself, Anna Jodi, I'm the editor of a aviation Dutch media outlet called Workers Bureaus. So I have two small questions. I'll be quick, I promise. So my first question is to Mr. Satya. So we had Aviation Kerala Summit, which took place last week. So over there was a discussion about a short haul aviation and aircrafts, and they said that there will be an introduction of seaplanes in future, in the coming days, or in the coming months, I would say. So would that be a competition for eVTOL? So isn't that a threat? And how do you see that as a valuable point on how we can overcome the same?
Yeah, so Vishesh is actually my first and continuing investor. And I would have really liked to tell him 6 years back when he first invested in me that I want to make a seaplane, because it's not so difficult to do, right? It's actually something that we can easily. Would he have invested in me? I have no idea, right? The reason is seaplanes do not really have a massive market. They can work only where there is a sea or any water body, right? We want to develop something that can actually operate irrespective of conditions. The VTOL does that for you. Particularly my VTOL, I think in this hall, I can probably fit about 5 of my planes, right? It's so compact. And that means that every rooftop is accessible to us and all those things. So a startup, unfortunately, has to bite into a product line that has a massive market. A seaplane will be okay to actually linearly scale, but a startup has to offer an exponential scale. This is not to say seaplanes are not less useful, eVTOLs will be more useful and all of that stuff. The question is, what do we start with? If I had money to build my own seaplane, I will go and do that, and then show to the world that I have built a seaplane and be happy with it and all those things. Nothing wrong, absolutely nothing wrong. You should be doing that, right? But if I want to actually get money from a Vishesh, I can't go and tell him I have to make a seaplane. I have to tell him that I have to make an eVTOL. That's what it is.
And one last question, which is, so right now it's mostly like a duopoly. Airbus and Boeing, they are ruling the entire aviation industry. So right now, our Hindustan Aeronautical Limited, they have created an aircraft called Saras. So do you think it's a breakthrough and create a triopoly in the market?
Oh, they couldn't hear it clearly. Can you
Sorry,
repeat
I was
it?
saying that right now it's Airbus and Boeing, which is ruling the entire aviation industry. It's more like a duopoly. So HAL have created a new aircraft called Saras, a regional aircraft.
Saras, okay, got it. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
So
it's NAL's aircraft. Yeah,
Yeah.
could be built by HAL later. Yeah, I think they're targeting a 19-seater conventional takeoff and landing with conventional fuel. They are also looking at an electric version of it and so on. The question is, see, one thing I've actually seen as an aerospace engineer, the problem with aerospace engineers is that customer is actually the last person that they care about. Okay, I mean, I can say this here, but I may not be able to actually say this in front of a Boeing guy or, and then, get away with this. But that's kind of like, in fact, I used to think that particularly when I was in the US, when I was doing my PhD and all those things, aerospace was kind of like a white male macho realm, right? It's just that particular genes, that particular DNA. They're kind of like, they think that they are God's gift to mankind. They have descended from heaven. They will do the best looking planes that are the sexiest and all those things. And it's for other people to figure out how to use it, right? So if you now try to do a non-electric plane today, you have to ask the question, what is the cost of flying it? Today, for example, if I were to actually do anything like that, I can bet that your flight from here to Bangalore or anything is going to cost you about 5 rupees per kilometer for you as a passenger. If you do an electric plane, it'll cost you 2 rupees 40 paise. Which one is better, right? So just making a plane is not enough. You have to actually look at what is the cost benefit analysis for the final customer. And that's something that aerospace guys don't do normally. That's a problem.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. I request Siad sir to please give them the mementos. Sir, please. Can we have a group picture, please? Thank you, gentlemen. We break for lunch now and commence at 1:50. Even though it is written 2 o'clock, we start at 1:50 because there is an MOU signing. So I request everyone to please come back at 1:50 sharp so that we can start the afternoon session. Thank you so much for the morning session. See you all at 1:50. Please join us for lunch. Thank you. the next couple of minutes. After that, we have a keynote address and then a panel discussion. The panel discussion is going to be about evolve skills for EV era. But as soon as only after the MOU exchange and the keynote address. The session will come to an end just before 3 p.m. and we'll have to leave the premises for the police sweep in.
Many global giants to Kerala's shores, and the state consistently ranks at the top in both national and global startup ecosystem indices. IT companies operates in tech parks, employing over 150,000 skilled professionals.
There is a
Now,
slight
as the
change
global
in the
economy
program.
evolves
We are
towards
starting the keynote address and then the panel discussion and the MOU exchange. So I invite on stage Ms. Medha Jamble, Senior Deputy Director, Automotive Research Association of India, for the keynote address. Ma'am, I request you to please come on stage. Let's have that keynote address now.
Shall I start? Yeah. So good afternoon, everybody. So maybe we are here at a challenging time after lunch. So skilling is always difficult after lunch, but let me to give it a try. At least we will be able to understand some of the challenges and find out some ways towards that. So my name is Medha Zamble. I'm working as a Senior Deputy Director at Automotive Research Association of India, which is located at Pune. Director ARAI was supposed to come for this session, but was required to travel to Delhi. So I'm presenting on behalf of him. So Director ARM, Dr. Riji Mathai, he was earlier at IOCL and joined ARA 4 years back, and working in this area for various options related to mobility, taking ARA forward. So ARI at a glance, maybe some of you may be aware what is ARI. ARI started in 1966. It was initially a CSR organization, later on independently working under the MHI, it is Ministry of Heavy Industry, and currently having 16 plus laboratories with 4 Center of Excellences. And it is basically an organization certified as under CIRO as a research institute, and it is having maybe 4 to 5 locations and expanding very rapidly, and having a good team of more than 675 members, and some few members which are on research related activity. So this is the little background of ARA. ARA is providing different options to automotive industry. So it is not only one organization, but driving so many things. So in the first slide, you might have seen, it is driving certification and standardization. Secondly, it is driving R&D and technology development. It is also providing engineering services and testing and validations requirement to the automotive industry. It is offering custom consultancy and advisory related services, and also the knowledge initiatives that is taken as a ARA as a main activity. So currently it is at 4 locations, but rapidly involving in many locations. Our main campus is in Kothur, and in Sakand we are having, which is around the industry area, 3 campuses in Sakand, and there is one more campus specifically for hydrogen related thing and maybe some of the autonomous related things at 40 kilometers to Pune. And we are having very different regional centers all across India. So this is general a portfolio, why area has spread like that. So it is having domain laboratories, center of excellences, it is having academy. It is connected to one Section 8 company, which I will come to you shortly. And of course, connected to the various ministry. Technois is one of the program wherein under one platform, various people are connected, right from the students to the industry. Coming to EV, I don't have to tell here, remember, maybe in yesterday's session, today's session, this might have already covered that the penetration of EV in India is increased a lot, especially in the two-wheeler and three-wheeler segment. So one can say out of the EV penetration, almost 55% is for two-wheelers and maybe 40% for the three-wheelers. And this is an interesting one statistic that Kerala is heading this race at a very good position. So where 10% penetration is seen in Kerala. So, but every state is taking one or the other initiative to increase this penetration, giving so much of keen maybe promotion to EV for various reasons you are aware. So what is driving basically is the sustainable transportation option. That is the first thing which is driving this EV. Second thing is the incentives and policies that government is pushing. The new one is coming is PLI drive, the PLI scheme, COEs, maybe COEs for both training, skilling programs, and also helping startups. And there are other factors coming like exemptions to while driving the EVs. So it is considered that up to 2030, the penetration is going to increase a lot, wherein two-wheeler and three-wheeler will be 100%. It is projected like that, and everybody is working towards that. And even for the four-wheeler passenger and commercial vehicles, it will be have a good mix with the other options that is available in the market. So though this scenario is there, it is not easy to actually travel this path. So what we are thinking is like that there will be a lot of opportunities in different areas like R&D testing and skill development. But it is not easy to actually tackle those challenges. Government from their side giving grants to various through various schemes for even R&D for both even startups and some consortium projects. Testing and validation, of course, there is a huge requirement of capacity for pre-development, pre-certification testing, development testing. And of course, the skill requirement is there when you say from the mind to service related requirements are concerned. So one can say like EV, like ICE, for the EV, we can see there are huge requirement from manufacturing to development to even after market skill requirements. So in manufacturing, the assembly for EV is a critical area. But motor EV components design development is not easy, and the manufacturing is also requires skill labor, which is currently not that much of trend, and the penetration of the depth knowledge is very limited in. It is not in India, in globally also this scenario is seen. Developing new battery options which are safe, reliable, at the same time giving the same performance is a challenge. And for that we need to have different engineers, researchers, and at the, again assembly level the technicians. Powertrain electronics has come up very well. So in when I started my career as an engineer, power electronics was not having that much of thrust. Of course, he was giving silently a support to various industry, but when because of EV, it has come to a forefront. Electrical engineers and powertrain requirement has come up at a forefront. So, as far as skilling is concerned, mechanical people are equally considered as electronic people and vice versa. So, for me, if you say it has given this opportunity, when EV is built, it is a multidisciplinary engineering that is required rather than only electronic, electrical, and mechanical is concerned. So, it's the gap starts from there. The engineering what we are having, or maybe any technical course what we are having, it is focused towards one kind of curriculum focused to one stream. Advanced motor is one other area, and EV architects where a lot of challenges towards integration is concerned because of the infrastructure what we are having comes into picture. So, how to handle that is basically we have to find out the root cause of that. So, if you go minutely, our understanding is that so suddenly we cannot expect from anybody to understand everything, the new technology which has come, and expect that the research will start, innovation will start. This is not going to happen. So we have to have some program in parallel, which can be called as specialized programs there is very limited curriculum is available as far as EV is concerned. For engine related area, when I was doing my engineering, everybody was going to do the thermodynamics. I don't know, there will be people saying, yes, everybody was, I wanted to do in design, I want to do thermodynamics. So like that, the syllabus also was there, more thermodynamics. The students were passionate to do the thermodynamics. But if you see the current EV curriculum is not like that. So student needs to be encouraged to have what is the technological challenges that they are going to see as opportunity. So we have to have a good curriculum so that it can be seen as a students attracting towards this area. There is an industry academia gap is also there, and there is a fixed mindset to having a theory oriented programs. Very limited practical related kits are available as far as EVs are concerned, and we should have been coming out of the mindset that it is not a single educational thing which is going to give a good research of, as far as EV is concerned. So how to do that? So maybe in the companies also there is a challenge happening like that. There are people available, employees available who are trained for IC. So it is not easy for them to immediately change over to those staff to EV related requirement, the technicians, the researchers, everybody, even for the purchase department, the quality control department, they need to have the technical detail knowledge if you want to handle the complete supply chain of the EV is concerned. So there are different programs that are running. There are tailor-made skilling programs, some upskilling program, reskilling program. And though there is an overlap for some of the areas through which ICE traditional curriculum has gone, but there need to be refresher course for everybody for the overlap also, and for there should be reskilling program and upskilling program. Then only combiningly we will be able to handle the scenario. We cannot tell ki now the old staff is not suitable, just take hire a new staff and the companies will start that. It is not going to happen. So this we should not say that everything is we have to start from the academia. We have to do skilling for both academia, the students and academia, and as far as and for the industry also. So for the industry also there are some programs are designed for by various institutes. ARA is also one of the institute. So this is in handle phase manner. So some of the management oriented focus programs are being delivered by this training institute like ARA, and then the middle management and the technician for such kind of things. Because of the new mobility options that are coming, it is not only EV. So it is a technologically vehicle is getting upgraded. So the cyber security and all those things are coming into picture. It is not only for EV. So this upskilling is very much mandatory for industry also to handle even the IC vehicles, which are technologically advanced vehicles. Again, coming back to EV, since our topic is EV, in EV there are different subsystems. The main thing is the battery. If you start, so what are the challenges available where anybody can see the opportunities? The cell selections, development, design development, testing, assembly, testing certification. And here you can say the both mechanical engineering and electronic engineering, electrical engineering is going to play a role. And their experience on IC is going to also matter. That will help in taking the things ahead of the curve. So like that, there are few cases like in powertrain also there are some areas, motor and all those things that needs to be designed in India for India, tested for India, and then it can be also made available for globals. So nowadays when we are teaching with the understanding that design in India, design for India, tested for India, and prepared for the global. So this is how we are training our students to actually prepare for the next era. So next era, there are 3, 4 options which are actually in race like EV, ethanol, HEV, hydrogen. So if you want to really handle as a career for anybody, the experienced person or a new person, it should be handled like that anybody can switch to anything. So we are not only focusing to EV, but we have to find out such a curriculum that can handle shift anytime and that will be easy for industry to actually take the employees on board. So how ARI is handling to this? So as far as ARI is concerned, it is handling certification since its inception. So we are handling two-wheeler, three-wheeler, passenger car, commercial vehicle, agriculture, tractor, everything and anything in mobility for the certification ARI can handle. It has all competencies, capabilities, and infrastructure available to take care of that. It also comes with some guidance to the industry and even to the government of India to decide which regulation should come at what time. So it is a roadmap that has been driven by ARI. ARI is secretary to the standardization committee, and it is supporting all the ministries as far as mobility is concerned. So that is the reason they are coming with a roadmap, and regulations are launched in timely manner, and the innovation can happen, the research can happen, pre-certification development testing. For that also the infrastructure is required. So here ARI is supporting to nation as such in 1966, and EV is one of the example where ARI is taking in a good initiative in the policy decision as far and as at the same time making infrastructure available for testing, validation, and certification. So I must say that in anything related to certification, more than 80% certification is being handled by ARI. Is going to do it the same way for maybe a decade or so. So for the engineering services, it is not like that ARI is handling only testing and certification, but a complete value chain. For the complete value chain, we are having a domain laboratories that can happen from concept to optimization of the vehicle, going step by step, manage benchmarking, design, component development. So anybody, a startup is there that can know everything under one roof available at ARA. Second thing, the infrastructure for the mobility, and in the mobility as far as EV is concerned, performance testing, electrical testing, abuse testing, and environmental testing is on top priority if really a rigid vehicle, durable vehicle is to be brought in the market. And for that, only if you take say guidance, sort of a support that is required to startups or maybe MSME, ARA plays a very crucial role over there, so that it is not like that everything is taken on the certification immediately. The person is guided how he should prepare his product so that the certification can be handled very differently. So we give the engineering services support to them, testing support to them through our consultancy services, and then followed by that, of course, certification is concerned. And since it has many electrical components, EMI/MC is a major thing, and that's we handle very particularly, and we have a very good laboratory for that. I'm not showing any photographs or something like that, but wanted to give the feedback. Any component cannot be developed in isolated manner. It has to be actually developed in a complete environment where the aggregate should come into picture. Otherwise, motor just cannot be evaluated separately, independently. It has to be evaluated as a vehicle, complete vehicle itself. Coming back to how we are helping to the research and development areas under Atmanirbhar Bharat, we have taken some projects with Government of India specifically for development of technologies in EV. So these are some technology that is actually available with the area that can be used by any startups. It is available from battery, charger, and many things like e-axle for two-wheeler and three-wheeler. That becomes easy for anybody to start with, and if you want to go ahead for its own concept to be get matured. So these are the technology available. So there were some programs with Government of India under Atmanirbhar Bharat. These are some more, but I will not go into the detail of this. But if anybody has some questions on this technology, we can discuss. Battery Aadhaar, particularly, I want to mention this is a new project which is coming up. So any battery with Aadhaar, we have some details of how that battery has undergone the life cycle. So this is a very good. If anybody is interested to get collaborated with ARF for that program, please let me know. So like that, we are also helping Government of India for the skilling related things. So why I am saying the skilling cannot go independently. A person who is having this much of knowledge in R&D, testing, development, everything can actually help the startups and students in a different way. So we are supporting Government of India through different skilling initiatives. So Technovis is one of the skilling initiative of MHI, wherein a few platforms are developed. It happened during the COVID era. So there are 3-4 platforms. Because the ARI is having one platform, which is Technovus, under which different stakeholders are coming under one roof, from students to academicians to experts. And many skilling programs are run. Most of them are complementary, and that is not limited to technical, but that is also taking one startup ahead as an independent company. So there are different programs that are run. Somebody wants to join can actually just Google Technovas and can be a member of that portal. One of the another initiative that ARA is running is a ARA Academy. So 20 years back, ARA started ARA Academy. It is not a different legal entity. It is one of the department of ARA. But since the knowledge that has been generated in ARA, everybody wanted that knowledge should be made available. So with the actually respect of request of many people like industry and academia and government of India, 20 years back, ARA started ARA Academy. And this is a unique arrangement what ARA is having. If you say 20 years back, there was no provision of internships to the students. And after the curriculum is completed, if the students are got offer to the industry, there used to be a huge gap. So that time this program was very useful for the student, and I'm proud to say that we are having more than maybe 2000. It started in 2004, but we are having more than 2,500 alumni which are working in automotive industry and at a very good position. So this program is like that. We have a BTech and MTech program with different universities wherein the students are there working with us on the last year, BTech 4 year and MTech second year, and we are doing their teaching part, the internship project thesis. They are assigned different projects, and we support them for the placement also. So we generally take 200 plus student under this program, and we are having different universities with us. College of Engineering Pune, which is a independent university in Pune, SRM Chennai, Symbiosis University, and Vanchitkara University in North. So, and we are having program on automotive technology, EV, HEV, both that handles the curriculum for the student which is required. Along with that, we run some program for the, we can say a short-term training program for automotive industry professional, but anybody can join those program. It is 3 days program to 5 days program. And we handle a complete portfolio of EV related thing. And some of the maybe attendees here have attended those program and are happy with this program. These programs mainly we are conducting physically, but some programs are conducted online also. And we are having our own lab. AR Academy has own lab that is used for both these training program as well as student programs. The student can do some projects there, and even they are allowed to see some of the laboratories in ARA and work on the real project that has been happening, not industry project mainly, but the projects, the R&D projects run by ARA. So it is very good arrangement that is helping EV industry a lot. Along with that, we are having one sectioned company called ARA Amtif, and which is actually dealing with the startups. And they are having different program for incubating their ideas, taking them to a commercial level. So here from the training, giving awareness to acting, making them an independent entrepreneur. ARA is helping through Amtif program, and even some funds are also made available through various schemes of government of India. So this is what I wanted to say. So maybe we as a are trying to help our EV industry, but we cannot just do it independently. All have to come together, and that we are doing it with our various, you can say, initiatives. We are having various initiatives with like MOU with IITs. We are having MOUs with some of the university. One MOU that I will not brief now, but we are going to sign soon. That is also one of the initiative where Kerala and maybe Maharashtra is going to be coming together and maybe helping each other for startups or some, we can say, pre-certification testing, some guidance. So we are very close now. We even cannot say of one phone call away. We are here only. So ARA and some Testec and are working together for helping EV industry. Like that, we conduct many sessions, the panel discussions, workshops. So the specific problems like say battery problems can be discussed, recycling problem can be discussed, maybe some problems related to earth metals also can be discussed. So we do a lot of such workshop online. So maybe if you can connect, we can invite you also. This is one of the program that I wanted to
Excuse
say.
me,
So
ma'am.
this
I'm
is a
so
CI.
sorry
It's
to
the last
interrupt.
thing, last slide. The CAT, we do this biannually. Will be in January, and it is a huge automotive gathering, you can say, where more than 200 plus stalls are there, and maybe 500 plus paper will be presented. And there will be a different pavilion for technologies, testing related things. So all are invited, get connected to this program. You will be connected to that ecosystem, which is I'm mentioning, and you will be able to participate through various activities that ARI conducts. So with that, maybe I would like to conclude myself. Thank you so much. We have to come together. That is the tagline that ARI always drive, and we are ready to help you.
Thank you, ma'am. Please
Thank you
stay
so much.
back. We have an MOU exchange now. Collaboration with KDISC and Trust Research Park. I invite on stage Dr. P.V. Unnikrishnan, Member Secretary, KDISC. Ms. Medha Jamble, yes, Senior Deputy Director, Automotive Research Association of India. Dr. Rajashree M.S., CEO, Trust Research Park. I request sir and ma'am to please come on stage for the MOU exchange. We request Ashok sir also to join the dignitaries on stage. Dr. Ashok Kumar A, consultant, KDISC. Sir, please. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Now we have a panel discussion. I request Dr. Ashok Kumar to please stay back. Dr. Rajashree MS, please stay back. Evolve skills for EV era. I invite on stage the moderator, Professor Dr. M. Shaijamon, Professor IISER Trivandrum, Sri Raman M, co-founder, Charge MOD. We have the panel discussion for the next 40 minutes. Unfortunately, we won't be able to take any questions in this session because we have to end this session exactly at 3 p.m. I hope everybody understands. So we start with the panel discussion right now. At 2:55, I will have to give a warning bell. I will have to say that you only have 5 minutes left. I'm sorry in advance that I will have to interrupt at 2:55. Hope you understand. We have to end the session at 3, and here we have the panel discussion. Evolve skills for EV era.
Very good afternoon to everyone. It's a great privilege to moderate this session, very important session on EVs and the skill sets for the EV. So we have very eminent personalities. We've been working in different areas closely related to what we are going to talk today. And starting with Dr. Rajashree, and I think we've already had introduction, Dr. Ashok Kumar from KDIS and Sri Raman from the. Sorry. Maybe the topic can be displayed on the monitor, please.
Evolve skills for EV era. Evolve skills for EV era.
I think as we've had a very nice keynote presentation, and which sort of touched upon the various, the activities, the challenges that you come across electric vehicle, EV, e-mobility. And in fact, we're going through a, revolution in transportation sector, as all of you understand, right? And also, electric mobility is not just all about vehicles, right? It's not just all about the electric vehicles. In fact, it's about transforming industries, creating new skill sets, right? Even exploring our workforce for the future. These are all linked, and that's exactly what we're trying to look at today, in this short panel discussion, right? And as you all understand, and it's been very clearly highlighted in the keynote, because this technology, this EV sector is growing rapidly worldwide, and very specifically, Kerala with its strong education background, ecosystem, and skilled youth, I think we have this very unique opportunity to grab this this situation. But the question here is like, do we have the right skills to grab this opportunity? I think that's where we begin with, right? Especially looking at what are the challenges, what are the biggest gaps in this area, right? Because when you talk about EVs again, as has been again highlighted, well, I mean, there are different components that are placed. For example, starting from batteries. Batteries are something like the fuel tank in the EV era, right? Because you have to worry about everything, starting from the design of the thing, the chemistry, the manufacturing, the chain, everything, supply chain, everything is important in batteries, right? Because we're really, even the batteries, in fact, it is really expanding. The chemistry is changing from lithium-ion batteries to something called solid-state batteries, which is sort of the future of battery technology, and this is the direction that we are going in, right? So there are several initiatives that are being taken up, and in fact, so proud to say that Kerala, the state of Kerala has an electric vehicle policy, EV policy, which was formed in the year 2019. And as has been again highlighted in the keynote address, I think as a state, Kerala is doing exceptionally well in terms of the EV sector, and that's what we are going to really witness in the coming years, right? So let me just begin this discussion, right? Because you get to see that Kerala, as I mentioned, has an EV policy, and there's an electric vehicle consortium being set up in the country, in the state, right? Specifically looking at the various aspects, as I mentioned, starting from the battery design, manufacturing it, BMS design, and things like that, right? So I think this is again spearheaded by the agency KDISC, right? And we have the consultant of KDISC, Dr. Ashok Kumar, with us. So maybe Dr. Ashok Kumar, maybe you could just at least enlighten us on the various activities or something little bit on the EV consortium to start with, so that that probably sets the note for the discussion, and then we can move from that. Yep.
Thank you, sir. I think we can start with that. Uh, Based on the power policy 2019 and the electric vehicle policy 2019, KDIS is actually the state agency for implementing the different electric vehicle projects and different green energy projects like that. Okay, so initially sir mentioned that we can start with that electric vehicle consortium activities. Okay, then in 2021, I think the KDISC is actually forming an electric vehicle consortium, including with Vikram Sarabhai, Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, then TTPL, Travancore Titanium Product Limited, then Trust Research Park, along with the CETAC, Center for Advanced Computing Science. So the main objective of this is we need to produce a maximum of 60 to 70% of electric vehicle components within the state using the resources available in the state. That is actually the basic motive of that. So during this period, the TTPL is actually producing or developing an cell or battery electrode material, in particular that is lithium ion, lithium for LTO, lithium titanic oxide material. Then that material is actually it is a battery grade material, and that will be supplied to the VSSC. And from VSSC side, they are actually characterizing the material, and they will develop the electrode for an LTO NMC cells, and they already developed the cells with the capacity of 48 and 2.3 volt cells. Along with that, they are already completed the 28 2.3 volt cells also. Within that, the next partner of the consortium is actually concentrating on the activity of BMS development. they are also, that is the CDAC. CDAC is already developed the BMS for a particular battery pack with a specification of 48 volt batteries. So then the other partner with the Trust Park, they are actually concentrating on the development of the drivetrain activities. So these activities actually going in a full swing, and the next few months we are actually planning to establish a cell and battery manufacturing facility, pilot production facility within the campus of TTPL. So like that. Well, with a brief introduction, I think I can hand over to this.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting to see the progress in terms of the consortium, because I'm also part of that, attending various meetings. But then it's very interesting to see the direction that is being taken up. Again headed by the KDIS, right? Because again, I mean, he was just mentioning about the at least the aspects related to the batteries, the BMS. BMS is again something like the brain for the EV, right? Because that's where it controls everything, including the temperature, the charging, discharging cycle, or ensuring the safety of the battery. Everything is being controlled by the BMS, and that also equally needs expertise, skill sets, right, for really looking at all these, various sectors, right? So having just heard about these things, so again, the electric vehicles are not just modified petrol vehicles, right? Because it needs certain expertise in various areas like electronics, software. Everything is required, when it comes to handling these kind of batteries. So that's what we really get to see, right? What are the very specific set of skills or expertise that are required for this entire EV, era, right? So the question is like, maybe if I ask you, Dr. Rajashri, because again, you come from a very interesting background from both academia and now really looking after this trust part, as a CEO. So, in your opinion, right, what are the typical skill sets, right, specifically addressing that, the EV sector, all the way from, can be software, can be hardware, right? Or I may little bit add on. I mean, do you think that we need to inculcate these kind of, new skill sets as a part of curricula in educational institutions and universities? Maybe what are your, thoughts on this?
Thank you, Dr. Shaijimun, for placing the panel in my direction, specifically asking the question on how academia can work with this EV consortium project. So we all listened to the consultant, Dr. Ashok, speaking about the consortium. Each of the 5 members having their own responsibilities. Trust Park, which I am representing, Trivandrum Engineering, Science and Technology Research Park. It is the academic arm of this consortium, which has another role to play, setting up a drivetrain laboratory as part of the consortium. And also we are working as a special purpose vehicle for implementing an ambitious project of Government of Kerala, the Electric Vehicles Park. Now coming to the question, how the skills required for EV, the skilling for EV era can happen through Trust Research Park. So we all listened to the keynote address by Meetha ma'am, where she explained about the various components of EV or the various knowledge segments that are required for EV adoption in the country, and the skills that are required for each one of this, starting from technicians to researchers. Yes, we are exactly there, and that is where academia can be part of the whole project. We have Dr. Shaijimon mentioned about battery chemistry. So we start with the raw material from Travancore Titanium Product Limited and work on this project. But there is an option to have different chemistries for battery and then associated battery management systems. So these are all interesting opportunities for academia to look at, for researchers to look at this hydrogen, different types of fuel cells instead of this traditional batteries, then the recycling of batteries for various purposes and all that. And coming to the components, the motors for EVs, we are setting up drivetrain lab, which consists of test rigs for motors. It is not only for EVs, but for any engineering products which has this motors, this facility can be used. So this this facility also has environment testing mechanisms where under controlled humidity, the thermal and environmental stress tests can be carried out for these parts of automotives and other any sector for that matter, any engineering products in defense or in drones or anything. This can happen. So once this facility comes up, we already saw that we exchanged an MOU with ARAI. We will be able to function as pre-certification center for ARAI certification, where our laboratories will be NABL accredited, and the startups from not only from Kerala but other southern states of the country can use this facility before they move to Pune for the certifications which are required for automotive industry and for any other industry. So this is the kind of common facility we are establishing as part of this EV consortium. In addition to this, there are a lot of opportunities for the power electronic segment to work on, which is again with the charging, increasing the number of cycles, and then having automated controls for all the processes, and then having software and data analytics associated with BMS, which will be able to further research in this area and improve the management systems. And all of us know that automotives are nothing but computers which work on huge amount of data, and then these kind of components, which can be, which are, very versatile, we can say. With industry 5.0 coming, we will be able to have very interesting innovations in this segment when this is linked with academia also. So the essential purpose is to have the common facility established for this sector to thrive on and to become one of the very promising sectors of the state. In addition to that, I mentioned about the EV park, which will be hosting these kind of facilities, and the costly instrumentation facilities which the startups and academic institutions will not be able to afford will be available for students. And this will also link with the OEMs, where they can come and set up their laboratories, testing facilities, centers of excellence and all. So this is a major project which is funded by KIFBI, and the detailed project report and the master plan for the EV park will be getting ready in another couple of months. So we are very ambitious at TRESS Research Park, having our COE on EV, looking very higher dimensions of growth.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I think it was very interesting to note that. And if I may add, I mean, this is one of its, first of its kind in India. If you talk about the EV research park that you're mentioning, right, all the way including the R&D, manufacturing, everything, all the way ending up to the device manufacturing thing. So that's interesting. I probably would like to come back to you in terms of the very specific, skill sets requirement and the training. But then before that, since the time is a bit limited, let me move on to, Mr. Raman. Right, interesting, because Kerala has a very vibrant startup ecosystem, and you're right, sitting in front, among us, because you have a startup, and I'm sure you're the co-founder of this Charge Mode, right? If I may put it rightly. So again, we just touched upon the batteries, we touched upon the BMS, but then there's a very equal important part of the EV, this thing, which is something called the charging infrastructure. Whatever EVs that you talk about, many electric vehicles come unless your charging stations are not equipped, right? It's going to be a big problem. And we have people like Charge Mode, where Mr. Raman is representing. I mean, it's so interesting to look at it, right? What are the specific roles for these the small entities, right? I mean, it's like MSMEs or the small teams, right, to effectively contribute to this EV era. For example, the small startups, right? You can take an example for the charging station infrastructure itself, right? Be equally, goes well with the other sectors also. So if you could just, very short, briefly, if you could throw some light on that.
Sure, would be happy to see that. So I'm with Chargemode. So we operate around 13,000 chargers across the country. And we are from Kerala. We have been operating across the country. We now operate in UAE and Nepal as well. So very happy to be a startup from Kerala, from Trivandrum to be specific, and operating EV chargers across the country. And first thing, before I come up with opportunities, Madam honorably presented that there are ample opportunities in the environment present in front of entrepreneurs who are willing to come up into the EV segment. For us, the state has been very supportive. The ecosystem has been very supportive. So our first major order came from KSEB, which was the first LEV AC charger, which was tested at ARAI. And we had some very interesting people, very exciting people. I'd say Aditya sir, he was really helpful for us. So people like him, bureaucrats who essentially push us to cross the limits, right? That has been with us. That is something that has actually helped us to move up. So if you're asking about opportunities, I'd say the opportunities hasn't yet begun. I think it's just starting up, with especially in the EV era, plus AI coming into the picture, self-driving cars, self-charging cars, too many things coming up, I'd say. So it's pretty big, I'd say. That's it.
Excellent. I think it's again and good to see that. I'm sure you would agree with me that there's certainly huge opportunities, right? Again in this area which is coming up. There are big players in the team. I mean in this whole thing business, but then I think there's huge opportunities in this small startups, something like that to add on, right? Again, let me if I could come back to ma'am, because we were specifically looking at the skills, right? And with I would say with the advantage or opportunity for Kerala is like with its very strong IT and electronics panel, I mean the talent pool, right? I think we're all set to sort of lead this whole EV this business, because we can really tap these the talents here, and that is another key area. And also specifically looking at these expertise, again in can we basically bring these in sort of curricula? That's what I was specifically asking, because for instance these are all about interdisciplinary nature that we are trying to do. R&D, we say that, right? It's all about interdisciplinarity, and then engineering students, everybody coming together, and some component of this, I'm sure some of the things are already placed in fact in engineering colleges and all, right? Very specifically, can we add little of these things into the curriculum? They're all equipped when they come out of these colleges.
Yeah, it is. It's not some of it. We are really into it. Way back, Tata Elxsi, which is one of the top automotive companies located at Technopark, they worked with Sri Chitra Tirunal College of Engineering, Trivandrum, to have industry-oriented electives for them, and most of the students used to get absorbed at Tata Elxsi. And similarly, any company which can absorb these students can have early training for the students. Especially this is very much possible because now this training can happen. Most of the things happen in the virtual mode using simulators and other things. Most of the vehicle electronics is driving the vehicles, and this electronics can be designed and simulated at any level using interesting software platforms. And this is a big opportunity for us, having these companies with us, working or providing internships to students, so that they can get absorbed and they get trained in the advanced areas. More than that, when we look at skilling, I see skilling from the bottommost level to the topmost level, from the ITI level or school level to the PhD level, where
Sorry
the
to
right
interrupt.
kind
Sorry
of
to interrupt, ma'am. We have to close the session because of security reasons. We have one more session and we have to finish everything by 3 o'clock. I apologize. I'm really sorry. Thank you, panelists. Thank you for your time. Thank you. Really
Okay, I,
sorry.
I I think maybe let me just take 30 seconds to sort of
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. Please
because
go
any
ahead.
panel discussions, if you don't sort of come up with at least a couple of concluding remarks. Sorry.
Sorry, sir. We won't be taking any questions. I had announced it in the beginning of the session itself. We are really sorry. We won't be taking any sessions. Sorry, sir. Because the police are waiting outside. They want to sweep the
Sure.
entire room
Okay.
because we have Chief
I
Minister
think
coming in.
yeah, I think gentlemen sitting there will be very happy to take the question maybe just after this. But let me just try to conclude. Whatever. In fact, time was so limited, and there's a lot of things to discuss as well. But then I think the picture is sort of clear. What we would like to sum up here is like, again, when it comes to the fact that it is globally, it is really expanding the whole EV era, but it's also important, especially from the Kerala point of view, for any other state point of view, it's important to come together and try to inculcate these kind of skills in the curricula, right? And move forward. And last note is, again, Kerala, I keep repeating, with its really skill set that we have, the youth, the strong youth skills that we have, again, with its expertise in software and hardware. I mean, absolutely. It is not just that we are going to adapt to this, the entire EV, but then we are going to lead it, right? Rather than adapting to this technology, if everything goes well in terms of our skill set. So with that note, let us sort of conclude here. So sorry that we couldn't take questions from the audience, but we would be definitely happy to address these questions of the stage, right? So let me again take this opportunity to thank my panelists, Dr. Rajasri, Dr. Ashok Kumar, and Mr. Raman for joining for this, panel discussion. Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
everyone. Thank you, sir. I apologize. Sorry. Thank you, sir.
No
Thank
problem.
you.
Understand, we
For the
understand.
next session, I invite on stage Sri Mithun Premraj IAS, Director, Scheduled Tribes Development Department, Mr. Arun Surendran, Director and Principal of Trinity College of Engineering. I request these gentlemen to please come on stage because we have a fireside chat on rising aspiration through skills. Thank you, gentlemen. Please come on stage. Please note there won't be any question and answer session after this one too, because we need to give the hall for the police for their sweeping. I'm really sorry. We will conclude the session exactly at 3 and we'll start the next one, the valedictory function, exactly at 4. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. We'll move on straight to this fireside chat session without any delay. So thank you so much, Mithun, for joining us. As somebody new to the department, I'd like to start by asking, what are the different government schemes available for skilling in the SCST sector?
Thank you. It's my pleasure to attend this session. So you are right. I've just taken charge of the department as director last week. Skilling as we see it in the traditional sense, that is for youth and aspirational, we have some dedicated programs. One of the major ones is Unnati, that is for development of entrepreneurship program. Incidentally, I've come to Ernakulam, so we have a huge fair of our department going on, Gatiga, near Kalur Stadium. So talking of Unnati, yesterday I had the fortune to meet one of the beneficiaries of our scheme. So basically, honey, as you know, it is a natural product, but there is an element of value addition to it. So these tribal youths, they are manufacturing honey and they're monitoring the entire ecosystem, right from the bees to the process. Then they remove 4 strains of microorganisms. So there is a value addition to that, and they have also gotten linkage. So this is one of the major, especially in skilling and developing entrepreneurship, that is Unnati. Then we have another program called Wings, which is basically training in the aviation industry as crew, airline crew. It is an IATA certified institution is taken on board and they train them. And I think 2-3 years back, we had our first batch. Then of course, throughout the spectrum, we have a lot of schemes. As you know, ST department, a lot of schemes are run. There is a special assistance program for our youth in which we focus on training them for competitive exams, because that is also one part of skilling. Nowadays getting through a competitive exam is also a skill, and obviously people come to major positions either in the government or in other influential sectors through these competitive exams, as well as then apprenticeships are there. Then we have a wide network of education institutions. Obviously, you might have heard of MRS, Model Residential Schools. We have our ITIs. So there is an element of skilling involved. Then, in my opinion, we also skill in other areas as well, because in education level, then of people who are in tribal community. There is a lot of agriculture is one of the mainstreams of occupation. So there is some element of skilling involved in our schemes which focus on the agricultural aspect of it. For example, in Attapadi, there is a Namattu Vellama scheme. It is essentially promoting millet cultivation. It also aims to expand the knowledge of traditional millet cultivation, which are already there among the tribes, to the newer generation as well. So this is a brief overview of our major programs that which we are conducting.
It's quite interesting that you mentioned honey, agriculture, and then all the way to aircraft crew. So it's a wide spectrum. And then the MRS schools were also mentioned. How important is it to start the training at a younger stage? I mean, at school level, can we do something in skilling?
It is very important to start. I don't know whether there is a concept called flow, which it is uh, maybe propounded by an author called Mihai Csikszentmihalyi in his book called Flow. Essentially, the flow is a state where an individual reaches, where he feels very satisfaction or highly accomplishment. That is when the challenge of the task at hand meets the skill which he has. It has been variously worded by different authors. I think high performance, some call it mindfulness. So ultimately, there is an element of skill and challenge that creates what to say good
It's like
performance.
being in the zone.
Yes, being in the zone, exactly. And I think it is rising aspiration through skills. So aspiration automatically rises as we increase the skills. And the right place to start is at the younger stage. Uh, Human development, in terms of brain development, it is said that around 75% of the development happens by the age you are 6. And so, right from the preschool, I think we should focus on this skilling. And as part of our ST department, we already have a lot of programs which target at various levels, just that we do not see it as traditional skilling programs. For instance, for a preschool kid, we have now a program for model preschools, which have not hit the ground running, but it is planned to. At that stage, the skilling starts at that stage. The child has to, whether it is development of essential motor skills, verbal skills, communication skills. And in terms of tribal communities, these skills we have to focus. Because a lot of communities have not been exposed to the progress that rest of the part of the world has achieved, or maybe so in that sense, targeting at that level would actually help us remove the barriers which come up later in stages of life. As of now, I already mentioned that we have an MRS program. Then we have pre-metric and post-metric hostels. So all these are basically aimed so that we can capture the tribal in the sense, put them in an environment which is conducive to their skilling. And as to your question, skilling is quite important. We should catch them young. We should embed this. Also, in terms of ST communities, it is quite important that the sensitivities are taken into consideration. If you visit many of the hamlets, you will see the environment there is quite different. So maybe we should go for an approach, maybe where we can, uh, those children who are unable or not willing to come to our hostels or schools, some element of education and skilling right there. So it is quite important. It is even more so important for the tribal community because they have a lot of aspirations. It is just that there is a mismatch, or there is a aspiration, realizing that aspiration hits several roadblocks because of historical, community, tradition, and other barriers as well. So it is important. And to focus on that skilling, maybe we will have to integrate our schemes, identify which all areas we should focus, considering the sensitivities and the realities of the tribal life.
I really liked it because in this entire conclave, when we mentioned skills, we were all looking at technological skills, technical skills, but you brought it down to basic verbal skills, person to person skill, interpersonal skills, and so on. Now, I think we had around 30 sessions and 230 plus speakers, but everywhere, everyone, as a rule, had to mention AI. So I'll ask you that question also. How do you have plans of incorporating AI and use it?
Course, AI is a train that we cannot miss. Um, so, coming to our specific to our department, that is Scheduled Tribes Development Department. Specifically, as of now, we have no, I would say, nothing which is already in motion. But our Honorable Chief Minister had mentioned uh, during the inauguration of our Golden Jubilee celebrations a couple of months back that one of the use case scenarios of AI, especially in terms of tribal department or tribal living, is for protection of their rights. Uh, because there is an always ethical debate with AI. And one thing is that we should ensure that that community does not lose the benefits that rest of us get through AI. And another thing which your specific question is that there is an overarching program of our government that is Digi Kerala, which aims to incorporate AI in governance as well as in service delivery. And so far as now, that we are developing use case scenarios to employ it. And the challenge in this is it's always nice to say AI, but uh, the challenging part of it is how to incorporate into our everyday governance and how it trickles down to the ultimate uh, beneficiary or the one who we provide services, uh, and just not focus on outputs, maybe actual outcomes and impacts. So that is something that is in the pipeline, and I'm very optimistic that we will be able to uh, give a good performance in that as well.
So you're cautiously optimistic about the use of AI. Though you said you have only recently joined the department, from the answers that you've given so far, it's pretty clear that you have a very firm grounding and understanding. So my last question, because we have only 5 minutes left, is what are the future plans that you have in mind?
Since this is a skill summit, I'll focus on the skill component of the department. As a department, obviously, our vision is quite broad. We want to bring out the best in our tribal community. There are a lot of aspirations, dreams, bright people. Just there are a lot of obstacles for the various reasons I mentioned earlier. Uh, as regarding skills, so when the summit was, this was a good opportunity to me, for me also to think about what to. So as I was thinking about it, one thing that came into my mind is that we will adopt a life cycle approach to the skills development. That we will integrate our schemes across, starting from the childhood, that is, as I told earlier, from the preschool. Then, and our national education policy also focuses on the skill development part right during the schooling days. So basically, we have all the programs in place, we have funds in place. We have to just integrate this, harmonize this, and bring a lot of convergence. As of now, we have SAP, CASE, KDISC, and a lot of other entities in our state working on this ecosystem. So our department wants to bring the best results of that ecosystem into the ultimate beneficiaries of our programs. And then later, the skilling as we, the traditional skilling paradigm which we see, that is at the level just after schooling or maybe post metric level, there we need to go further. Right now we have an unnati scheme, traces, wings, all these things. So maybe consolidate into a superstructure of skill development and then map the skills and link them to the correct market opportunities. And not last but not the least, this AIML, it is a quite technical but very advanced, so we have to focus on careers of the future. And one more thing is that while doing all this, we should not forget our roots. So that is, we want to continue skilling our traditional people who are there in the field, who have lived their lives in their traditions, cultures. We want to help them incorporate more skills. For instance, I'll tell you just one thing. This I don't know how many people know. Attapadi is one of the areas for millet cultivation. Millets are now such a fad worldwide, and they have been cultivating it traditionally for so many years. And but if you go to some shops in Attapadi, these millets come from outside. They actually cultivate it there, but it goes then gets branded, packaged somewhere, and it comes back and it's sold at a higher price. So we want to target that part of our population. While we talk about all the skills, we don't want to miss them out. We want to empower them. We want to give them the skills so that with their tradition, with their knowledge, with their culture, and their closeness with the nature, their skills have an influence on us, and we are able to skill them so that they can go ahead in life. This is my opinion on it. This is my vision as of now, and our department's vision is overall taking the entire thing forward.
Thank you so much for spending the time with us. It's about keeping the traditions intact at the same time advancing in terms of technology and skilling. So thank you so much, Midun, for joining us. I think we are having a hard stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much for your time. It was an exciting session. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you so much for having me.
I request everyone to please come back at 4 o'clock for the valedictory function. Now, we have come to the end of the session, all the sessions. I request everyone to please come back for the valedictory function at 4 o'clock. Please join us for tea also. Thank you.
Thank you.
ഇവിടെ നീട്ടി പിടിച്ചു. ആ മനസ്സിലായി.
Now, as the global economy pivots towards digitization, automation, and sustainability, Kerala is poised to equip its youth with future ready skills that go beyond conventional academic learning. This transformative journey begins with the Skill Kerala Global Summit, a global initiative to reimagine Kerala's skilling landscape by fostering collaboration among academia, industry, government, and civil society. The summit, being organized by the Kerala Development and Innovation Strategic Council, KDISC, at Hotel Grand Hyatt, Bolgati, Kochi, will provide a vibrant platform for thought leaders, policymakers, industry captains, innovators, and students to think aloud about skills, innovation, employment, and entrepreneurship as part of a single visionary framework. The summit will be guided by 6 key themes: the opportunities arising in employment and work, leverage Kerala's strengths and develop a global talent hub, best practices and skilling collaborations, reimagining skills and education systems, building an innovation ecosystem, work from Kerala, work for the world. Its ambitious goals include creating a shared vision for skill development, integrating skilling into higher education, showcasing success stories, fostering global partnerships, and empowering the youth. Skill Kerala Global Summit is more than just an event. It's a collective call to action. Kerala's future is here. Kerala is ready for the world. Kerala, famous as God's own country for its lush landscapes, is renowned for its pioneering initiatives in education, healthcare, and human development. This southern Indian state, which has also set new benchmarks in democratic decentralization, digital literacy, and e-governance, continues to respond swiftly to the evolving dynamics of global investment and work culture. Kerala aims to become the world's preferred destination for talent and innovation, and an ideal hub for remote work. Its rich talent pool has drawn many global giants. Kerala, famous as God's own country for its lush landscapes, is renowned for its pioneering initiatives in education, healthcare, and human development. This southern Indian state, which has also set new benchmarks in democratic decentralization, digital literacy, and e-governance, continues to respond swiftly to the evolving dynamics of global investment and work culture. Kerala aims to become the world's preferred destination for talent and innovation, and an ideal hub for remote work. Its rich talent pool has drawn many global giants to Kerala's shores, and the state consistently ranks at the top in both national and global startup ecosystem indices. IT companies operates in tech parks, employing over 150,000 skilled professionals. Now, as the global economy pivots towards digitization, automation, and sustainability, Kerala is poised to equip its youth with future-ready skills that go beyond conventional academic learning. This transformative journey begins with the Skill Kerala Global Summit, a global initiative to reimagine Kerala's skilling landscape by fostering collaboration among academia, industry, government, and civil society. The summit, being organized by the Kerala Development and Innovation Strategic Council, KDISC, at Hotel Grand Hyatt, Bolgatti, Kochi, will provide a vibrant platform for thought leaders, policymakers, industry captains, innovators, and students to think aloud about skills, innovation, employment, and entrepreneurship as part of a single visionary framework. The summit will be guided by 6 key themes: the opportunities arising in employment and work, leverage Kerala's strengths and develop a global talent hub, best practices and skilling collaborations, reimagining skills and education systems, building an innovation ecosystem, work from Kerala, work for the world. Its ambitious goals include creating a shared vision for skill development, integrating skilling into higher education, showcasing success stories, fostering global partnerships, and empowering the youth. Skill Kerala Global Summit is more than just an event. It's a collective call to action. Kerala's future is here. Kerala is ready for the world. Kerala, famous as God's own country for its lush landscapes, is renowned for its pioneering initiatives in education, healthcare, and human development. This southern Indian state, which has also set new benchmarks in democratic decentralization, digital literacy, and e-governance, continues to respond swiftly to the evolving dynamics of global investment and work culture. Kerala aims to become the world's preferred destination for talent and innovation, and an ideal hub for remote work. Its rich talent pool has drawn many global giants to Kerala's shores, and the state consistently ranks at the top in both national and global startup ecosystem indices. IT companies operates in tech parks, employing over 150,000 skilled professionals. Now, as the global economy pivots towards digitization, automation, and sustainability, Kerala is poised to equip its youth with future-ready skills that go beyond conventional academic learning. This transformative journey begins with the Skill Kerala Global Summit, a global initiative to reimagine Kerala's skilling landscape by fostering collaboration among academia, industry, government, and civil society. The summit being organized by the Kerala Development and Innovation Strategic Council, KDISC, at Hotel Grand Hyatt, Bolgatti, Kochi, will provide a vibrant platform for thought leaders, policymakers, industry captains, innovators, and students to think aloud about skills, innovation, employment, and entrepreneurship as part of a single visionary framework. The summit will be guided by 6 key themes: new opportunities arising in employment and work, leverage Kerala's strengths and develop a global talent hub, best practices and skilling collaborations, reimagining skills and education systems, building an innovation ecosystem, work from Kerala, work for the world. Its ambitious goals include creating a shared vision for skill development, integrating skilling into higher education, showcasing success stories, fostering global partnerships, and empowering the youth. Skill Kerala Global Summit is more than just an event. It's a collective call to action. Kerala's future is here. Kerala is ready for the world. Kerala, famous as God's own country for its lush landscapes, is renowned for its pioneering initiatives in education, healthcare, and human development. This southern Indian state, which has also set new benchmarks in democratic decentralization, digital literacy, and e-governance, continues to respond swiftly to the evolving dynamics of global investment and work culture. Kerala aims to become the world's preferred destination for talent and innovation, and an ideal hub for remote work. Its rich talent pool has drawn many global giants to Kerala's shores, and the state consistently ranks at the top in both national and global startup ecosystem indices. IT companies operates in tech parks, employing over 150,000 skilled professionals. Now, as the global economy pivots towards digitization, automation, and sustainability, Kerala is poised to equip its youth with future-ready skills that go beyond conventional academic learning. This transformative journey begins with the Skill Kerala Global Summit, a global initiative to reimagine Kerala's skilling landscape by fostering collaboration among academia, industry, government, and civil society. The summit being organized by the Kerala Development and Innovation Strategic Council, KDISC, at Hotel Grand Hyatt, Bolgatti, Kochi, will provide a vibrant platform for thought leaders, policymakers, industry captains, innovators, and students to think aloud about skills, innovation, employment, and entrepreneurship as part of a single visionary framework. The summit will be guided by 6 key themes: new opportunities arising in employment and work, leverage Kerala's strengths and develop a global talent hub, best practices and skilling collaborations, reimagining skills and education systems, building an innovation ecosystem, work from Kerala, work for the world. Its ambitious goals include creating a shared vision for skill development, integrating skilling into higher education, showcasing success stories, fostering global partnerships, and empowering the youth. Skill Kerala Global Summit is more than just an event. It's a collective call to action. Kerala's future is here. Kerala is ready for the world. Kerala, famous as God's own country for its lush landscapes, is renowned for its pioneering initiatives in education, healthcare, and human development. This southern Indian state, which has also set new benchmarks in democratic decentralization, digital literacy, and e-governance, continues to respond swiftly to the evolving dynamics of global investment and work culture. Kerala aims to become the world's preferred destination for talent and innovation, and an ideal hub for remote work. Its rich talent pool has drawn many global giants to Kerala's shores, and the state consistently ranks at the top in both national and global startup ecosystem indices. IT companies operates in tech parks, employing over 150,000 skilled professionals. Now, as the global economy pivots towards digitization, automation, and sustainability, Kerala is poised to equip its youth with future-ready skills that go beyond conventional academic learning. This transformative journey begins with the Skill Kerala Global Summit, a global initiative to reimagine Kerala's skilling landscape by fostering collaboration among academia, industry, government, and civil society. The summit, being organized by the Kerala Development and Innovation Strategic Council, KDISC, at Hotel Grand Hyatt, Bolgatti, Kochi, will provide a vibrant platform for thought leaders, policymakers, industry captains, innovators, and students to think aloud about skills, innovation, employment, and entrepreneurship as part of a single visionary framework. The summit will be guided by 6 key themes.
ഏതാനും മിനിറ്റുകൾക്കുള്ളിൽ നമ്മൾ വാലിഡിക്ടറി ഫംഗ്ഷനിലേക്ക് കടക്കുകയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ വശങ്ങളിലായി നിൽക്കുന്നവർ ദയവ് ചെയ്ത് ഉള്ളിലേക്ക് വരണം. നമുക്ക് സീറ്റുകളുണ്ട്, സീറ്റുകളിലേക്ക് വരണം. വാതിലിന്റെ ഭാഗത്ത് കയറുന്ന ഭാഗത്തായി നിൽക്കുന്നവർ ദയവ് ചെയ്ത് അകത്തേക്ക് വരണം. അവിടെ ആരും നിൽക്കേണ്ട ആവശ്യമില്ല. എല്ലാവരും അകത്തേക്ക് വരികയും സീറ്റുകളിലേക്ക് ഇരിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യുക. പുറത്ത് നിൽക്കുന്ന ആളുകളുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ വാലിഡിക്ടറി ഫംഗ്ഷനിലേക്ക് കടക്കുകയാണ്. ദയവ് ചെയ്ത് അകത്തേക്ക് വരണം. I request everyone to please come inside and take their seats. There are a lot of empty seats towards the left. So I request everyone to please, my left, your right. I request everyone to please come inside the venue and take your seats so that we can start the valedictory function. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Kerala, famous as God's own country for its lush landscapes, is renowned for its pioneering initiatives in education, healthcare, and human development. This southern Indian state, which has also set new benchmarks in democratic decentralization, digital literacy, and e-governance, continues to respond swiftly to the evolving dynamics of global investment and work culture. Kerala aims to become the world's preferred destination for talent and innovation, and an ideal hub for remote work. Its rich talent pool has drawn many global giants to Kerala's shores, and the state consistently ranks at the top in both national and global startup ecosystem indices. IT companies operates in tech parks, employing over 150,000 skilled professionals. Now, as the global economy pivots towards digitization, automation, and sustainability, Kerala is poised to equip its youth with future-ready skills that go beyond conventional academic learning. This transformative journey begins with the Skill Kerala Global Summit, a global initiative to reimagine Kerala's skilling landscape by fostering collaboration among academia, industry, government, and civil society. The summit, being organized by the Kerala Development and Innovation Strategic Council, KDISC, at Hotel Grand Hyatt, Bolgatti, Kochi, will provide a vibrant platform for thought leaders, policymakers, industry captains, innovators, and students to think aloud about skills, innovation, employment, and entrepreneurship as part of a single visionary framework. The summit will be guided by 6 key themes. The opportunities arising in employment and work, leverage Kerala's strengths and develop a global talent hub, best practices and skilling collaborations, reimagining skills and education systems, building an innovation ecosystem, work from Kerala, work for the world. Its ambitious goals include creating a shared vision for skill development, integrating skilling into higher education, showcasing success stories, fostering global partnerships, and empowering the youth. Skill Kerala Global Summit is more than just an event. It's a collective call to action. Kerala's future is here. Kerala is ready for the world. Kerala, famous as God's own country for its lush landscapes, is renowned for its pioneering initiatives in education, healthcare, and human development. The southern Indian state, which has also set new benchmarks in democratic decentralization, digital literacy, and e-governance, continues to respond swiftly to the evolving dynamics of global investment and work culture. Kerala aims to become the world's preferred destination for talent and innovation, and an ideal hub for remote work. Its rich talent pool has drawn many global giants to Kerala's shores, and the state consistently ranks at the top in both national and global startup ecosystem indices. IT companies operates in tech parks, employing over 150,000 skilled professionals. Now, as the global economy pivots towards digitization, automation, and sustainability, Kerala is poised to equip its youth with future-ready skills that go beyond conventional academic learning. This transformative journey begins with the Skill Kerala Global Summit, a global initiative to reimagine Kerala's skilling landscape by fostering collaboration among academia, industry, government, and civil society. The summit, being organized by the Kerala Development and Innovation Strategic Council, KDISC, at Hotel Grand Hyatt, Bolgatti, Kochi, will provide a vibrant platform for thought leaders, policymakers, industry captains, innovators, and students to think aloud about skills, innovation, employment, and entrepreneurship as part of a single visionary framework. The summit will be guided by 6 key themes: the opportunities arising in employment and work, leverage Kerala's strengths and develop a global talent hub, best practices and skilling collaborations, reimagining skills and education systems, building an innovation ecosystem, work from Kerala, work for the world. Its ambitious goals include creating a shared vision for skill development, integrating skilling into higher education, showcasing success stories, fostering global partnerships, and empowering the youth. Skill Kerala Global Summit is more than just an event. It's a collective call to action. Kerala's future is here. Kerala is ready for the world. Kerala, famous as God's own country for its lush landscapes, is renowned for its pioneering initiatives in education, healthcare, and human development. The southern Indian state, which has also set new benchmarks in democratic decentralization, digital literacy, and e-governance, continues to respond swiftly to the evolving dynamics of global investment and work culture. Kerala aims to become the world's preferred destination for talent and innovation, and an ideal hub for remote work. Its rich talent pool has drawn many global giants to Kerala's shores, and the state consistently ranks at the top in both national and global startup ecosystem indices. IT companies operates in tech parks, employing over 150,000
I
skilled
request everyone to
professionals.
please take the seats and not to stand near the corridors and the doors. I request everyone to please take their seats. Whoever is waiting outside, I request everyone to please come in for the valedictory function. എല്ലാവരും ദയവ് ചെയ്ത് സീറ്റുകളിലേക്ക് ഇരിക്കണം. എൻ്റെ ലെഫ്റ്റ് സൈഡിൽ ഇടതുവശത്ത്, അതായത് നിങ്ങളുടെ വലതുവശത്തായിട്ട് സ്ഥലം ബാക്കിയുണ്ട്. അതുകൊണ്ട് ദയവ് ചെയ്ത് എല്ലാവരും ഉള്ളിലേക്ക് വരണം. ആ വേക്കൻ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള സീറ്റുകൾ ഓക്യുപ്പൈ ചെയ്യണം. താങ്ക് യു.
It's a collective call to action. Kerala's future is here. Kerala is ready for the world. Kerala, famous as God's own country for its lush landscapes, is renowned for its pioneering initiatives in education, healthcare, and human development. This southern Indian state, which has also set new benchmarks in democratic decentralization, digital literacy, and e-governance, continues to respond swiftly to the evolving dynamics of global investment and work culture. Kerala aims to become the world's preferred destination for talent and innovation, and an ideal hub for remote work. Its rich talent pool has drawn many global giants to Kerala's shores, and the state consistently ranks at the top in both national and global startup ecosystem indices. IT companies operates in tech parks, employing over 150,000 skilled professionals. Now, as the global economy pivots towards digitization, automation, and sustainability, Kerala is poised to equip its youth with future-ready skills.
I request everyone to please take their seats. Whoever are standing next to the doors, whoever are on the corridors, I request everyone to please come inside and take their seats. We do not want anybody standing, so can everyone please take their seats. There are a lot of vacant seats towards my left and your right. Kindly come inside and fill those seats. Thank you, everyone.
Will provide a vibrant platform for thought leaders, policymakers, industry captains, innovators, and students to think aloud about skills, innovation, employment, and entrepreneurship as part of a single visionary framework. The summit will be guided by 6 key themes: the opportunities arising in employment and work, leverage Kerala's strengths and develop a global talent hub, best practices and skilling collaborations, reimagining skills and education systems, building an innovation ecosystem, work from Kerala, work for the world. Its ambitious goals include creating a shared vision for skill development, integrating skilling into higher education, showcasing success stories, fostering global partnerships, and empowering the youth. Skill Kerala Global Summit is more than just an event. It's a collective call to action. Kerala's future is here. Kerala is ready for the world. Kerala, famous as God's own country for its lush landscapes, is renowned for its pioneering initiatives in education, healthcare, and human development. This southern Indian state, which has also set new benchmarks in democratic decentralization, digital literacy, and e-governance, continues to respond swiftly to the evolving dynamics of global investment and work culture. Kerala aims to become the world's preferred destination for talent and innovation, and an ideal hub for remote work. Its rich talent pool has drawn many global giants to Kerala's shores, and the state consistently ranks at the top in both national and global startup ecosystem indices. IT companies operates in tech parks, employing over 150,000 skilled professionals. Now, as the global economy pivots towards digitization, automation, and sustainability, Kerala is poised to equip its youth with future-ready skills that go beyond conventional academic learning. This transformative journey begins with the Skill Kerala Global Summit, a global initiative to reimagine Kerala's skilling landscape by fostering collaboration among academia, industry, government, and civil society. The summit being organized by the Kerala Development and Innovation Strategic Council, KDISC, at Hotel Grand Hyatt, Bolgatti, Kochi, will provide a vibrant platform for thought leaders, policymakers, industry captains, innovators, and students to think aloud about skills, innovation, employment, and entrepreneurship as part of a single visionary framework. The summit will be guided by 6 key themes: the opportunities arising in employment and work, leverage Kerala's strengths and develop a global talent hub, best practices and skilling collaborations, reimagining skills and education systems, building an innovation ecosystem, work from Kerala, work for the world. Its ambitious goals include creating a shared vision for skill development, integrating skilling into higher education, showcasing success stories, fostering global partnerships, and empowering the youth. Skill Kerala Global Summit is more than just an event. It's a collective call to action. Kerala's future is here. Kerala is ready for the world. Kerala, famous as God's own country for its lush landscapes, is renowned for its pioneering initiatives in education, healthcare, and human development. This southern Indian state, which has also set new benchmarks in democratic decentralization, digital literacy, and e-governance, continues to respond swiftly to the evolving dynamics of global investment and work culture. Kerala aims to become the world's preferred destination for talent and innovation, and an ideal hub for remote work. Its rich talent pool has drawn many global giants to Kerala's shores, and the state consistently ranks at the top in both national and global startup ecosystem indices. IT companies operates in tech parks, employing over 150,000 skilled professionals. Now, as the global economy pivots towards digitization, automation, and sustainability, Kerala is poised to equip its youth with future-ready skills that go beyond conventional academic learning. This transformative journey begins with the Skill Kerala Global Summit, a global initiative to reimagine Kerala's skilling landscape by fostering collaboration among academia, industry, government, and civil society. The summit being organized by the Kerala Development and Innovation Strategic Council, KDISC, at Hotel Grand Hyatt, Bolgatti, Kochi, will provide a vibrant platform for thought leaders, policymakers, industry captains, innovators, and students to think aloud about skills, innovation, employment, and entrepreneurship as part of a single visionary framework. The summit will be guided by 6 key themes: the opportunities arising in employment and work, leverage Kerala's strengths and develop a global talent hub, best practices and skilling collaborations, reimagining skills and education systems, building an innovation ecosystem, work from Kerala, work for the world. Its ambitious goals include creating a shared vision for skill development, integrating skilling into higher education, showcasing success stories, fostering global partnerships, and empowering the youth. Skill Kerala Global Summit is more than just an event. It's a collective call to action. Kerala's future is here. Kerala is ready for the world. Kerala, famous as God's own country for its lush landscapes, is renowned for its pioneering initiatives in education, healthcare, and human development. This southern Indian state, which has also set new benchmarks in democratic decentralization, digital literacy, and e-governance, continues to respond swiftly to the evolving dynamics of global investment and work culture. Kerala aims to become the world's preferred destination for talent and innovation, and an ideal hub for remote work. Its rich talent pool has drawn many global giants to Kerala's shores, and the state consistently ranks at the top in both national and global startup ecosystem indices. IT companies operates in tech parks, employing over 150,000 skilled professionals. Now, as the global economy pivots towards digitization, automation, and sustainability, Kerala is poised to equip its youth with future-ready skills that go beyond conventional academic learning. This transformative journey begins with the Skill Kerala Global Summit, a global initiative to reimagine Kerala's skilling landscape by fostering collaboration among academia, industry, government, and civil society. The summit, being organized by the Kerala Development and Innovation Strategic Council, KDISC, at Hotel Grand Hyatt, Bolgatti, Kochi, will provide a vibrant platform for thought leaders, policymakers, industry captains, innovators, and students to think aloud about skills, innovation, employment, and entrepreneurship as part of a single visionary framework. The summit will be guided by 6 key themes: the opportunities arising in employment and work, leverage Kerala's strengths and develop a global talent hub, best practices and skilling collaborations, reimagining skills and education systems, building an innovation ecosystem, work from Kerala, work for the world. Its ambitious goals include creating a shared vision for skill development, integrating skilling into higher education, showcasing success stories, fostering global partnerships, and empowering the youth. Skill Kerala Global Summit is more than just an event. It's a collective call to action. Kerala's future is here. Kerala is ready for the world. Kerala, famous as God's own country for its lush landscapes, is renowned for its pioneering initiatives in education, healthcare, and human development. This southern Indian state, which has also set new benchmarks in democratic decentralization, digital literacy, and e-governance, continues to respond swiftly to the evolving dynamics of global investment and work culture. Kerala aims to become the world's preferred destination for talent and innovation, and an ideal hub for remote work. Its rich talent pool has drawn many global giants to Kerala's shores, and the state consistently ranks at the top in both national and global startup ecosystem indices. IT companies operates in tech parks, employing over 150,000 skilled professionals. Now, as the global economy pivots towards digitization, automation, and sustainability, Kerala is poised to equip its youth with future-ready skills that go beyond conventional academic learning. This transformative journey begins with the Skill Kerala Global Summit, a global initiative to reimagine Kerala's skilling landscape by fostering collaboration among academia, industry, government, and civil society. The summit, being organized by the Kerala Development and Innovation Strategic Council, KDISC, at Hotel Grand Hyatt, Bolgatti, Kochi, will provide a vibrant platform for thought leaders, policymakers, industry captains, innovators, and students to think aloud about skills, innovation, employment, and entrepreneurship as part of a single visionary framework. The summit will be guided by 6 key themes: the opportunities arising in employment and work, leverage Kerala's strengths and develop a global talent hub, best practices and skilling collaborations, reimagining skills and education systems, building an innovation ecosystem, work from Kerala, work for the world. Its ambitious goals include creating a shared vision for skill development, integrating skilling into higher education, showcasing success stories, fostering global partnerships, and empowering the youth. Skill Kerala Global Summit is more than just an event. It's a collective call to action. Kerala's future is here. Kerala is ready for the world. Kerala, famous as God's own country for its lush landscapes, is renowned for its pioneering initiatives in education, healthcare, and human development. This southern Indian state, which has also set new benchmarks in democratic decentralization, digital literacy, and e-governance, continues to respond swiftly to the evolving dynamics of global investment and work culture. Kerala aims to become the world's preferred destination for talent and innovation, and an ideal hub for remote work. Its rich talent pool has drawn many global giants to Kerala's shores, and the state consistently ranks at the top in both national and global startup ecosystem indices. IT companies operates in tech parks, employing over 150,000 skilled professionals. Now, as the global economy pivots towards digitization, automation, and sustainability, Kerala is poised to equip its youth with future-ready skills that go beyond conventional academic learning. This transformative journey begins with the Skill Kerala Global Summit, a global initiative to reimagine Kerala's skilling landscape by fostering collaboration among academia, industry, government, and civil society. The summit, being organized by the Kerala Development and Innovation Strategic Council, KDISC, at Hotel Grand Hyatt, Bolgatti, Kochi, will provide a vibrant platform for thought leaders, policymakers, industry captains, innovators, and students to think aloud about skills, innovation, employment, and entrepreneurship as part of a single visionary framework. The summit will be guided by 6 key themes: new opportunities arising in employment and work, leverage Kerala's strengths and develop a global talent hub, best practices and skilling collaborations, reimagining skills and education systems, building an innovation ecosystem, work from Kerala, work for the world. Its ambitious goals include creating a shared vision for skill development, integrating skilling into higher education, showcasing success stories, fostering global partnerships, and empowering the youth. Skill Kerala Global Summit is more than just an event. It's a collective call to action. Kerala's future is here. Kerala is ready for the world. Kerala, famous as God's own country for its lush landscapes, is renowned for its pioneering initiatives in education, healthcare, and human development. This southern Indian state, which has also set new benchmarks in democratic decentralization, digital literacy, and e-governance, continues to respond swiftly to the evolving dynamics of global investment and work culture. Kerala aims to become the world's preferred destination for talent and innovation, and an ideal hub for remote work. Its rich talent pool has drawn many global giants to Kerala's shores, and the state consistently ranks at the top in both national and global startup ecosystem indices. IT companies operates in tech parks, employing over 150,000 skilled professionals. Now, as the global economy pivots towards digitization, automation, and sustainability, Kerala is poised to equip its youth with future-ready skills that go beyond conventional academic learning. This transformative journey begins with the Skill Kerala Global Summit, a global initiative to reimagine Kerala's skilling landscape by fostering collaboration among academia, industry, government, and civil society. The summit being organized by the Kerala Development and Innovation Strategic Council, KDISC, at Hotel Grand Hyatt, Bolgatti, Kochi, will provide a vibrant platform for thought leaders, policymakers, industry captains, innovators, and students to think aloud about skills, innovation, employment, and entrepreneurship as part of a single visionary framework. The summit will be guided by 6 key themes: the opportunities arising in employment and work, leverage Kerala's strengths and develop a global talent hub, best practices and skilling collaborations, reimagining skills and education systems, building an innovation ecosystem, work from Kerala, work for the world. Its ambitious goals include creating a shared vision for skill development, integrating skilling into higher education, showcasing success stories, fostering global partnerships, and empowering the youth. Skill Kerala Global Summit is more than just an event. It's a collective call to action. Kerala's future is here. Kerala is ready for the world. Kerala, famous as God's own country for its lush landscapes, is renowned for its pioneering initiatives in education, healthcare, and human development. This southern Indian state, which has also set new benchmarks in democratic decentralization, digital literacy, and e-governance, continues to respond swiftly to the evolving dynamics of global investment and work culture. Kerala aims to become the world's preferred destination for talent and innovation, and an ideal hub for remote work. Its rich talent pool has drawn many global giants to Kerala's shores, and the state consistently ranks at the top in both national and global startup ecosystem indices. IT companies operates in tech parks, employing over 150,000 skilled professionals. Now, as the global economy pivots towards digitization, automation, and sustainability, Kerala is poised to equip its youth with future-ready skills that go beyond conventional academic learning. This transformative journey begins with the Skill Kerala Global Summit, a global initiative to reimagine Kerala's skilling landscape by fostering collaboration among academia, industry, government, and civil society. The summit being organized by the Kerala Development and Innovation Strategic Council, KDISC, at Hotel Grand Hyatt, Bolgatti, Kochi, will provide a vibrant platform for thought leaders, policymakers, industry captains, innovators, and students to think aloud about skills, innovation, employment, and entrepreneurship as part of a single visionary framework. The summit will be guided by 6 key themes: the opportunities arising in employment and work, leverage Kerala's strengths and develop a global talent hub, best practices and skilling collaborations, reimagining skills and education systems, building an innovation ecosystem, work from Kerala, work for the world. Its ambitious goals include creating a shared vision for skill development, integrating skilling into higher education, showcasing success stories, fostering global partnerships, and empowering the youth. Skill Kerala Global Summit is more than just an event. It's a collective call to action. Kerala's future is here. Kerala is ready for the world. Kerala, famous as God's own country for its lush landscapes, is renowned for its pioneering initiatives in education, healthcare, and human development. This southern Indian state, which has also set new benchmarks in democratic decentralization, digital literacy, and e-governance, continues to respond swiftly to the evolving dynamics of global investment and work culture. Kerala aims to become the world's preferred destination for talent and innovation, and an ideal hub for remote work. Its rich talent pool has drawn many global giants to Kerala's shores, and the state consistently ranks at the top in both national and global startup ecosystem indices. IT companies operates in tech parks, employing over 150,000 skilled professionals. Now, as the global economy pivots towards digitization, automation, and sustainability, Kerala is poised to equip its youth with future-ready skills that go beyond conventional academic learning. This transformative journey begins with the Skill Kerala Global Summit, a global initiative to reimagine Kerala's skilling landscape by fostering collaboration among academia, industry, government, and civil society. The summit, being organized by the Kerala Development and Innovation Strategic Council, KDISC, at Hotel Grand Hyatt, Bolgatti, Kochi, will provide a vibrant platform for thought leaders, policymakers, industry captains, innovators, and students to think aloud about skills, innovation,
മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി എത്തിക്കഴിഞ്ഞു.
employment, and entrepreneurship.
നമ്മൾ ഇന്നത്തെ വാലിഡിക്ടറി ഫംഗ്ഷനിലേക്ക് കടക്കുകയാണ്. ദയവ് ചെയ്ത് എല്ലാവരും ഇരിപ്പിടങ്ങളിലേക്ക് വരിക. നമ്മൾ അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് വേണ്ടി കാത്തിരിക്കുകയായിരുന്നു.
Vice Chancellor.
കുതിച്ചു പായുന്ന സാങ്കേതിക ലോകത്തിൽ അതേ വേഗതയിൽ കഴിയുമെങ്കിൽ അതിലേറെ വേഗത്തിൽ കുതിക്കുന്നവനാണ് മലയാളി. കാരണം അറിവിന്റെ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസത്തിന്റെ നേട്ടങ്ങളുടെ പട്ടികയിൽ മലയാളി എന്നും മുന്നിൽ തന്നെയാണ്. ഒരു നാടിന്റെ പുരോഗതിയിൽ സാമ്പത്തിക പുരോഗതി മുന്നിൽ നിൽക്കേണ്ടത് അത്യന്താപേക്ഷിതമാണ് എന്ന തിരിച്ചറിവും അതിനായി ഒരു ജനതയെ രൂപപ്പെടുത്തണം എന്ന ബോധ്യവും കാലാകാലങ്ങളായി നമ്മുടെ സർക്കാരിനുണ്ട്. ദീർഘവീക്ഷണമുള്ള ഒരു നേതൃത്വം അതിനായി നിരന്തരം പരിശ്രമിക്കുന്നുമുണ്ട്. അങ്ങനെ ഒരുപാട് വികസന പദ്ധതികൾ നൽകുന്ന നമ്മുടെ സർക്കാരിന്റെ മറ്റൊരു ബൃഹത്തായ കാൽവയ്പാണ് കഴിഞ്ഞ 2 ദിവസങ്ങളിലായി നമ്മൾ വീക്ഷിച്ചത്. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskaram. Welcome to the valedictory function of Skill Kerala Global Summit 2025. For the past 2 days, we have had amazing sessions on opportunities, thought-provoking discussions on evolving world of work, job opportunity issues addressed, and questions answered about industry and skill alignment. We also witnessed partnerships foster and future alliances created. Altogether, the past 2 days have been exceptional and inspirational for every participant. I thank everyone for this wonderful support for this phenomenal initiative. We move on with the valedictory function. I request Dr. P.V. Unnikrishnan, Member Secretary, KDISC, to please deliver the welcome speech. Sir, please.
Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Pinarayi Vijayan, Honorable Minister for Finance, K.N. Balagopal, dignitaries on the dais and dignitaries in the audience. We are coming to a grand closure of the Kerala Summit 2025, Skills Summit 2025. Vijnana Keralam, the Kerala government milestone project, has launched this Kerala Skills Summit to celebrate skilling as a commitment to make Kerala a talent hub of the globe. Sri Pinarayi Vijayan, Honorable CM, visionary of Nava Keralam to take Kerala to the knowledge economy, would be delivering the valedictory address at this grand occasion. I welcome him humbly to this occasion. Sri K.N. Balagopal, the Honorable Finance Minister. He's also the Vice Chairperson of Kerala Development Integrated Development Innovation Strategy Council, who had been giving leadership to Vijnana Keralam and all other projects of KDISC. He would be delivering the presidential address. I humbly welcome him to the event. Dr. T.M. Thomas Isaac, the former Finance Minister of Kerala, the advisor to Vijnana Keralam, had been leading this program right from the day he was positioned as advisor. He will be presenting the outcomes of the consultations during the last 2 days. During this occasion, I welcome him humbly to this program. Dr. V.P. Jagadiraj, Vice Chancellor of the Sri Narayana Gandhi Open University, Dr. P.S. Srikala, Director, Kerala Knowledge Economy Mission, and my colleague. I welcome Dr. V.P. Jagadiraj and Dr. P.S. Srikala to this grand event. I welcome all the 200 speakers who took part in the 57 sessions here, the 2,763 delegates offline, the 455 industry participants who were present here and signed expressions of interest with us, thousands of students who witnessed the event online, and also delegates from abroad. I also welcome the representatives of the industry, the Confederation of Indian Industries, the FICCI, the ICT Academy of Kerala, the Air Cargo Forum India, and other industries who honored this important occasion. I also welcome the government officials, my colleagues and functionaries from KIDIS, key resource persons from KILA, functionaries of Kudumbastri, functionaries and all other functionaries who have contributed to make the program a grand success. The person who had left no stone unturned for this program was my colleague, Executive Director of Skilling, PM Riyas. He had been working painstakingly for the last 1 month for this program. I welcome him as a formality to this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we have the summit outcome presentation. Let's hear it from Dr. T.M. Thomas Isaac, Chief Advisor, Vijnana Keralam. Sir, please.
ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട കേരള മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി ശ്രീ പിണറായി വിജയൻ, ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട ധനകാര്യ വകുപ്പ് മന്ത്രി ശ്രീ കെ എൻ ബാലഗോപാൽ, വേദിയിലുള്ള മറ്റു ബഹുമാന്യരെ, പ്രിയമുള്ള സുഹൃത്തുക്കളെ, this two-day event will be remembered as a landmark in Kerala's transition to a knowledge economy. വിജ്ഞാന സമൂഹത്തിലേക്കുള്ള കേരളത്തിന്റെ പ്രയാണത്തില് ഈ 2 ദിവസത്തെ സമ്മേളനം നിശ്ചയമായിട്ടും രേഖപ്പെടുത്തപ്പെടും. In around 57 sessions across 6 tracks, in which more than 200 experts spoke, and 16 keynote addresses, has not only given us new insights how to drive this program forward, but also confidence that we will be able to reach our destination. എന്താ ലക്ഷ്യം? അടുത്ത 6 മാസത്തിനുള്ളില് ഒരു 3.5 ലക്ഷം വിദ്യാർത്ഥികള്, 3 ലക്ഷം വീട്ടമ്മമാര്, മറ്റൊരു 2 ലക്ഷം അഭ്യസ്തവിദ്യരായ തൊഴിലന്വേഷകര്, ഇവരെ സ്കില്ല് ചെയ്യാം, ജോലിയിലേക്ക് നയിക്കാം. Now, this is a point of departure from the normal skilling programs. ആദ്യം ജോലി കണ്ടുപിടിക്കാം, എന്നിട്ട് അതിനു വേണ്ടിയുള്ള സ്കിൽ നൽകാം. നോർമലി നമ്മൾ അങ്ങനെയല്ല. ഒരു സ്ട്രീം, ആ സ്ട്രീമിലെ വിവിധങ്ങളായിട്ടുള്ള സ്കിൽ പോസിബിലിറ്റീസ്, ആ ബൊക്കയിൽ നിന്ന് കുട്ടിയുടെ താല്പര്യം അനുസരിച്ച് അല്ലെ ട്രെയിനറുടെ താല്പര്യം അനുസരിച്ച് ഏതെങ്കിലും എടുത്ത് പഠിക്കുന്നു, പിന്നെ അദ്ദേഹം ജോലി അന്വേഷിക്കുന്നു. നോ, അതില് ഈ പുതിയ സമീപനത്തില് ഒരു നിർണായക കാൽവെപ്പ് നേട്ടം ഈ സമ്മേളനം കൊണ്ടുണ്ടായിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഈ സമ്മേളനം വിളിച്ചുകൂട്ടാൻ തീരുമാനിച്ചപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ചിന്തിച്ചിരുന്നത് 50,000 ജോബ്സ്, 50,000 ജോബ് ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റീസിന്റെ എക്സ്പ്രഷൻ ഓഫ് ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റ് കിട്ടുമെന്നുള്ളത്. എന്നാൽ ഇന്ന് നമ്മൾ ഈ സമാപന സമ്മേളനം ചേരുമ്പോൾ 1,28,408 ജോബ് ഓഫേഴ്സ് ലഭിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ITI 57,578, ഡിപ്ലോമ 34,349, ബിടെക് 17,321, ഗ്രാജുവേറ്റ് 18,271, ഹെൽത്ത് കെയർ 889, അങ്ങനെ 1,28,408. നൗ ഇത് കേരളത്തിലെ കോളേജുകൾക്ക് ലഭ്യമാണ്. എനിബഡി ക്യാൻ ചൂസ്, സെലക്ട്. ഞങ്ങൾ ഈ ജോലിക്ക് വേണ്ടി ഞങ്ങളുടെ കുട്ടികളെ തയ്യാറെടുക്കും. ആ കമ്പനിയെ ഞങ്ങൾ ബന്ധപ്പെടും. ആ കമ്പനിക്ക് കോഴ്സ് ഡിസൈൻ ചെയ്യാം. അല്ല എന്തെങ്കിലും സ്റ്റാൻഡേർഡ് കോഴ്സ് അല്ല, കസ്റ്റമൈസ് കോഴ്സ്. ഈ ജോലിക്ക് ഇന്ന കോഴ്സ് വേണം. ആ കോഴ്സ് ഡിസൈൻ ചെയ്യുന്നതിൽ പങ്കാളിയാവാം. കുട്ടി പഠിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുമ്പോ യു ക്യാൻ ഓൾസോ ബി എ മെന്റർ. ഓൺലൈനോ ഓഫ്ലൈനായിട്ടോ കോളേജിൽ വരാം, കുട്ടികളെ കാണാം, സംസാരിക്കാം. ഇതിനപ്പുറം എന്ത് ഓഫറാ കേരളം വെക്കേണ്ടത്? ഇതാണ് ഈ പരിപാടി. Now this is not just for the college students. We are thinking at least 3 lakh women. Only less than 20% of the women are employed outside the house in Kerala. But they are equally educated as men. But for various reasons that I don't want to elaborate on, they are forced to be housewives. Now they want job. Only condition is it has to be near the house. So what are we doing? 3 more days. The target is we are going to identify 1 lakh job. 1 ലക്ഷം തൊഴില് ഓണത്തിന്. ആ ജോലി കണ്ടുപിടിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പിന്നെ സ്ത്രീകളോട് ചോദിക്കുകയാണ്, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഈ ജോലി ചെയ്യാൻ താല്പര്യമുണ്ടോ? ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ സ്കിൽ ചെയ്യാം. Once again the approach is identify the jobs, then skill for the jobs. ഇനി മേളകൾക്ക് വെറുതെ ആളെ കൂട്ടി മേളയിൽ കൊണ്ടുപോയില്ല. ജോലി ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ആ ജോലിക്ക് വേണ്ടിയുള്ള കോഴ്സ് പഠിച്ചവരാണ് മേളയിൽ വരിക. സോ ദിസ് ഈസ് എ മേജർ ചേഞ്ച് ദാറ്റ് ഈസ്. പക്ഷെ ഒരു പ്രശ്നമുണ്ട്. എങ്ങനെ ഇത്രയധികം പേരെ ട്രെയിൻ ചെയ്യാം? വെറുതെ ട്രെയിനേഴ്സ്. അതായിരിക്കും കേരളത്തിന്റെ പ്രത്യേകത. കേരളത്തിലെ അഭ്യസ്ത വിദ്യരായ പ്രൊഫഷണൽസ്, അക്കാഡമിക്സ്, അവരോടൊക്കെ അഭ്യർത്ഥിക്കുകയാണ്. ഒരു 4 പതിറ്റാണ്ട് മുമ്പ് മലയാളികളെ മുഴുവൻ സാക്ഷരരാക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി എങ്ങനെ ഇറങ്ങിയോ അതുപോലെ ഇന്ന് കേരളം അഭ്യർത്ഥിക്കുന്നു, നിങ്ങൾ വരണം. നിങ്ങൾ ഓരോരുത്തരും മെന്റർമാരാവണം. കേരളത്തിന്റെ വിജ്ഞാന സമൂഹത്തിലേക്കുള്ള ഈ പ്രയാണത്തിൽ നിങ്ങളും പങ്കാളികളാവണം. അങ്ങനെ നൂതനമായ ഒരു പുതിയ സാക്ഷരതാ ജനകീയ പ്രസ്ഥാനത്തിന്, അത് നൈപുണിക്ക് വേണ്ടിയുള്ള പ്രസ്ഥാനത്തിന് രൂപം നൽകുന്നതിന് ഈ 2 ദിവസത്തെ സമ്മേളനം വലിയ ഉത്തേജനമായിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇത് വിജയിപ്പിച്ച പങ്കെടുത്ത എല്ലാവരോടും നന്ദി പറയുന്നു. കേരള സർക്കാരിനോട് പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് നന്ദി പറയുന്നു. എല്ലാവർക്കും ഒരിക്കൽ കൂടി നന്ദി, നമസ്കാരം.
ഐസക് സർ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ എന്ത് ലക്ഷ്യമാണോ നമ്മൾ മുന്നിൽ കണ്ടത് അതേ ലക്ഷ്യത്തിലേക്ക് നമ്മൾ എത്തി എന്നുള്ളത് സന്തോഷകരമായ ഒരു വാർത്ത തന്നെയാണ്. ഇനി സമാപന പ്രസംഗത്തിനായി ഞാൻ ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി ശ്രീ പിണറായി വിജയനെ ക്ഷണിക്കുന്നു.
ബഹുമാന്യരെ, യുവ സുഹൃത്തുക്കളെ, പുതിയ കാലത്തിൻ്റെ ആവശ്യങ്ങൾക്കനുസരിച്ച് ഒരു വിജ്ഞാന സമ്പദ് വ്യവസ്ഥയായി കേരളത്തെ മാറ്റി തീർക്കുന്നതിനുള്ള സുപ്രധാനമായ ചുവടുവെപ്പാണ് സ്കിൽ കേരള ഗ്ലോബൽ സമ്മിറ്റ്. അതിന് ഇവിടെ സമാപനം കുറിക്കുകയാണ്. പുരോഗതിയുടെ പുത്തൻ തലങ്ങളിലേക്ക് നമ്മുടെ നാടിനെ എത്തിക്കാനുള്ള വഴികളിൽ ഒന്നാണ് ഈ സമ്മിറ്റ്. വിജ്ഞാന സമ്പദ് വ്യവസ്ഥയിലേക്കുള്ള നമ്മുടെ നാടിൻ്റെ വളർച്ചയിൽ വിജ്ഞാനാധിഷ്ഠിത വ്യവസായങ്ങൾക്കും സേവനങ്ങൾക്കും വലിയ പ്രാധാന്യമാണുള്ളത്. ഈ പശ്ചാത്തലത്തിൽ നൈപുണ്യ വികസനത്തിലെ നൂതനമായ രീതികളുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട ചർച്ചകൾ ഉയർത്തിക്കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നത് ലക്ഷ്യമിട്ടാണ് ഈ സമ്മിറ്റ് സംഘടിപ്പിച്ചത്. അത് നല്ല രീതിയിൽ ഫലം കണ്ടു എന്നതാണ് ഡോക്ടർ ഐസക്കിൻ്റെ വിലയിരുത്തലിലൂടെ മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ കഴിയുന്നത്. ഇവിടെ തൊഴിൽ മേഖലയിലെ പുതിയ അവസരങ്ങൾ, അതോടൊപ്പം കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ സാധ്യതകൾ, ഈ രംഗത്തുള്ള മികച്ച മാതൃകകൾ, നൈപുണിയും വിദ്യാഭ്യാസവും, ഇന്നവേഷൻ ഇക്കോസിസ്റ്റത്തിൻ്റെ നിർമ്മിതി, വർക്ക് ഫ്രം കേരള, വർക്ക് ഫോർ വേൾഡ് തുടങ്ങിയ മേഖലകളുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട വിലപ്പെട്ട ചർച്ചകളാണ് ഇവിടെ നടന്നത്. വിവിധ രാജ്യങ്ങളിൽ നിന്നുള്ള വിദഗ്ധർ ഓസ്ട്രേലിയ, കൊറിയ, സിംഗപ്പൂർ, ജർമ്മനി, ബ്രിട്ടൻ അങ്ങനെ ഒട്ടേറെ രാജ്യങ്ങളിലുള്ള വിദഗ്ധരും നിക്ഷേപകരും ഇതിൽ പങ്കുചേർന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഈ രാജ്യങ്ങളിലെല്ലാമുള്ള മികച്ച നൈപുണി മാതൃകകൾ, അനുഭവങ്ങൾ പങ്കുവെക്കാനായി, അതോടൊപ്പം ശ്രദ്ധേയമായ നൈപുണി പരിശീലന പരിപാടികളുടെ പരിചയപ്പെടുത്തലുകളും ഈ സംഗമത്തിൽ ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുണ്ടാകാം. കേരളം ഈ രംഗത്ത് നടത്താൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്ന നൂതനമായ ഇടപെടലുകളെ ലോകത്തിനു മുന്നിൽ അവതരിപ്പിക്കുന്നതിനും ഈ ഉച്ചകോടി ഉപകരിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടാവും. അന്താരാഷ്ട്ര ഏജൻസികളായ ILO, വേൾഡ് ബാങ്ക്, ADB, UNDP തുടങ്ങിയ ഏജൻസികളിൽ നിന്നുള്ള വിദഗ്ധരുടെ വിവിധ സെഷനുകളിലെ പങ്കാളിത്തം ഏറെ പ്രയോജനപ്പെട്ടിരിക്കും എന്നും കരുതുകയാണ്. ഇവിടെ പറയുകയുണ്ടായി, ഈ അക്കാദമിക് വർഷാവസാനത്തോടെ 2 ലക്ഷം അവസാന വർഷ വിദ്യാർത്ഥികൾക്ക് നൈപുണി പരിശീലനം നൽകുക, 1 ലക്ഷം പേർക്കെങ്കിലും തൊഴിൽ നൽകുന്നതിനുള്ള ബൃഹത് പരിപാടി, അതാണ് വിജ്ഞാന കേരളം പദ്ധതിയിലൂടെ തുടക്കം കുറിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഇതിൻ്റെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ പ്രത്യേകത അഭ്യസ്തവിദ്യരായ യുവജനങ്ങൾക്ക് കേരളത്തിൽ തന്നെ തൊഴിലവസരം സൃഷ്ടിക്കുക എന്ന സംസ്ഥാന സർക്കാരിൻ്റെ പ്രഖ്യാപിത നയം വൻതോതിൽ പ്രാവർത്തികമാക്കാൻ കഴിയുന്നു എന്നതാണ്. ഇത്തരത്തിൽ തൊഴിൽ സൃഷ്ടിക്കുന്നതിന് സംരംഭകർ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട പങ്ക് വഹിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. നമ്മുടെ കേരളത്തിലെ സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് ഇക്കോസിസ്റ്റത്തിലെ മികച്ച സംരംഭകരെ പരിചയപ്പെടുത്തുന്നതും അവരുടെ വളർച്ചയുടെ വഴികൾ അവതരിപ്പിക്കുന്നതും സ്കിൽ കേരള ആഗോള സംഗമത്തിലെ സവിശേഷതയാണ്. കേരളത്തിൽ നിന്നാണ് തുടങ്ങിയതെങ്കിലും ലോകശ്രദ്ധ നേടിയ നിരവധി സംരംഭകരുണ്ട്. അവരുടെ അനുഭവങ്ങൾ പങ്കുവെക്കാനും വിജ്ഞാന സമ്പദ് വ്യവസ്ഥയിൽ ഊന്നിയുള്ള പുത്തൻ സംരംഭങ്ങൾ ആരംഭിക്കാനുമുള്ള കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ സാധ്യതകൾ ചൂണ്ടിക്കാട്ടുന്ന പ്രത്യേക സെഷനുകൾ ഉച്ചകോടിയുടെ ഭാഗമായി നടന്നിട്ടുണ്ടാവും. ഇതെല്ലാം ഇതോടെ അവസാനിക്കുകയല്ല, ഒരു തുടർച്ചയായി നമുക്ക് മുൻപോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകാനാവണം. ഇവിടെ പ്രസ്താവിച്ചതുപോലെ സ്ത്രീകൾ വലിയ രീതിയിൽ തൊഴിൽ മേഖലയിലേക്ക് വരുന്ന സാഹചര്യമാണ് ലോകത്തിന്ന് നിലനിൽക്കുന്നത്. സംസ്ഥാനത്ത് തൊഴിൽ മേഖലയിൽ സ്ത്രീകളുടെ പങ്കാളിത്തം വർദ്ധിപ്പിക്കുന്നതിനായുള്ള പ്രത്യേക ചർച്ചകൾ ഇവിടെ നടന്നിട്ടുണ്ടാകും. KDISC, കേരള ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് ആൻഡ് ഇന്നോവേഷൻ സ്ട്രാറ്റജിക് കൗൺസിൽ, സംസ്ഥാനത്ത് ഇന്നോവേഷൻ പ്രോത്സാഹിപ്പിക്കുന്ന പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ ഏറ്റെടുത്ത് മുന്നോട്ട് പോവുകയാണ്. യുവജനങ്ങൾക്കിടയിൽ ഇന്നോവേഷൻ പ്രോത്സാഹിപ്പിക്കുക, തൊഴിലന്വേഷകർക്ക് വിജ്ഞാനാധിഷ്ഠിത തൊഴിലുകൾ അവതരിപ്പിക്കുക, അത്തരം തൊഴിലുകൾക്ക് ആവശ്യമായ നൈപുണ്യ പരിശീലനം നൽകി അവരെ തൊഴിൽ സജ്ജരാക്കുക, വിജ്ഞാന സമ്പദ്ഘടനയെ ശക്തിപ്പെടുന്ന തരത്തിൽ ഉന്നത വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ രംഗത്ത് സമഗ്രമായ പരിഷ്കരണങ്ങൾ നടത്തുക. ഇങ്ങനെ നവകേരളത്തിനനുസൃതമായ പരിപാടികളും പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളുമാണ് KDISC ഏറ്റെടുക്കുന്നത്. നമ്മുടെ സംസ്ഥാനത്ത് വിദ്യാസമ്പന്നരായ തൊഴിൽ രഹിതർക്ക് തൊഴിലവസരങ്ങൾ ലഭ്യമാക്കുന്നതിനായി ആവിഷ്കരിച്ച കേരള നോളജ് ഇക്കോണമി മിഷൻ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ പുനരാവിഷ്കരിച്ച് ജനകീയ പങ്കാളിത്തത്തോടെ നടപ്പാക്കുന്ന പരിപാടിയാണ് വിജ്ഞാന കേരളം. വിജ്ഞാന സമൂഹത്തിലേക്കുള്ള കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ പരിവർത്തനത്തിൽ ഉന്നത വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ രംഗത്തുണ്ടാകുന്ന സമൂലമായ മാറ്റങ്ങൾ വലിയ പങ്ക് വഹിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. കേരളത്തിലെ ഉന്നത വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ രംഗത്ത് നാളിതുവരെ ഉയർത്തിപ്പിടിച്ചിട്ടുള്ള പാർശ്വവൽക്കരിക്കപ്പെട്ടവരെ ഉൾച്ചേർക്കൽ, തുല്യനീതി, ഈ മൂല്യങ്ങളും അക്കാദമിക് സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യവും പൊതുവിദ്യാഭ്യാസ സംവിധാനത്തിന് നാം നൽകുന്ന പ്രാധാന്യവും നിലനിർത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഉന്നത വിദ്യാഭ്യാസത്തെ എങ്ങനെ നവീകരിക്കാം? ഇതാണ് സംസ്ഥാന സർക്കാരിൻ്റെ ഊന്നൽ. കേരളത്തിലെ ഉന്നത വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ സ്ഥാപനങ്ങളിലെ അവസാന വർഷ വിദ്യാർത്ഥികൾക്ക് നൈപുണ്യ പരിശീലനം നൽകുന്നു. അവരുടെ തൊഴിൽ സാധ്യതകൾ ഇതിലൂടെ മെച്ചപ്പെടുത്താനാകും. വിജ്ഞാന കേരളം പദ്ധതിയിലൂടെ സംസ്ഥാന സർക്കാർ ഇതാണ് ലക്ഷ്യമിടുന്നത്. നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ 2 ലക്ഷം വിദ്യാർത്ഥികൾക്ക് നൈപുണ്യ പരിശീലനം നൽകുന്നതിനുള്ള ബൃഹത് പദ്ധതിയാണ് നടപ്പിലാക്കുന്നത്. അതോടൊപ്പം തൊഴിൽ വേണമെന്ന് ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്ന ധാരാളം വീട്ടമ്മമാർ നമ്മുടെ നാട്ടിലുണ്ട്. അവർക്കും ചെയ്യാവുന്ന തൊഴിൽ കണ്ടെത്തുകയും ആവശ്യമായ നൈപുണ്യ പരിശീലനം നൽകുന്നതിനുമുള്ള നടപടികളാണ് ഒരുക്കുന്നത്. തൊഴിലന്വേഷകരായ നമ്മുടെ സമൂഹത്തിലെ തൊഴിലന്വേഷകർ, അവരെയും ഈ പദ്ധതിയുടെ ഭാഗമാക്കുകയാണ്. ഈ ഒരു സമ്മിറ്റിൽ തന്നെ 50,000 ലക്ഷ്യമിട്ട് 1,28,000-ത്തിലധികം തൊഴിൽ സാധ്യതകൾ ഉരുത്തിരിഞ്ഞു വന്നു എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ എത്ര കണ്ടാണ് ഇതിന് സ്വീകാര്യത വന്നിട്ടുള്ളത് എന്നാണ് തെളിയിക്കുന്നത്. നാം ഇത്തരം പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളിലൂടെ നമ്മുടെ സമൂഹത്തെ വലിയ തോതിൽ മാറ്റിയെടുക്കാനാണ് ശ്രമിക്കുന്നത്. തൊഴിലിൻ്റെ കാര്യത്തിൽ, തൊഴിലന്വേഷകരെ സഹായിക്കുന്ന കാര്യത്തിൽ, നിശ്ചിത തൊഴിലിന് ആവശ്യമായ നൈപുണ്യ പരിശീലനം നൽകുന്ന കാര്യത്തിൽ കേരളം രാജ്യത്തിന് മാതൃകയാകാൻ പോവുകയാണ്. തൊഴിലന്വേഷകരെ കണ്ടെത്തി തൊഴിൽ മേളകൾ നടത്തി അഭ്യസ്ത വിദ്യർക്ക് തൊഴിൽ ലഭ്യമാക്കുക, തൊഴിൽ ലഭ്യമാകാൻ ഉതകുന്ന നൈപുണ്യ വികസനം നൽകുക. ഇതാണ് പ്രധാനമായി നടത്തുന്ന ഇടപെടലുകൾ. എല്ലാ ശനിയാഴ്ചകളിലും വിവിധ മേഖലകളിലേക്കായുള്ള വർച്വൽ ജോബ് ഫെയർ നടത്തി വരുന്നുണ്ട്. കൂടാതെ ക്യാമ്പസുകളിലും തൊഴിൽ മേളകൾ സംഘടിപ്പിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ഈ ഇടപെടലുകൾ വഴി തൊഴിൽ ലഭിക്കാൻ ആവശ്യമായ നൈപുണ്യം വികസിപ്പിക്കുന്നതിനാണ് ഊന്നൽ നൽകുന്നത്. ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട പ്രശ്നം ഇന്റർവ്യൂകളെ അഭിമുഖീകരിക്കാൻ ആത്മവിശ്വാസം ഉണ്ടാവുക എന്നതാണ്. അതിനാവശ്യമായ പേഴ്സണാലിറ്റി ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് കോഴ്സുകൾ, സോഫ്റ്റ് സ്കിൽ പരിശീലനങ്ങൾ, ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് ഭാഷാ പരിശീലനം, ഡൊമൈൻ പഠനത്തിനായി ലിങ്ക്ഡിൻ ലേണിംഗ്, കോഴ്സറ തുടങ്ങിയ ഏജൻസികളുമായി ചേർന്നുള്ള ഓൺലൈൻ കോഴ്സുകൾ, ഫൗണ്ടേഷൻ മൊഡ്യൂൾ പരിശീലനങ്ങൾ, ഇവയെല്ലാം വിജ്ഞാന കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായി നടത്തി വരികയാണ്. ഇതിനായി കേരളത്തിലെ വിവിധ സ്കില്ലിംഗ് ഏജൻസികളെയും സന്നദ്ധ പ്രവർത്തന തൽപരരായ മെന്റർമാരെയും ഏകോപിപ്പിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. മെന്റർമാരെ കുറിച്ച് നേരത്തെ ഡോക്ടർ തോമസ് ഐസക്ക് വ്യക്തമാക്കുകയുണ്ടായി. വലിയ സാമൂഹ്യ പ്രതിബദ്ധതയോടെ ചെയ്യാവുന്നൊരു കാര്യമാണ്. ആ കാര്യത്തിൽ പ്രൊഫഷണലുകളായ വൈദഗ്ധ്യമുള്ള എല്ലാവരും തങ്ങളുടെ സഹോദരങ്ങളെ സഹായിക്കുന്നതിനായി മുന്നിട്ടിറങ്ങണം എന്നുകൂടി അഭ്യർത്ഥിക്കട്ടെ. ഇതുകൂടാതെ തൊട്ടടുത്ത പ്രദേശങ്ങളിൽ ജോലി വേണമെന്ന് ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്ന, വീട്ടിൽ നിന്ന് വളരെ അകലെ പോകാൻ കഴിയില്ല, ദൂരേക്ക് പോയി ജോലി ചെയ്യാൻ പ്രയാസമുണ്ട്, അങ്ങനെയുള്ള വനിതകൾക്ക് തങ്ങളുടെ തൊട്ടടുത്ത പ്രദേശങ്ങളിൽ ലഭ്യമായ ഹൈപ്പർ ലോക്കൽ തൊഴിലുകൾ കണ്ടെത്തും. അതിലേക്ക് ആവശ്യമായ നൈപുണ്യ പരിശീലനം നൽകും. അങ്ങനെ ആ തൊഴിലിന് അവരെ പ്രാപ്തരാക്കും. അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ വിദേശത്ത് പോയി തൊഴിലെടുക്കാൻ സന്നദ്ധതയുള്ള ആളുകൾക്ക് അതിനുള്ള സാധ്യതകളും ആവശ്യമായ നൈപുണ്യ പരിശീലനവും ഒരുക്കാനുള്ള പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ വിജ്ഞാന കേരളത്തിലൂടെ നടക്കുകയാണ്. വിജ്ഞാന കേരളം പദ്ധതിയിലൂടെ സംസ്ഥാന സർക്കാർ നടത്തിവരുന്ന സമഗ്ര ഇടപെടലുകൾക്ക് മാർഗനിർദ്ദേശം നൽകാനും ഈ രംഗത്തെ ലോകമാതൃകകളിൽ നിന്ന് അനുയോജ്യമായവ ഉൾക്കൊള്ളാനും കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാവി നിർണയിക്കുന്ന നൂതന പദ്ധതികൾക്ക് തുടക്കം കുറിക്കാനുമുള്ള വേദിയായി ഇവിടെ സമാപിക്കുന്ന കേരള ഗ്ലോബൽ സ്കിൽ കേരള ഗ്ലോബൽ സമ്മിറ്റ് മാറും എന്ന് തന്നെയാണ് പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുന്നത്. നമ്മുടെ നാട് കൈവരിച്ച അഭൂതപൂർവമായ സാമൂഹ്യ പുരോഗതിയുണ്ട്. അതിനെ കൂടുതൽ മുന്നോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകാൻ നമുക്ക് സാധിക്കണം. മാത്രമല്ല, നമ്മുടെ നാടിൻ്റെ സവിശേഷതകൾക്കനുസൃതമായ ഭാവി വികസനത്തിനായുള്ള രൂപരേഖയും ഈ സമ്മിറ്റിലൂടെ ആവിഷ്കരിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടാകും എന്നാണ് പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുന്നത്. വിവര സാങ്കേതിക വിദ്യ വൻ മാറ്റങ്ങൾ സൃഷ്ടിക്കുന്ന കാലമാണിത്. അറിവും നൈപുണ്യവും കൈമുതലായ നമ്മുടെ തൊഴിൽ സേനയ്ക്ക് മാറിയ കാലത്തിൻ്റെ മാറ്റങ്ങൾക്കനുസൃതമായ ഒരു തൊഴിൽ അന്തരീക്ഷം കേരളത്തിൽ തന്നെ ഒരുക്കാൻ സാധിക്കണം. വിജ്ഞാനാധിഷ്ഠിതമായ വ്യവസായങ്ങളുടെ ഹബ്ബായി കേരളം മാറേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. ഇതിനാവശ്യമായ വികസന കുതിപ്പാണ് നമ്മുടെ സംസ്ഥാനം ലക്ഷ്യമിടുന്നത്. പശ്ചാത്തല വികസന രംഗത്ത്, ഗതാഗത രംഗത്ത്, വ്യവസായ സേവന രംഗങ്ങളിൽ എല്ലാം വലിയ മുന്നേറ്റങ്ങൾ സാധ്യമാവുന്ന രീതിയിലുള്ള വികസന പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളുമായി നമ്മുടെ സംസ്ഥാനം മുന്നോട്ട് പോവുകയാണ്. കഴിഞ്ഞ 9 വർഷങ്ങൾക്കുള്ളിൽ നാം കൈവരിച്ച പല നേട്ടങ്ങളും ലോകശ്രദ്ധ നേടിയതാണ്. നമ്മുടെ നാട്ടിലെ എല്ലാവർക്കും സാമൂഹ്യ നീതിയും തുല്യതയും ഉറപ്പുവരുത്തിക്കൊണ്ടുള്ള വികസന പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളാണ് നടന്നു വരുന്നത്. ക്ഷേമപരിപാടികളിൽ സർക്കാർ കാണിക്കുന്ന കരുതൽ രാജ്യത്തിന് തന്നെ മാതൃകയാണ്. ഈ ഇടപെടലുകൾ ഒരുക്കിയ അടിത്തറയിൽ നിന്നുകൊണ്ട് കൂടുതൽ വികസിതമായ ഒരു നവകേരളം നമുക്ക് കെട്ടിപ്പടുക്കാനാവണം. നവകേരള നിർമ്മിതിക്കായുള്ള ഈ കുതിപ്പിന് കൂടുതൽ വേഗം പകരുന്ന ചുവടുവെപ്പായ സ്കിൽ കേരള ഗ്ലോബൽ സമ്മിറ്റിൻ്റെ സമാപന സമ്മേളനം സന്തോഷപൂർവ്വം ഉദ്ഘാടനം ചെയ്ത് അറിയിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് അവസാനിപ്പിക്കുന്നു. നിങ്ങൾക്കെൻ്റെ സ്നേഹാഭിവാദനം.
നന്ദി സർ. I invite Shri K.N. Balagopal, Honorable Minister for Finance, for the Presidential Address.
ബഹുമാനായ മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി ശ്രീ പിണറായി വിജയൻ അവർ, ഈ വേദിയിലുള്ള വിജ്ഞാന കേരള പദ്ധതിയുടെ ചീഫ് അഡ്വൈസർ മുൻ ധനകാര്യമന്ത്രിയുമായ ഡോക്ടർ തോമസ് ഐസക്, വേദിയിലും സദസ്സിലുമുള്ള വളരെ ബഹുമാനരായ പ്രിയപ്പെട്ടവരെ, സുഹൃത്തുക്കളെ, കേരളത്തിന് വലിയ സഹായമാവുന്ന, ഭാവിക്ക് വലിയ മാറ്റമുണ്ടാവുന്ന ഒരു വലിയ പദ്ധതിയുടെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടാണ് ഇവിടെ ഈ സ്കിൽ കേരള ഗ്ലോബൽ സമ്മിറ്റ് നടന്നത്. അതിൻ്റെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ വിശദീകരിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞു. സമാപനം 5 മണിക്ക് തീരണം എന്ന നിലയിലാണ് പ്ലാൻ ചെയ്തത്. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ കൂടുതലായി സംസാരിക്കുന്നില്ല. എല്ലാ കാര്യങ്ങൾക്കും നമുക്ക് ഒരുമിച്ച് മുന്നോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകാമെന്ന് മാത്രം പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് എല്ലാ ആശംസയും അർപ്പിച്ച് നിർത്തുന്നു.
നന്ദി സർ. ഇനി നമുക്ക് ഒരു ബുക്ക് റിലീസാണ്. ആ ബുക്ക് റിലീസിനായിട്ട് ഞാൻ ശ്രീ K.N. ബാലഗോപാൽ, ഓണറബിൾ മിനിസ്റ്റർ ഫോർ ഫിനാൻസിനെയും ഡോക്ടർ VP ജഗതിരാജ്, വൈസ് ചാൻസലർ ശ്രീനാരായണ ഗുരു ഓപ്പൺ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി, അദ്ദേഹത്തെയും ക്ഷണിക്കുകയാണ്. പെൻഗ്വിൻ പബ്ലിക്കേഷൻസിന്റെ ബുക്കാണ്. മൈൻഡ് ട്രീയുടെ ഫൗണ്ടർ സുബ്രതോ ബാഗ്ചിയുടെ ബുക്കാണ്. ആൻഡ് ദിസ് ബുക്ക് ഇസ് അബൌട്ട് ലീഡർഷിപ്പ് ആൻഡ് ട്രാൻസ്ഫോർമേഷൻ ഓഫ് ലൈഫ് ത്രൂ സ്കിൽസ്. ദി ഡേ ദി ചാരിയറ്റ് മൂവ്ഡ് എന്നാണ് ഈ ബുക്കിന്റെ പേര്. ഹൗ ഇന്ത്യ ഗ്രോസ് അറ്റ് ഗ്രാസ് റൂട്ട്. ആ ബുക്ക് റിലീസ് ഇവിടെ ശ്രീ K.N. ബാലഗോപാൽ, ശ്രീ ഡോക്ടർ VP ജഗതിരാജിന് കൊടുത്തുകൊണ്ട് നടത്തിയിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഈ ബുക്ക് നമുക്ക് ഇവിടെ അവൈലബിൾ ആണ് റൈറ്റ് സൈഡിൽ. സോ ക്യാൻ യു പ്ലീസ് ഷോ ദി ബുക്ക് പ്ലീസ്. താങ്ക് യു ജെന്റിൽമെൻ. ഇനി വോട്ട് ഓഫ് താങ്ക്സിനായിട്ട് ഞാൻ ശ്രീ PM റിയാസിനെ ക്ഷണിക്കുകയാണ്, എക്സിക്യൂട്ടീവ് ഡയറക്ടർ KDISC.
Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala, Shri Pinarayi Vijayan, beloved Finance Minister, Shri K.N. Balagopal, our Chief Advisor, Dr. Isaac, and dignitaries on and off the dais. I stand before this august audience with pride and satisfaction. Last 2 days, it was an intense discussion attended by more than 2,700 participants with 267 speakers from various parts of the globe. I do take this opportunity to mention one key thing. Most of the governments are taking away or running away from the key responsibility of creating jobs. This state government, under the visionary leadership of the Honorable Chief Minister, has taken up job as a key agenda item, and we are very thankful to this great visionary leader. I take this opportunity to extend heartfelt gratitude to our visionary leader, Honorable Chief Minister Shri Pinarayi Vijayan. Sir, thank you, sir, for the wonderful support. I do take this opportunity to express sincere gratitude to our finance minister who are spearheading this movement through the KDISC umbrella. And thank you, sir, for the wonderful leadership extended to us. Dr. T.M. Thomas Isaac, no introduction is required. Last 2 months, he was continuously traveling across the state and meeting various institution heads, individuals, industry leaders. He has given shape to this movement, and only for the formality, I do extend the gratitude to Dr. Isaac, sir. I also take, just for formality, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Open University, Shri VP Jagadiraj. He has agreed to support our skilling initiative through the university, and Sir, thank you, sir.